Submit to the High Council here on World Class Bullshitters. I'm your host, Jeff Hicks, and with me tonight is Anna, that Star Wars girl.
Hello.
We're also joined by Mecha Random 42.
Hello.
We have Tom from Midnight's Edge After Dark.
Hello.
and our very special guest, he's back. We're always happy to have him, Michael from Retroblasting. What's up, man?
Not much. How are you all doing?
Happy. Can't really complain about now that a few things have been worked out. Life is getting better again.
Good. Glad to hear it.
So, folks, we have a packed show tonight. We're going to talk about some of these Star Wars plot leaks. We're going to talk about Indiana Jones. We're going to talk about Michael's newest video, Kathleen Kennedy's Fire Hose of Fun, all sorts of things. Oh, yeah, and there's more Ray Fisher news. So we're going to get to all of those things in just a moment. Now, Anna, they're calling you the Steel Bladder Girl in the chat. Was that from an earlier stream?
Yes, that was from the stream that I just ended to come here, and I had been holding it in for like a while. So.
Oh, okay. The dedication is admirable.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Lukov agrees. So, folks, yes, hit that thumbs up button. We will be honoring the 1,000 thumbs up. Brings you a good morning pop culture. Now that a couple of the things in my personal life have been taken care of, starting Monday, I'll bring that back. We'll talk about that later in the week. Also, this Saturday, Mortal Kombat drunk stream. We'll figure out the exact timing, but it's something we had talked about. It'll be the new one and the old one to cleanse the palate. But be on the lookout for that. So, before we get into any of the big topics, our friend Batwoman is back in the news. Have you guys heard about this?
No. Oh, no.
I saw some articles, but I didn't read them.
Yeah, that's the smart thing to do, Michael. Batwoman ratings slightly recover after show's worst numbers ever. So there's a god, I guess, for these people. Mecca, do you watch this for your channel?
I was, and then I kind of dropped off after it just got so ridiculous. Like, they brought in a new actress to play Ruby Rose's version of Batwoman. So now we've got 3 of them running. Like, oh. Yeah, it's terrible. It's a bad show. It's terrible. I'm like 4 episodes behind.
Every time I see that mask, all I can hear is somebody screaming, "Jen!" Like, I just think of Bat Dad from that viral set of videos a few years ago where that dad just surprised his wife without letting her know that he was filming, and he was in a mask like that, being Bat Dad. And he would just yell his wife's name and shock her while she was like washing dishes and stuff. Anyway.
If only her name was Rachel. God, that'd be amazing. I feel like, folks, if you're out there and you date or are married to a Rachel, you better pull that Batman card all the time. I would if I was. So let's see what some of the numbers are. So CW's Batwoman rating slightly recovered with the release of episode 10, blah, 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 blah. It was viewed by 500,000 people with a 0.10 rating in the 18 to 49 demographic. It's up 15% from the show's worst numbers of 435,000 views.
Wow. I forgot the ratings were this low. Oh.
We have all put out videos and stuff that beat this. This is not... We're YouTubers.
Was this the episode where they had the recast Kate Kane back, though?
That was like 3 ago. Yeah, that was like 3 episodes ago, yeah.
Then I don't understand this boost.
Now, Michael, you've been a superhero fan a long time. You remember a lot of these, the 90s shows. Was there anything back in the day that was shittier than Batwoman, or is Batwoman the worst ever?
Good question. I'm trying to think back into the 90s, because every time I think of some of the worst stuff, I realize I'm thinking of aughts movies, like, the theatrical cut of Daredevil, or one of the 2 Ghost Rider movies or something like that. Into the 90s, I'm trying to think of a live action the 4th season of Lois and Clark was pretty bad. That was a low point for that show, the 4th season of Lois and Clark.
Were they married at that point?
Yes, they were. And it ended on a cliffhanger with them finding a mystery baby in their apartment at the very end of the last episode. And it was supposed to have a 5th season, and the studio was like, nah, we're done. So that's, is my mic level low? Sorry, everybody.
Little bit.
I'll try and turn. Is that better? Is that better?
Perfect.
Oh, okay, great. So anyway, yeah, that's the worst thing I can remember live action from DC or Marvel back then was that 4th season of Lois and Clark. Now, obviously, you had Batman and Robin in theaters, but that's a whole different can of soda. So
It's the RC Cola when we all went Coke. I worked for RC, so I always dump on them.
It's funny. I drink RC in every live stream.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, don't worry. I'm not insulted because I don't have any sensitivities towards products and stuff. But that's funny that you bring them up because I like Coke, Pepsi, and I like RC, and now RC has become this in joke. So I have to drink an RC and eat a moon pie on every single live stream on Saturday.
I'm trying to think if I was aware of your channel when I still worked for them. I don't know, but. Yeah, too bad I didn't know you back then, dude. I could have got you the hookup on everything free. Every Friday when you went in to pick up your check, they're like, hey, take some stuff with you on the way out.
Wow.
And when they mean some stuff, it's like, here's a flat of Gatorade. Yes, I know. RC doesn't make Gatorade, but my company distributed it and they gave it to us for free. So all kinds of fun shit like that. Yeah. It was the Dr. Pepper Corporation I technically worked for, Mike, in the chat. So it was Dr. Pepper, RC, all that shit. It was
nice.
The worst job I ever had. So, Anna, I don't think you like to torture yourself and make yourself watch Batwoman, correct?
No, I did cut myself off after, I think, 3 episodes.
That's more than I've watched.
Yeah, I don't care. And
I don't either.
honestly, my opinion on it is just, I feel like if the attention that it gets is from, it's one of those rare things where I'm like, I think if all of us stopped talking about it, it would probably go away. But because they like to fight us, that's why it's still here. Because if I haven't heard anyone in real life talk about it, where it's like, I hear normies talk about Raylo, I hear them talk about that. So it's like, okay, well, other people are talking about it. But outside of YouTube, which I get it, because I really enjoy watching the EFAP and the guys just laughing their ass off at it. But aside from that, it's like, I almost feel like it would have gotten canceled, but because there is the buzz about it online, it's still there. So that's just personally my opinion, and I don't want to give it any more attention than it already has.
I'm just thankful for it because of the EFAP ability of the show. Like, those guys seem to make it fun for thousands of people.
Well, see, that's the only fun way to watch it.
EFAP is the only reason I know there's a Batwoman show, because they're in my subscription feed, and the EFAP shows come up and there's like a Batwoman thumbnail or whatever. I'm like, oh yeah, Warner Brothers actually made that show. Holy crap. And then I, go about my day.
I don't know, man. It's like, was that show Generation X that they tried to put out on Fox in the 90s for like a hot minute? It was a ripoff of a Marvel show. Or it was a Marvel show.
I remember that.
It was, Anna, growing up in the 90s, all the Marvel stuff was so cut rate, like third rate and generic. Like, you had Batman on the big screen from DC, but it's like, oh, Spider-Man. Oh, well, he just has a cartoon. Anything that was live action from Marvel, like Nick Fury, played by David Hasselhoff, was kind of a big deal. And that kind of sucked. Maybe it was Mutant X. Sorry, folks, people in the chat. Know exactly what I'm trying to talk about, though. Now, speaking of EFAP, folks, Mahler will be joining us next week for 420, a very special High Council. So it's going to be a weird episode. So join us next week for all of that fun. Also, before we get too deep into our main topic, we are shooting for a new goal. Tom, I feel like you deserve a magnet. Of the new High Council members, you're the last one to get one. So, folks, I'm dropping the link to the comic right now. We can make this happen. We don't want to leave Tom alone. So there you go, folks. Drop that. I will be dropping it all throughout the night.
It's the closest I'll ever come to being a magnet.
Oh, you're gonna make it, dude. It picks up for us around this time, so be prepared. You'll get your nice little care package with yourself as a magnet, Tom.
Sweet.
Now, before we jump right into the Star Wars stuff, I want to make sure we didn't have anything from the audience that was time sensitive outside of Star Wars. Let's see. It does not look like it. So let's jump into the topics and we'll read our super chats in a few moments. Now, Michael, you're our guest this evening. I correct my memory. You have not watched The Rise of Skywalker, or you have?
I have watched a grainy in the theater copy of it. After Force Awakens, as you know, Jeff, I hated that movie from second one in the theater. I was not bamboozled by it like a lot of people, and I didn't pay for a Star Wars movie after Rogue One. I knew Rogue One was a different thing, and I went to see that in the theater. That was the last one I saw in the theater. I have seen Rise of Skywalker, but I don't own it, and I proudly did not pay for it. So
you paid the right amount of money. So I never judge. Like I tell people, if you want to watch it, you don't want to watch it, you want to do it certain ways. Hey, I don't judge. I can't call for anything. Can't judge people. But we've all of us have seen the film. We've talked about it ad nauseum. It wasn't good, and now there's allegedly more or other cuts out there. Now I don't know what I believe personally. Like they say, this is a big rumor from Reddit. So take it with a grain of crate, fucking plan it if you need it. And we'll talk about some of this stuff because I think the Snyder Cut has emboldened a lot of the wrong people. Like, I don't think in a million years an extended cut of The Rise of Skywalker on Disney Plus is a good idea, because all the Disney Plus, or excuse me, all the Disney Star Wars films kind of went one way and then never went anywhere. So it's kind of like,
you're assuming though that this is coming from a place of fans, though. I think this was started by somebody inside Lucas or J.J. Abrams camp.
Yeah, no, if you read it, it's like the studio did everything wrong, and JJ was this white knight savior of Star Wars, and he was going to do all these great things, and the studio is evil, and they said no. They're the racist that didn't want Finn to be a Jedi, didn't want no interracial anything.
Yeah, it was the same kind of thing that leaked right after the movie came out.
Yeah, I was going to say, didn't we have this already? Like, we already had like a JJ leak right after the movie, so...
Yeah.
Well, so I think what's going on is that what was the popular thing on Twitter this past week? Ta-Nehisi Coates tried to troll Jordan B. Peterson with the Red Skull, and he got trolled back and made a total fool of. And what is he going to be doing? Oh, yeah. He's going to be working with J.J. Abrams writing Superman, and people are pointing that out, that he made Red Skull into Jordan B. Peterson, and it backfired. So conveniently, magically, these leaks appear painting JJ as this white knight for Star Wars. He was going to do all these amazing things, and there's magically this 4-hour cut of The Rise of Skywalker that was going to come out, but didn't, because the studio said no, and the studio is bad. And it's like, that's really low that you have to succumb to that to try to get clout for JJ to distract from the stuff going on with Jordan B. Peterson and Ta-Nehisi Coates by taking something with Zack Snyder, which was his daughter died and he had to leave the set. And the fans knew that that wasn't his vision. So the fans rallied together so that, you know, in spite of his family tragedy, Zack Snyder could still come back and make his movie, which was a very noble thing for the fans to do for, you know, somebody that dealt with something like that. And they believed in this guy's vision and wanted him to be able to make his movie. And some PR person for JJ decided to do this to try to ride the coattails of the Snyder fans and of release the Snyder cut, so that way they could get this thing going. And then when it falls flat, like it does, because JJ doesn't know how to tell a fucking story. And excuse me for cussing, but he
wait, what? Are you apologizing on this channel?
I know. He fucked up Star Trek. He fucked up Star Wars. You guys want to complain, and I've complained plenty about Rian Johnson, but starting off with The Force Awakens, he's the one that put us all in this fucking predicament with Luke being a fucking loser, Han and Leia being failed parents. He did this. He's a fucking idiot. So you want me to believe and rally behind, oh, there's a JJ cut? Fuck that. If there was a JJ cut, I'm glad the studio took it away from him, because he fucking deserves it. He's a fucking piece of shit and shouldn't be allowed to touch Star Wars. Now I'm mad. I'm going to go get sugar. I'll be right back.
You're right, though.
Well,
You're absolutely right, though.
Yeah, he's trundling off to do the same thing to Superman now, too.
Oh, God.
So, it, you know, and I know that Anna loves Henry Cavill, so there's that.
I hope Superman can avoid... What superheroes had the worst treatment on screen lately? I just hope Superman doesn't get that kind of treatment, because I get what Ta-Nehisi Coates represents, and I don't think that blends well with Superman and his traditional values. Or
you're actually assuming that they're going to make a Superman movie with Henry Cavill?
I don't care who they make it with. If it's Superman, you have a series of check marks you have to hit with a character.
Oh, I hate to break this to you, Jeff. It's going to be Black Superman.
Yeah.
The Calvin guy, was it Val Zod, right? Or is it just
whatever it is? Yeah, I have no idea if they're just going to go with Black Superman altogether, or if it's going to be the one character with the blue outfit. I think that's the one you're talking about. But no, it's clearly that was something they were talking about a while back. Remember?
Yeah, we covered the. Okay, so I don't remember exactly when that version launched. I'm not a DC multiverse enthusiast nor expert, but I remember. Was it the last 10 years that specific character debuted? Because I feel like I was at my comic book store when I first saw the image of him opening his shirt. I'm like, wait, that's not Superman. They're like, oh yeah, that's a different universe one. I'm like, oh, okay. And then I never bothered to read it because it's not Superman, but I digress. Maybe Henry Cavill's lucky that they're not going to give him another film.
Henry?
Yeah, if Ta-Nehisi Coates is writing it, do you really want Henry Cavill to have to act that script out?
He'd be apologizing for his white male privilege the whole damn movie. But if he's not wearing a shirt, we can mute it and still enjoy it.
Well, we means you, and yes, you can.
And every other woman and man that likes that stuff on the face of the planet, Jeff.
Hey, I don't judge. We don't kink shame on this channel, as guys know out there that are regular listeners. So, do what you will. Have fun at anyone, any actor. You want to mute it? You want to watch it? Do it. You do you.
No, I don't know if Henry's coming back because I think they're even putting out those he's difficult to work with stories on purpose.
Yet Ray Fisher is a golden boy that looks to come back.
Article where it says he's difficult to work with. Where is that?
Oh, it was 2-3 weeks back. It was right around the same time as the Snyder Cut came out.
I didn't see any of that.
Yeah, let me see if I can find one.
So, like I said, folks, these are rumors on Reddit, but we're going to read them as such. So, this information was compiled over on Bounding Into Comics. So it says, the Lucasfilm Insider claims they worked on all 3 movies in the Star Wars trilogy, The Force Awakens, Last Jedi, Rise of Skywalker, but they will not disclose who they are. According to the leaker, a different cut of J.J. Abrams' The Rise of Skywalker exists in some sort of form. Then they note that it's only an assembly cut of what Abrams filmed before reshoots took place. The leaker does admit that it's more closely resembles his original version. Much like the long-requested release of Zack Snyder's Justice League, the J.J. Abrams Star Wars Rise of Skywalker cut claims its running time is close to 4 hours. I'm sorry, I couldn't read that sentence and when thinking that this is a long-requested thing. Sorry, my brain went, who wants this shit? So Abrams directed The Force Awakens and then stepped away, blah, blah, blah. The information shared by the Insider, however, suggests that they're not only Abrams' ideas of The Force Awakens poorly received by the hires at Disney, but he also was hoping to work with George Lucas. Abrams initially had hoped to work with George, said the leaker. That didn't work out. When George walked, JJ almost attempted the same. Iger stopped him.
Again, that's a lie. That's a lie. Okay. You read Bob Iger's book, The Ride of a Lifetime. That debunks that right there.
Ooh, now I'm going to have to check that out.
So they, I've explained this, I think, 1 or 2 high councils ago. But so George thought he was getting the John Lasseter deal, like how John Lasseter, Bob Iger bought Pixar, so that way John Lasseter could still be in charge of Pixar, have all the amenities that Disney has to offer, and then go and fix Disney Animation. So he ran both studios. The way Bob Iger pitched it to George was that he was going to get the John Lasseter deal, which was Disney was going to own Lucasfilm, Star Wars, ILM, everything but George was still going to run it and have creative control. Hence, George was upset that they threw away his sequel trilogy. And so JJ knew that they were not going to use George's. And I mean, you would have to be fucking stupid to not think, oh, hey, the guy that created Star Wars, he thinks we're going to get to use his sequel trilogy. And the studio asked me to rewrite them in my version. And then I'm going to go to George Lucas's home. I'm going to be in this man's home and present that, hey, George, I threw away your shit and I came up with something worse. JJ knew what he was doing. Yeah, I'm sure he wanted to work with George and have him be subservient to him in some way. But that line right there is not true, and it gets debunked by Bob Iger's book. Thank you.
So we'll see what else they got to say. The leaker also mentions how Ryan was far more helpful with Lucasfilm, working with them instead of against them. I don't care what good he did. He made the worst thing ever to have the word Lucasfilm on it. And is Lucasfilm's name attached to American Graffiti too?
Yeah.
Statement stands.
Oh, this is not a reliable article, Tom. That's when we got this covered.
I know, yeah, there's a bunch of them out there, but that's the point. Is the
everyone that's ever worked with Henry says he's an absolute doll to work with.
No, I know, but my point is they were coming from somewhere.
Yeah, fake news.
No, I know, but point being, Warner is trying to put out there this idea that he's hard to work with, so they don't have to sign it. He's not going to come back as Superman unless they kiss his ass.
Well, folks, it starts to talk about Luke Skywalker. Now, Michael, you have had, of the people on the panel, you have the best takes on Luke Skywalker's like lineage, his character, the way you represented himself, or the way you represent him with the Bespin costume alone shows the level of love for the character. Are you ready to hear some of the dumb ideas that they wanted to attach to Luke?
I've got the nail gun ready to just fire right into my head. So go for it.
Well, I too enjoy Lethal Weapon 3, Michael. Or sorry, 2, excuse me. 2 with the nail gun. So I'll be right over. So according to the leaker, Abrams had a number of ideas for then newcomer Rey in The Force Awakens, including wanting Rey to be the granddaughter of Anakin, eventually pushing for her to be Luke's daughter that he had with a fellow rebel after the war. As revealed by Abrams, or revealed by the Insider, Abrams' original plan was to reveal that Luke and an unnamed Force archaeologist are Rey's real parents. The theatrical cut of The Rise of Skywalker opted instead to have Rey being related to Emperor Palpatine.
So instead of doing one thing that's dumb, they were going to do something else that was really dumb. And a Force archaeologist was Luke's love interest. So, okay, so all right, so let's follow this for a minute. So J.J. Abrams read the Mara Jade Thrawn books and was like, oh, hey, Mara Jade is a redhead. Oh, you know who else is a redhead? Sophia Hapgood from Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis, the PC game. Let's just take those two characters and put them together and make them a Force archaeologist.
It's actually a ripoff of a character from KOTOR 2 who is a Force archaeologist.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
It's a dude, though.
Wow.
Okay, for just a second, let me be a Star Wars fan. Force archaeologist. Did we need that? I thought, okay, there's got to be you're just looking for what? The temples to unearth the Jedi text, right? Like, you're trying to turn Star Wars into Indiana Jones a little too much, JJ. The whole MacGuffin of the fucking knife and jumping around and globetrotting, I get it. You want to make all the you want to make all the Lucas stuff at once and still rip off Spielberg. But like, this is trying to blend
those are really big themes within the EU and the Star Wars video games, is looking into the past and going, because I mean, before the, Darth Bane and everything, if you go back to Revan and stuff in the Jedi Civil War, and there was temples everywhere throughout the galaxy of not just the Jedi, but the Sith too. I mean, there was thousands and thousands of Jedi and Sith all spread out throughout the galaxy. So, archaeologists that go to try to find the temples and try to find the Jedi or Sith artifacts, that's not uncommon in Star Wars. Just saying.
But they're looking for like
JJ does not have the right intentions, but as far as this, it's like that's not something that's uncommon.
Well, the only reason I say Force archaeologist is every character in these films knows about Luke Skywalker, how the Force works, how this works, who Lando is, where he's hiding. The characters in the movie, the new ones, the Rey, Finn, Rose, Poe, all those characters, they know what the audience knows. So it almost makes a movie pointless to want to learn about the Force because they know every fucking thing. Before, oh my God, you're Luke Skywalker. The Jedi are real. This girl on a backwater fucking desert planet knew everything. You're Han Solo. It's like the people got a guidebook. The characters all got guidebooks.
She didn't know Han Solo as one of the dudes that helped destroy both Death Stars. She remembered him as a fucking smuggler.
That's what I think of him first.
Well, I mean, but you also are a fan of the movies, and you know what I'm talking about. Whereas,
I know.
It's just It's just ignorance. It's just stupidity all bundled up into J.J. Abrams' shit show.
I like the way you describe it. It is a shit show. So, further shit, Reylo. So, Abrams' cut would have seen Rey and Kylo's story be more tragic than initially seen in the theatrical cut. Kylo and Rey's relationship was more tragic, claimed the leaker, with Rey wanting to put him out of his misery and Kylo wanting to be free. Backing up this claim, the leaker added, Abrams has seen Kylo as a tragic villain and wanted to tell a dark what-if story of the redemption of Vader. Ben Solo would have always been redeemed, but only through death.
So Darth Vader.
Yeah.
Rip off. Cool.
When you start out, see, this is where I think this could be a little fanning out, if you will. Because remember the whole plot point in The Force Awakens, like, oh, grandfather, I'll start what you finished, or finish what you started and all this crap. Like, that was a plot point I was happy to see dropped in The Last Jedi, because it made no sense. Like, Darth Vader was redeemed. What are you trying to do? Everybody knows every moment of every story. Why didn't you know, like, that he killed the Emperor? Didn't Luke tell you? Like, what the hell? These movies weren't well thought out.
No.
Okay, so Reylo's weird and dumb, and I don't really care about it. Abrams apparently included scenes in which Poe had feelings for Finn, according to the information shared by the leaker. There were hints to Poe's romantic interest in Finn, claims the insider, yet in the end, he gives his blessing to Finn and Rey.
Well, I mean, yeah, Abrams was setting up the Finn-Rey thing from the very first movie, but he even choked on that in the last movie with, you know, Finn sinking into the quicksand going, there's always something I wanted to tell you. And then they never picked that back up. And of course, Rian Johnson derailed that whole thing just because he likes, you know, throwing over tables and stuff in his spare time. So yeah, I mean, I can see Abrams wanting to play around with that a little bit, but again, Abrams' entire skill level is ideas, questions, execution. Nah, like it. He never actually commits to or sticks the landing on anything. So, you know, his ideas. What's that?
That's what she said.
Zing. So yeah.
So I don't know. I feel like that sentence was thrown in there to get people all riled up and make YouTube videos. Like, Poe Dameron was going to be gay. All right. So is Leox Jossie. Has anyone made a video about how offensive it is? No one gives a shit about Poe Dameron. No one gives a shit about Cassian Andor. Michael, why are they making a Cassian Andor show? I thought they got nuked, according to somebody I just watched their YouTube video of.
Well, yeah, and on top of that, you know, if they are going to go back and make the story of Cassian as a rebel agent and a, you know, saboteur and whatever else he was for the Rebel Alliance, and then the first question out of the fans' mouths is, "Ooh, is K2SO going to be in it?" And they're like, "Oh, no," and it's like, well, all right, that's a really dumb blunder there because he's like the best thing you guys have created, bar none, until the Mandalorian, of course. Wow, like what a, you know, and then the apologists are like, well, no, they're probably gonna, you know, bring K2SO into the show later. And I'm like, I thought this was a limited series. So if he's not in this show until the last episode, and then they Cobra Kai out on a cliffhanger that goes right into Rogue One, then it's not really gonna be worth it, is it? You
don't think they're going to leave themselves some padding just in case this thing is the surefire hit they think it's going to be?
Where's it going to go? They all die in the end of Rogue One.
Yeah.
Like,
well, that's people are saying K2SO is dead. It's like, well, guys, Cassian is dead too.
Yeah.
They're having to open up. What's the line that Robert Shaw has in Battle of Britain? Oh, yeah. He's like, come on, give your brain a chance. Like, K2SO, Cassian, they're both dead. We have to back this up all the way just to get the main character alive, who's the title character. So that means K2SO.
Clearly, if K2SO is not in it, then that means this is definitely not leading up to Rogue One.
Well, unless their intent is that this is a few months before Rogue One.
Well, that's my point. Well, and that's the thing is, Alan Tudyk has said he's not in this season, period.
Right.
And then in response to that, whoever's Disney rep was that came back, or Lucasfilm's rep said, "Oh well," or whoever it was that was part of the show said, "Oh well, we're planning on possibly bringing him in later. It's just he wasn't part of this story." So this is just some little pocket story that's probably fucking 10 years before Rogue One, for all we know.
Right. Well, again, I guess they're gonna have to de-age Diego Luna a little more for that.
He looks 10 anyway.
Well,
he'll just shave.
Yeah, he'll just shave. Yeah.
I think what they should do is they should work backwards to where whatever the Cassian Andor show ends the minute we meet him in Rogue One. That way we don't have a minute missed, because he's the most important Star Wars character. And personally, I feel like I need to be able to trace every one of his steps in the destruction of the Death Star, or else the whole fucking thing is just a waste. Because it is already.
I hate to tell you, yeah.
The normal people didn't return. This is a downward sloping trajectory for a big box office film. This is supposed to be, this one's the biggest, and then the next one's bigger. Like the Avengers, folks. They went up, they slightly plateaued with Age of Ultron. I think it was 1.5 billion to 1.4 billion. But then Infinity War and then Endgame, the biggest movie, or was formerly the biggest movie until Avatar took that back. But that's the success metric from the same company, Disney. If you're going upwards, you're going the right way. You're going down. Like this, there's no interest. The interest in Star Wars is lesser than people that run it want to give it credit for. Oh, this show, The Mandalorian, brought in all these audience members. Yeah, well, then you find out the Winter Soldier and Falcon brought in even more than that. Oh, well, Star Wars did this. Yeah, but then everything else is doing even more than that. Like, this is such an odd franchise to want to keep for young people. It's kind of passé, sadly, by the people that have made it. They've made it lame.
I had an idea after seeing Simon Pegg's The World's End. And I thought to myself, because I didn't see it in theaters, I saw it, on Blu-ray later. But I sat up in my chair and I thought to myself, I looked over at Melinda and I said, I got this idea. All these dumb spin-offs they've announced for Star Wars and all this stuff, they're pointless. I said, but this one I would go see. And she's like, well, what's your idea? And I said, instead of calling it The World's End, we call it The Galaxy's End. And it's all about Ponda Baba and Dr. Evazan's alleged pub crawl, because they're caught on Jakku right there in Rogue One, I assume coming out of a cantina. And it's like they're going on like a galactic pub crawl. So I would like to see that comedy before they end up getting their hands and legs chopped off by Alec Guinness. That's what I want to see. I want to see why they're hopping from cantina to cantina, planet to planet. That's what I want to see. I don't even care about saga mythology anymore. Just give me like a big budget version of a 90-minute robot chicken sketch. That's all I care about at this point.
They could be accidentally setting up like the ultimate destruction. They could retcon in even more like little weak spots in the Death Stars and everything. So you can even just take them out and Return of the Jedi.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be fun. That'd be fun.
I think it'd be great. Galactic bar hopping. Yes, that's what I want to see. I'm throwing pretension out the window at this point.
See, that sounds like a comic book.
Just give me yucks.
I want to see Baby Yoda in a playpen playing with toys and making them float, and then trying to get like a cookie. That's a whole episode of just Baby Yoda crawling around the house trying to get stuff. And it'd be so cute. Can you imagine the sound effects and all the toys? It'd be so cute.
It's so sweet. I just got diabetes. Oh, Emma.
So you would title that 3 Mandos and a Baby?
Well, it's so cute.
Not that I made up a fake trailer for bringing up Baby Yoda. Basically, I don't know if you want me to.
I remember that one.
Yeah.
Now, is Baby Yoda gonna come back? Is Mandalorian gonna come back? Honestly, that's the honest question that I think most people could ask, and it's not. Well, they said it's coming back, so of course it's gonna come back. How many Disney Star Wars things have they guaranteed are being made and then didn't come out, or got canceled at the last minute, or we just didn't talk about anymore?
Boba Fett movie from Josh Trank, Obi-Wan movie, then got turned into a limited series after many delays. There was a Yoda movie that they were kicking around that didn't happen. I'm going blank, but I know there are more.
I just had a great idea. You know how in Tom and Jerry, like you don't really see the human unless she's like yelling at Tom?
Mhm.
Okay, what if it's like Baby Yoda trying to get frogs to eat them and you just hear Luke yelling, Grogu! Like at the end of the episode. And it's just like a Tom and Jerry, but with Baby Yoda trying to catch his food.
That's pretty much where I've said that's the only place they can go with that character anymore.
So Luke is just a pair of boots that shows up every now and then.
He's like Nanny from Muppet Babies.
Yeah.
There you go. Low budget Baby Yoda show that would make a shit ton of money because I would pay for it.
Well, all this talk of this Stan, what's his face, taking over as Luke is not going to happen. I don't know where this is.
Stan?
Yeah.
Well, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen because it's a good idea. That's why it's not going to happen.
I don't even know if I'd say it's a good idea.
I'll say it's a good idea.
Based on how
we want him.
Coming soon to Disney Plus, the Star Wars series you've been dying for, but one that Kathleen Kennedy wouldn't let see the light of day. But if it's successful, she'll try to take all the credit for it anyway. See everyone's favorite little green guy. No, the other green guy. That's the one.
Look at his ears.
As Uncle Luke gives them puppies and they set off on the adventure of a lifetime. Don't miss. Coming soon to Disney Plus.
Oh, did you see
that? This on Ram Channel, okay?
That down. Hey, my dinner. Don't do that.
Oh.
He's so cute.
Coming soon to.
Did you guys? Does that say Ram Jamaram in that video?
yeah, I think
Jamaram. All right, I thought I heard it. And folks know if I hear Jamaram, I gotta press the button.
I think he only did that specifically for that purpose.
Oh, yes. Folks, if you didn't catch this past week's podcast, we have a whole slew of new buttons. So you can guess, what is it? I don't know, guess a number between 1 and 12. See what you get. So, back to this stuff, though. I don't care about Poe Dameron's sexuality. I feel like they keep trying to staple that onto these Star Wars characters, and and then people are they're looking for an excuse to call people out. Oh, you're a bigot for not liking this. Look, nobody cares about Poe Dameron. Make him anything. He can be any sexuality. He can be pansexual. He can be this sexual. It's not going to offend anybody because no one cares. See, this is the type of character you can put that stuff on because he's a new character and it can always be there. 40 years of Lando Calrissian being a smooth space pimp. That's where the problem comes because people go, wait, Lando? That's not how the brand has always worked. That's not how the character's been. That's the problem. So outside of that, though, these leaks, I don't think there's going to be a release of another cut of The Rise of Skywalker because the Snyder Cut was one thing, but this is something else. Just because, look, I can count 12 movies that probably have alternate cuts that we could get. Doesn't mean we should get them just because the Snyder Cut got one. So what do you guys think about this? Snyder extended cut of J.J. Abrams' Star Wars. Do you think it's real? And if it is, would you watch it? Michael?
I mean, I know that they had Matt Smith in the cast there and he got cut out. And so there's got to be multiple cuts of this thing, especially given how bloated the budget ended up on it at the very end and the crises that this production went through. However, I feel like trying to fix this movie with a different cut is not possible, given that it's trying to also fix The Last Jedi, which trolled The Force Awakens, which also was not a good movie. This whole thing is like a Chevy Chase pratfall. The entire trilogy is. So I don't see any improvement from that. I honestly, and I say this without any humor, I honestly believe that they would get more out of their investment by taking that money that they would use to finish up a Rise of Skywalker alternate cut and give us a Rogue One extended cut. Like get Gareth Edwards to come back and do the full extra 30 minutes of combat at the end and all that additional geography and everything like that and give us all that material instead. Because that movie is the one that consistently is the most liked by the most amount of people, both Disney apologists and legacy fans. That I would rather them invest their money in that direction.
I can get behind that if there was going to be one.
Yeah.
And I'm glad you brought up Matt Smith. Real quick, folks, we have over 1,150 people watching. Hit that thumbs up button. Let us know that you like what we do. and you'll get a Good Morning Pop Culture, an extra one. So there's 3 in the hopper. That'll make it 4 starting Monday. So folks, if you don't want the show, do it for somebody else in the community. A lot of people like it. But I wanted to say, I'm glad you brought up the Matt Smith thing, because I completely forgot that he was going to be in that. He was a Palpatine clone. He was going to be this. He was going to be that. Like,
I thought he was going to be Thrawn.
I heard a million things. Like,
no, it was a character from Clone Wars, the son of somebody, something or other.
Which one?
Oh, it was where there's a group of family that's connected to the Force or something like that, and there was like 2 sons, and he was one of the sons or something like that. I don't remember what they were called.
The Mortis son?
Yeah, I think it was Mortis or something.
Yeah, Son of Mortis, that's it, yeah.
Oh.
And then that's where we learned that that's why we didn't get a 3 3/4 inch Star Wars line for Rise of Skywalker, which is the first one ever we didn't. And that was because Hasbro threw their hands up in the air because they kept changing the movie. So they had a warehouse full of toys they couldn't sell because guess what? These characters aren't in the movie.
If those toys are out there, Michael, would you add one to your collection just to say you have the rare unmade Star Wars movie character figure? Or is Hasbro too much of a fuck to even worry about it?
I don't collect anything from the sequel trilogy, even stuff that was deleted from the sequel trilogy.
Anna will tell you that Disney probably ordered it destroyed.
Yeah. Also, Tom, I just want to clarify my statement. I'm just simply saying when it comes to Sebastian Stan, that if all things were equal and it was an ideal situation, I think he would be a good Luke Skywalker. I do not think anything coming out of this current creative crop would be any good. So I don't have any illusions that making him Luke Skywalker under this leadership would result in anything good. Just want to
it's not you. Like, well, there's there was a few people like going off on me in the chat, but no, it's like, look at it this way. I'm sick and tired of them recasting our classic characters, and people are encouraging this crap. And it's like, either get on the boat or get off it, because, at this point after Gina, I'm so done with Star Wars. That's why I've been so quiet through this whole thing, because I'm definitely not giving JJ 4 hours of my life.
Hell no.
Yeah, exactly. In fact, that's some of the only modern stuff that I've bought. I bought a bunch of Rogue One stuff back when it came out, sold off everything from it except the 6-inch Black Series trio of K2SO, Jin, and Cassian. So those are the only real ones I have left. That was just to save space. And then after that, after all this hoopla came out, I did secure myself a Black Series Cara Dune sealed in the box, and I've got the retro collection on order for that, because I feel like Mandalorian, after all this crap, has earned a place in the Kenner legacy. So I ordered those. They're showing up in May or something. But
I picked up the very first Mandalorian because I didn't know anything about the show. I was like, this. I mean, we had already seen the trailer and all this shit, so you guys can figure out the timeline. But I'm like, all right, the show's not out. This will probably go up in value, so I picked it up just for the hell of it. I never opened it either, so maybe one day I'll add to the rest.
I'm curious if that other line will even be complete when it comes out, because they've got a retro Mando line that's on pre-order right now. But
yeah, that's what I pre-ordered. Yeah,
I thought they might change it last minute, so I didn't want to take the chance.
Yeah, I'm curious if Cara Dune's even going to be in there.
Well, so far she's advertised as being part of the assortment. And
she is, but
yeah,
but don't they have a disclaimer saying subject to change though?
And if they do that, then I'll just send them all back and get my money back.
Because as far as I know right now, outside of that one, anything that was like pop figures, some people got theirs, but otherwise their orders were canceled for like some of the Dark Series characters and other pre-orders that were up. The only one that I know of so far besides this that's still up is the Hot Toys, I guess, ain't it, or the Sideshow?
Yeah, and I think it's because these were far enough along in production that they already exist. So in some ways, if they had decided to liquidate them, through less visible channels, then this retro figure and the Hot Toys could end up being like the blank from the Dick Tracy line. But it doesn't sound like Hasbro's going to do that. It sounds like they're just going to, once while supplies last, I guess is the thing. It's like these are it, and once they're gone, they're gone. So
they're
still available.
Who'd you say still available, Mecca?
On Entertainment Earth, they're still available.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's where I pre-ordered my whole wave from.
I like the baby Yoda. He's cute with his little pod.
The
I
only
mean, oh, go ahead.
the only criticism I have is the Mandalorian, because the way the cape that he's wearing, that vinyl cape, is meant to represent, at least in the Kenner logic, like an actual cape.
Right.
And I don't think it's the right shape. If
It's
anything, because doesn't he just wear a thing like Boba Fett, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Boba Fett's toy just has that sculpted on. I'd rather have that little sculpted piece.
All of those vinyl capes like that, even in the vintage line, do not represent how an actual cape works. Vader, Obi-Wan, Leia, Lando.
Yeah, they all had those weird
They
plastic.
all had that weird cape, and it doesn't actually look like the capes in the costumes do. So,
well, what I was saying though is, based on Kenner logic, what their capes represent, this doesn't even represent what they're trying to replicate, because the Mandalorian doesn't wear a thing, right? He just wears
He does have a cape once in a while.
This looks. I don't think they translated it well. Oh well.
Actually, I'll say these are a little too detailed and colorful for the Kenner line, if you ask me.
yeah, they totally are. Yeah.
Especially that Mando helmet. That's way too detailed.
Yeah, it's almost like they're trying to do like a replication of the Boba Fett head, but they over-indexed on modern sculpting a little too much.
Too much, yeah. And I mean, I'd get the set. I mean, I'm kind of me on it, but if I could just get Cara Dune, because I don't care about the rest. Like, I'm really to that point where I could give fuck all about giving Disney any more of my money.
Yeah. The problem is that Cara Dune was already sold out individually.
Mm-hmm.
So I grabbed the whole wave because I'm not even planning on opening them up, most likely, unless I have a.
I'm half tempted to try and sell all my Baby Yoda shit in a lot. Like, I really don't care anymore.
I don't blame you.
I just pulled this up just for the hell of it because you brought up Cara Dune. Yeah, it looks like the only thing you can really find of her right now is still the limited format statue.
Yep.
They have the pre-order wave, and then all the Hasbro stuff is gone. So,
yep.
There you
a
go,
lot
folks.
of those got canceled that were pre-orders.
You might still be able to find the Lego set that she has her minifigure in.
Yeah, possibly.
I know that's underwhelming for some people.
And I know some people have come across the pops in the wild, but outside of that, yeah.
Yeah.
I finally saw Funko Pops that I wanted to buy, and I was really upset with myself, but I didn't buy them, so don't anybody give me any shit yet.
Don't feel bad. I've got way too fucking many already.
Well, this one represents The Rock versus Mankind's I Quit match. And I know not a lot of wrestling fans are in the community, but it's a match where The Rock in real life fucked up, and instead of agreeing or using the agreed upon chair shot number, he hits the guy like 15 times and busts his head open and gives him a real life concussion. It's the most brutal match ever that they put on TV. And the most fucked up part is the guy's family's in the front row watching their dad get beat up for real. So I don't know why I want to buy the Funko Pops that represent that match, but I'm weird and I want to.
I think I actually bought it, Andre the Giant one, and I thought of you, Jeff.
Oh, dude, hold on 1 second. Somebody just sent that to me. Hold on, I'll show it to you. It's right here. See?
I'm pretty sure I bought it, unfortunately.
Well, anything Andre the Giant related, folks, you want to send me, I will gladly display in my home. Now, Michael,
and for my sake, I don't get too many of the standard pops. I generally only get franchises that I very rarely get merchandising. So
yeah, I have like the Hannibal Lecter ones because they never make merch of Hannibal, so I have those. Somebody lovingly sent me Bob Ross with a raccoon. Well, if everyone knows the raccoon story, then they know why. So I thought that was funny. So I was like, oh, how clever. How sweet.
I was just happy to get the Axel Foley Funko Pop. They've never made anything for him. So one thing I wanted to bring up.
One of the kind I'm talking about, yeah.
Michael, since we're talking about retro figures, I kind of got the bug, even though I don't like the prices. Super 7 redid their Back to the Future 1 figures.
Yep, I saw the new sculpts, yeah.
And I'm gonna get them because they look like what I would imagine a 1980s Back to the Future toy line would look like. The first time, they fucked up royally and they looked terrible in my opinion.
I want to see. I haven't seen
I'll show them to you real quick.
Yay.
Yeah, they the only thing I'm wondering about is, will they finally give that line a DeLorean for them to drive around in?
They keep advertising some DeLorean with them whenever you. But
Oh,
I don't think it's from them.
I
Probably
wish
out of
they
scale.
would.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, like whenever you go to buy them, like another, like a DeLorean will pop up and say, customers have bought this with it or whatever.
Yeah, but it's never purpose built. Yeah, for those figures, that's the sucky part.
Jeff, now that you live down here, has Jesse taken you to the high school where they filmed the scene where they go to the past?
No, she's never taken me anywhere Back to the Future related. To be fair, though, we were going to go with Proper, but then Proper moved because of the COVID, and so we really haven't had a chance to go anywhere. But yeah, I want to go. Back to the Future is still my favorite movie. And yeah, Anna, they look like this.
Let's see. Oh,
They got a doggy.
they
Yep,
did.
I'm-
Who is doing these?
Super 7.
So they're redoing the ones they already did?
Yeah. Actually, I'll show you right now. That's why it took me a second to pull this up. Look, folks, we don't get sponsorship deals. I wish we did. Fuck, I would sponsor toys just for free toys. Companies, hook me up. I got the Michael Myers doll from Trick or Treat. All you guys had to do is send me one. I'd have promoted it.
I have
That new
tried
Inspector
to get deals like that, dude. It is so hard.
Blitzway's Inspector Gadget. I got it. Now, Anna, this is the original release.
Yeah,
Look how
I've got
she-
those.
Oh, those are some skinny legs Marty has there.
Yeah. Look at George. That's not George McFly.
Well, that's probably because I was surprised. I don't think Crispin Glover gave him rights to do it.
Probably not. But like
None of them
these-
did, because that's why the pictures aren't on the card.
I would
backs.
imagine not. Yeah.
Where's the mom?
Which is funny because the only ones they did that they didn't release for some reason was Kate's doll from Gremlins. And it's not like her picture was on the thing or anything, but for some reason that one, I guess Phoebe Cates people stopped it.
Wow.
Yeah, I have no idea why. Her people just had some big deal about it. I don't know.
Well, I had read online years ago that Michael J. Fox didn't like the idea of the likeness used for that stuff, and that's why there wasn't Back to the Future toys. I don't know if that's legit, but
He must have
What
changed
did-
his mind now because those NECA ones are clearly.
Yeah.
oh, dude, the Hot Toys was the first one I thought that had the likeness.
It was.
Wasn't-
Yep.
I
That
bought
was
that.
why. That was why we were so disappointed with the reaction figures, was because they clearly didn't get likeness rights for those smaller ones when the Hot Toys was coming out and had the exact likeness rights. So it was like, so if I want to get Michael J. Fox, as the figure, I've got to buy like a $300 action figure that's 12 inches tall. But these action figures that I would love to get, all of them, they all look like garbage. So
The only reason I'm also as gung-ho about this is I picked up the Comic-Con exclusive or the Toy Fair exclusive 2015 Marty, and in person these things look a lot better than any of the pictures do them justice. So I'm like, if they're following that level of quality, I don't think I'll be disappointed.
Speaking of disappointing, not to disappoint Michael, but I did get all the NECA Back to the Future ones so far, and they're actually not bad. It's one of those hit and miss things with NECA as usual, where these are better quality. The Kong one was a pretty good quality one, but yeah, that's always hit and miss with them.
you know how you feel, Tom, about buying any more Disney Star Wars stuff?
I know.
That's how I feel about NECA. NECA can burn in hell.
Michael, I can't wait.
He just
Oh,
hates
man.
NECA.
But rightly
No,
so.
I don't just hate NECA.
Oh,
So-
he's got a whole history.
So here's the deal, Anna. NECA lists itself as a non-durable goods company, a wholesaler of non-durables. That is the classification that normally, say, a toothpaste company would be under, or people that make hemorrhoid cream, or bars of soap, things that are products that have an expiration date. Toy companies are supposed to be durable goods companies. So NECA's quality control issues are rife, and you can point to the way they classify themselves as to how they get away with it. They're shady. I'm not a fan of NECA.
Evidently, there's one of those I don't have. I don't have the one with the blue jacket.
Audition Marty was he was a Walmart exclusive, and now you can get him online, Tom. So I'm
I
gonna pick him
never
up.
even knew it existed.
Oh, that was new information to me about NECA, so thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, Anna, subscribe to Retroblasting and watch Michael's videos. He's got the best toy videos, and it's nice because he's honest. Michael, I've told you this before, but folks, one of the reasons I subscribed was your Star Wars Follies videos, because everyone writes about the Star Wars vintage line like it never made a mistake. And here's you going, why do they have one functionally useless hand? Why is Han Solo hailing this guy? Like, the fucking dance party you did with that shit was funny. Like, it was nice to hear somebody not kiss the ass of this legendary toy line.
Yeah, I appreciate that. But again, I love the toy line, which is why I make the videos about it. But that toy line had weird crap about it. I mean, there's little areas of that toy line's design and history that's just freaking weird, and needs to be called out.
It can't be weirder than the power of the Force Leia.
No, of course. I mean, no. That's a whole that is a bridge too far. Definitely in that direction of figure design for sure. But yeah, the vintage line had its quirks. Nothing like that though, for sure.
I was pulling up the so. Power of the Force 2 Leia was always referred to as monkey-faced Leia on these forums that I used to read in the early 2000s.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, I've never seen an uglier Princess Leia figure.
They attempted to fix that in the run that first year. That's what they did to try and
lesbian Leia.
What they did to try and fix that was, if you find a later Leia on card, like it's the same figure, but they just put pink lipstick on her to try and make her look more feminine. It's debatable if it was effective or not.
Well, here's a picture of it, folks. You can judge
for some reason. There's a lipstick on a pig thing in there somewhere.
Yeah,
her skirt randomly comes off, and it looks like she's squatting.
That was one of the most.
It looks like when
came up with that line's ideas. So,
when you take that skirt off, it looks like she's wearing Aaron Gray's outfit in the Buck Rogers TV show. She's got like this whole like white jumpsuit thing on. Yeah.
There you go.
More
folks.
like Star Wars Extreme.
Yeah.
She looks like a shitty fencer.
Yes.
Oh, why?
I don't know.
because in the 90s everybody had to be buff. I mean, if you go look at the Total Justice superhero line, I've never seen action figures that are more sinewy. Like, I've never seen a more sinewy Batman than that line. I mean, he's got muscles where there shouldn't be any.
They make me uncomfortable.
Yes.
I hated those toys as a kid, Michael.
Yeah.
Look, there is a small bit of precedence for the whole, like, superheroes and stuff like that had gotten a little too unbelievably muscular, and that there is a bit of that in the 90s, but yeah, it's gone too far now on the other end. But still.
Yeah. And the best part is that they brought out the same vehicles from the 80s that were designed for the slimmer feet.
Yeah,
they wouldn't fit.
They wouldn't fit. So, like, I've heard horror stories of people who are a little younger than me trying to get Luke Skywalker in that X-Wing fighter, and they literally had to like break his right leg off to shove him in there. And even when he got in, his shoulders were too wide. So, I mean, it was a mess. Like,
Michael,
Hasbro,
I had to alter the way I played with my Star Wars toys. Han Solo and Chewbacca could not co-pilot the Falcon together.
Yep.
So Chewbacca drove the ship, and Han Solo sat in the gunner's chair backwards to try to replicate that scene from A New Hope when Luke was training with the ball. But, like, that's it. When I played with Star Wars toys as a kid, Chewbacca flew. Han Solo was just fucking around the whole time because he couldn't fit in the damn cockpit.
Yeah, because Chewbacca was as big as Harambe.
Looking at this toy.
Say what?
That looks like Harrison Ford with a Princess Leia wig on.
Let's zoom in on that face a little bit.
Oh my god, it does.
Now, this is the attractive lipstick variant. It looks like she's eating what is she eating? Strawberry ice cream. Great. Ooh. High resolution photography was not invented for this.
No.
But it should be.
It's a mess.
Well, at least they gave me boobs.
Anna, I regret not drawing Dion as Princess Leia on the back cover of the comic now.
Oh my god. Riding a horse. Right?
That was Michael. Actually, I was going to reach out to you. I was going to be like, "Hey, man, could you help me out? I need some photos of the Indiana Jones horse taken because I wanted to do a piece of art to troll my friend because he's afraid of horses, and so I was going to draw him in there." I could have
done that. I could have done that for you. Yeah.
It's still on the table. Then we'll make it happen in the future.
Right. Good deal.
But what I ended up going with was I ended up making him The Rock because I had no idea for the 90s. I was like, what are we going to do? So clearly you can see here, folks, we went with all the action figure bodies. Can you guess, Michael, what the Kendo figure is based off of?
It looks like Arthur from The Tick.
Well, yes, but what is his body type based off of? Can you tell the figure construction I used as a model?
Well, you are Han Solo, Power of the Force 2.
Yeah.
Kendo is, I guess it's Luke. Is that
bingo?
Yep. And then the one on the far end is looking very familiar as a stance. I would almost say that's like the Lobot action figure, but that might have been too extreme.
Dion is Leia.
Oh, he's Leia. Okay. Because Lobot isn't far off from that. The Lobot from Power of the Force 2, if you look him up, he is ridiculous. Like, he's pretty close. So yeah.
And is Nick Chewy or?
Yeah.
I'm pretty proud of myself right now.
There you go.
Considering I did not own those figures outside of the Han Solo one. Yeah.
The last guy he ready. Yeah, he was ready. Dion, he loves him some Princess Leia.
Didn't they even make like 3PO buff?
Oh God, yeah.
Oh yeah. 3PO. I mean, he looks like the Metropolis robot, but jacked up and just ready to take
never
paint.
looked so good.
Oh, oh my! I have a 6-pack. Oh my!
Oh my!
Like
How too?
Yeah, he looks more like a Terminator than he does C-3PO.
Here they are, folks. All of them. The buff Star Wars figures. We weren't joking.
Nice.
This is what I grew up with. So I look at this and I go, "Oh, Star Wars!" I remember playing with these figures, watching my videotapes every weekend. Reenacting the movies. Now I'm like, fuck, these toys are terrible. But
look, as bad as they are, and they are ridiculous.
Yeah.
The only one I have a problem with is Chewbacca because he looks like Harry and the Hendersons. Other than that, I can actually squint and be like, okay, because like I bought a bunch of these in the 90s when I was in high school to try and collect them. And I enjoyed being able to go to a store and get Star Wars toys again because it was hard to find the vintage stuff because there was no eBay back then. And I only had my childhood stuff and anything I found at comic shops. So I would go and buy these to supplement. And, they were a little too muscular, but I could get them for $4 at a time. And I thought they were great. R2-D2 finally had his third leg, no innuendo intended. And, I thought they were cool.
Yeah, that's the only two characters I could never find that I wanted was 3PO and R2-D2. But honestly, I gotta ask you this, Michael. And do you think that part of this was more or less they were trying to emulate that one poster where Luke's looking all buff?
Yeah, I think they wanted. I think maybe they used that as an opportunity to say, muscular figures right now, because GI Joes by that point had even buffed up in the molds, like their arms were bigger and their torsos were bigger, so it was a trend. So they said, well, we'll model him after this poster, and then we'll model everybody else accordingly. And that included, oddly, C-3PO. Like It's like what? Like even that stormtrooper. I mean, that guy's just like, I'm ready to, lift, bro. Like he's just.
Well, it's there you go. I was going to grab it, but you already got it for me. That's not the exact one. That's like the Chinese variant, but
it's the Hildebrandt.
The Hildebrandt variant.
Yeah.
But that's another thing I was going to bring up too, because in all these posters all the time, 3PO is much more mobile looking than he really is too.
Right. Yeah, he's got a little more articulation in the elbows and stuff than he would in the costume. Yeah,
I'm talking about the one that looks more like the National Lampoon's poster.
Oh, you mean just the original?
Yeah.
I'm
trying to find it here.
The young poster.
Yeah, here you go.
Yeah. Oh, you got it. Okay.
Oh, I got to give them credit, even though they don't really do the anniversaries well. The imagery they put out for the anniversaries.
Well, I almost think so because it seems like Leia's, like the way her outfit is kind of laid out almost feels like they're trying to emulate that sort of too almost.
I think this poster though came after this. The one that we're pulling up now is
very
the second
possibly
edition, because the first one, I remember reading something where Tim Hildebrandt went to George Lucas with the poster. He gave him notes and he said, add the droids. So the droids weren't in the original Tim Hildebrandt one, and they're not based on the actors. And this one is based on the actors. I'm pretty sure this is a later, like a redo?
It's a redo, but it's a redo by a different artist.
Yeah.
And Leia is actually wearing her dress from the end of the movie where she gives out the medals.
That's right. Yeah.
With her, in movie hairstyle. But then the other thing about this one that's interesting, if I recall correctly, is that the Hildebrandt one was then re-released in 1992, and they as a commemorative for the 15th anniversary, I believe, and they changed the logo on the credits lower part of the poster to say "Star A New Hope Wars." So you can actually find that version of that poster as well, which apparently is fairly rare. So
that would just make me mad.
Yeah, it would.
At the time, it was a novelty because they hadn't retitled the movies on video.
I remember those days.
Yeah, it was just like something to say, hey, I know that in the video cassette it says Episode 4 A New Hope and has been for 15 years, so we just wanted to do a fun poster to, make that consistent for people with OCD.
In the innocent days.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Back when Raiders of the Lost Ark was still Raiders of the Lost Ark and not Indiana Jones and Raiders of the Lost Ark.
That's right. That's right. Yep.
Oh, we'll be talking about old Dr. Jones in a moment because I guess
American Graffiti 2 was just called American Graffiti 2 and not American Graffiti 2. I blame this on my wife for editing it. Did you hear that story about how he basically forced her into editing that movie?
Oh, really?
Yeah, and the rumor was
she left him.
Well, the rumor was so she wouldn't, because Scorsese wanted her to go edit. I think it was Raging Bull or something else at that time.
Uh-huh.
And of course, the story goes he hit on her during while editing Taxi Driver. Right. So George was really not wanting her to go work with him again.
But didn't she also have some kind of dalliance with Coppola during?
Yes, as well. Yeah. He also, and that was the reason. And that's funny because that's the reason. Supposedly, he was one of the only friends that didn't get points on Star Wars.
Well, I mean, if there's anything that's going to invalidate you from profit points, it's boffing your friend's wife. I mean, it's probably not a wise move. So
no, not at all.
But he has a vineyard now, so all is well.
Why do I feel the theme of as the world turns swelling?
Yeah. Like sands through the hourglass.
Now, Tom, I know you didn't know this, but I have a button for you.
I like buttons.
Hey, what's the music from?
I don't know why I made it. Oh, I love it. Because there's a part 1 to it.
I'd just like to say.
Jesus.
That's genius. That's genius.
Would you like to know what that is? I didn't make this. I'm not taking credit.
Isn't that from Spike TV or something like that did that?
Some British television channel put together this Eddie Murphy promo to celebrate Beverly Hills Cop 1 through 3. And I was like, this is incredible. I should make this into a button.
Back when TV actually used to do cool stuff.
I know.
There was actually a shit ton of really funny. Speaking of Spike, you guys remember when Spike TV had the rights to the Star Wars trilogy back when, and they did all those really funny ass commercials.
Oh God, yeah. Darth Vader on he's on customer service.
The Ewok one was actually pretty good, where they're eating the one dude or whatever.
Yeah, there was one in an office. There was the Christmas one with the stormtroopers.
Yeah.
Even though this wasn't one of the Spike commercials, do you remember how good the old Volkswagen ad was where the little boy was dressed as Darth Vader and he kept using the Force on shit and it wouldn't open, and then his dad turns on the car and he freaks out? I thought that was
back when Super Bowl commercials were still good 5-10 years ago.
Yeah. Hey, Michael, do you remember the old Energizer ad where Darth Vader was fighting with his lightsaber and it went out and he needed new batteries?
Yep. We used that in a Dragon Con presentation about the history of the lightsaber, both on camera and in mythology and then behind the scenes. And when we played that, a very OCD kid in the front row got really mad at us. and you can actually hear it. I cut most of it out as much as I could for the final video edit of it, but you can actually hear this kid like get visibly annoyed because he took Star Wars so seriously and he just thought it was the cheesiest commercial he'd ever seen, and everybody else was loving it because they hadn't seen the commercial in like 20 years, but this kid wasn't having it. He was just like, no.
The other funny ones I remember were what was that navigation device that they
The Garmin?
No, I can't remember what it was though, but they had James Earl Jones and Frank Oz doing the commercials for it, and they couldn't get Vader to say roundabout. Kept going roundabout. Then Yoda, they were pissed at him because everything he would say was backwards. It's left turn, take.
I wanted the Homer Simpson one. That was the one that
Tom. I can't believe I forgot that. It was Tom. It was either Tom or Onstar, but I think it was Tom. I think. Yeah.
I'm just disappointed in you for forgetting that.
I know, right?
It hurts. So before we jump into it, I gotta say, you guys brought up, or I brought it up, but looking at these Super 7 Back to the Future figures, I kind of like the retro aesthetic all of a sudden. I'm like, they look cool. Fuck. Do not make more of these, World. The fucking Superman one that's based off the old Fleischer cartoon. Have you seen that one, Michael?
I have. Oh, yeah. I've seen that Superman. Yeah, I've seen that one. Yep.
You seen the toy that they're making for it?
Yeah.
Oh, it looks so cool. It's overpriced, but so cool. So, folks, we have over 1,300 people watching. Hit that thumbs up button to let us know that you like the show and to get a good morning pop culture for a lot of people in the audience, in the community. So, let's see what you guys have been saying to us here. That is the wrong window. That is the window that's telling me we're on the air, and that doesn't matter. So, first off, we had one from our friend Cesario Japan who says, I hope Tom's theory on Indy 5 set in the 60s with feminist movement doesn't come true. Tom with prophecy powers like the Babylon Bee sounds scary.
Well, it's just kind of deduction. I mean, the last one was in the 50s.
Mm-hmm.
And you're not going to bring Phoebe Waller-Bridge in just for a cameo. I mean, she's the lead, and obviously she's not going to be a love interest.
She'll be Gloria Steinem. Ugh, that's what I was thinking too. Ugh.
My prediction was, just in case you're curious, Jeff, in case you didn't hear, was she will be Henry will be retiring from teaching. She will be his replacement. You're going to spend the first half of the movie having to hear everybody say how a teacher can't be a woman can't be a good history professor, and then he's going to get called away on some adventure. She's going to tag along and tell him the whole way how much of a horrible man he is, save his ass 20 times over. By the end of the movie, he's going to die, and she's going to have that hat and whip.
Yeah. I guess she'll die, but I don't think, or he'll die, but I don't think
he's going to die. Because why else would you get James Mangold to direct it?
I agree with you. I'm not going to fight you on the death thing. He is definitely on his way out. I hope they don't piss on him and give her
I couldn't have, if that happens, I would have never predicted that. I would have never predicted as a 12-year-old that Indy's last movie he would die, but Rambo's last movie he would live.
Right? No shit.
Never called that. I would have had that.
And you know, and I wouldn't be like, oh, he's going to die just for any good reason besides James Mangold, is because Harrison Ford has said time and time again, he is Indiana Jones, and you know damn well he don't want anybody else playing Indiana Jones. So as long as he can die in the role, if he has to hand the torch off to somebody else, it's going to be not the same character, I bet.
Do they really think, I mean, okay. Do they really think, though, that whether you agree with Harrison Ford ending his role or not, do they really think that with Tomb Raider out there, that a Indiana Jones successor within that franchise can compete with an established character like Lara Croft?
They don't care.
Okay, well, fine.
No, I know what you're saying, though, and no, I don't think they can. But just as long as they can have that Indiana Jones franchise moniker over it in some way, it'll still probably do better in the end for them. But right. No, it clearly this is how else would KK want to go out with a blaze of glory than having a hand in killing one of the greatest male icons of all time?
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. And I heard you on the live stream, I think it was last night, talking about how, Kathleen Kennedy seems to have this this trend, this psychological complex about brunettes with British accents leading all of her films, which I was like, wow, I hadn't thought of that before. You've set me down a rabbit hole, and I started acting like it was either like the guy in Conspiracy Theory or the dude in A Beautiful Mind, probably more like it, where I'm like starting to watch pigeons and I think I see patterns in the way they walk. But
yeah, we're just seeing different sides of what she wishes she was, or these stand-in roles for her.
Yeah.
We'll talk about Indiana Jones a lot more in just a moment, folks.
Indiana Jones.
That movie can...
Indiana Jones Rivers. Can we talk?
Can we? Dot Matrix? Joseph Bienowicz sends in a super chat sticker. Thank you very much, Joseph Bienowicz. Kendo Slice says, Jeff, I'm drinking, eating great food, and watching hockey. Go, Doge, go! To the moon, bud! Kendo, I hope Doge goes to the moon. Just
Kendo.
like
It's been raising too.
Oh, he and Nick are really into it, so I've been getting all the updates.
Yeah.
Now that I think of it, I'd rather see Indiana Jones Rivers.
I would, well... I mean, Harrison Ford and her are about the same age, right?
Well, she passed away, yeah, but yeah.
Runs with Phantom says, that Star Wars girl, raid! Anna, thank you for sending people over.
You're welcome.
Josiah RTR says, Cecil needs a Batwoman mask. I agree. I bought a Cecil mask, so I'm looking forward to wearing that soon.
Would that be the same as blackface, though?
Oh, shit. I guess I could get away with it, right? Not Cecil, though. This one comes from Primer.
Cecil's favorite snack is peaches and cream.
Oh, God. No.
Yep, folks. Does Buffalo Jeff make you uncomfortable, too?
Yes.
Well, then, Anna, I won't read you Woke Baby or The Cat in the Hat or the other library of books I plan on reading as Buffalo Jeff.
Oh, yeah. Please don't do that.
Oh, man. I've never called anyone on the phone as Buffalo Jeff. I should change that soon. Folks, if we had a nice threshold tonight, I might call Dion on air. But we got to hit a high threshold. Like 3,000 likes or some stupid shit like that. Russian Rob says, Anna is right. The Indiana Jones ride is superior. Now, Anna, what's the context for the Indiana Jones ride? And what is it superior to?
Okay. So the Indiana Jones ride at Disneyland is the exact same track as the dinosaur ride at Disney World. And so before Jeremy came out to Disneyland, he was like, oh, I know it's the same track, but I like the dinosaur ride better. And I'm like, one of the only people that think the dinosaur ride is better, yada, yada, yada. Came to Disneyland, and the whole time he was fighting me on the fact that the Indiana Jones ride is better. And I'm like, dude, you don't even have to ride the ride. It's Indiana Jones compared to Disney's the 2000 dinosaur movie. Like, give me a fucking break. In no universe is that ride anywhere close to the level of Indiana Jones. He goes on the ride, gets off the ride, and is like, yep, you were right. And I was like, yeah, no shit. It's not rocket science. But when I was in Florida, I was like, you know what? He went on Indiana Jones, which I don't think was a big task for him to do. But I was like, I'll do the same thing. I'll go on the dinosaur ride and come to the conclusion on which ride is better. Again, it's the exact same roller coaster, just decorated differently. And like clockwork, oh my gosh, guess who was right all along the whole time?
Vince McMahon?
No, me. I was right.
Oh, okay.
It was me, Austin.
So that is the context.
You know that, Tom?
Oh, that's a meme and a half.
Who's that Pokemon?
It's me, Austin! Oh, son of a bitch!
See? I'm glad you knew that.
Yeah, you showed that me.
Okay, good. I was like, yes. Got to get that Vince McMahon awareness out there. So a few more, and then we're going to jump into Indiana Jones. Where did the window go? There we go. Liquor Jim, thank you very much. Oh, Anna, by the way, have you ever ridden the Indiana Jones, the stunt one? You like that more than the one out here, or no?
Wait, what?
The stunt ride, the one where you go and you watch them reenact scenes from Raiders of the Lost Ark, the one that's at Disneyland or Disney World.
Wasn't that at MGM Studios?
Oh, I guess I went as a kid. I've been to Disney like twice.
I think it was. Yeah, I think it was an MGM Studios in Disney. I don't know if they carried it over after they closed that down or not, but yeah, it was the stunt show.
I've never even heard of that.
I must have been before Anna's time, then evidently.
Anna, have you ever watched the show Full House?
Of course.
Okay, there's an episode where DJ and the family go to Disney World, and they go to this Indiana Jones theme thing.
When you see that her boyfriend was the voice of Aladdin.
Yeah.
That's a real ride, and that's what I was asking if you'd been on. Like, it's a real thing.
I don't remember.
Yeah, the Indiana Jones Epic Stunt Spectacular.
Yep, I've still got photos from it when I was there in '94 for that.
That is the period when George pondered possibly selling Lucasfilm to Disney for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
It would have been different. You weren't alive? Yeah, you were, Anna. Wait, how old are you?
Oh, I don't think she would have been, dude.
I keep thinking you're the same age as Jesse, so I just am like, oh, Anna and Jesse are the same age. Okay.
I'm 9.
I mean, it went for a good decade, probably, but
swinging God.
No, I've never seen this.
Oh well, check it out. It's awesome. If it's
I'll
still
pay
around.
you $5 not to read that.
I mean, that might happen. Our friend Liquor Jim says, "Hail the High Council! Here's the start of a great show. Quite a star-studded guest lineup tonight." Yeah, we do have a great.
There's me.
Oh, dude, you're part of the great guest lineup. So Tom is everywhere on the internet, folks. You can just throw a stone out there, and you're probably going to hear Tom on a live stream. But we also have Retroblasting, aka Michael. So guys, make sure you subscribe to his channel, and that Star Wars Girl and Mecha Random 42. To the mods in the chat, could you guys please drop some links to let everyone go subscribe to the channels of our guests tonight?
Anna is almost as many places as me, though.
Not really.
Not as much as it used to be, but
Tom, I got
5 people.
I got to be honest, Tom. I'm shocked how many places you are. I feel like Luke in Empire Strikes Back. Everywhere I go, your ghost is popping up, telling me shit, and it's just like I'm in the snow. There's Tom glowing, saying, "Go over here," and then I'm in the swamp, and your ghost pops up. Yeah.
You will go to this live stream. There you will learn from Yoda, the Jedi Master who instructed me. So, anything else that we want to talk about now? Oh, Formax Smiley says, nice. Nazi Longman on Hitler's birthday. Can't wait. Yes, folks, Mueller will be joining us next week on 420 for a very high council. So, it'll be good. It'll be weird. We'll be having fun. The good Tom King says...
swinging cod.
Oh, there we go.
He knows I'm broke and he's being an ass.
Oh, well, he sent in 2 super chats.
Tom, do you prefer wearing a ring gag or a ball gag? Doesn't matter. We'll find out in a couple of minutes. Sorry for the impending chloroform headache.
Probably the ball gag. So you can't be sticking shit in my mouth.
I can't believe you're new to Buffalo Jeff, Anna. I thought you knew about it.
I'm not, but I was able to tune it out more the last couple times. Now it's just a the creepiness.
Well, folks, now that we know Anna, fuck, dude, people sent 2 super chats to make sure I read that in your voice, in Buffalo Jeff's voice.
Now you need to get a blonde wig so you can dance the whole. No. I'd fuck me. Would you fuck me?
Maybe one day I'll tell you where some of the ideas for Buffalo Jeff came from. Oh
God.
Oh no.
Oh, fine. We'll end on these last 2 super chats because one of them is about Henry Cavill. That'll be nice for Anna. So, the good Tom King says Disney may be considering a JJ cut for Disney Plus. The good Tom King, thank you very much for that. We did talk about those topics, or excuse me, that specific topic at the top of our show. Like I said, though, I don't think enough people would sign up for that because the normies didn't even go see the movie in the first place. And it wasn't the vid and it wasn't the world falling apart. It was just a less than stellar trailer and bad ideas. And then finally, Kendo Slice says, Henry Cavill is a Chiefs man. Much love from me.
Mm-hmm.
Go Chiefs, Kendo. There you go. Go Chiefs. So, Indiana Jones 5 is on its way. Let me click away from these Back to the Future figures because I need
Stop threatening me.
What, with Back to the Future figures?
No, Indiana Jones 5.
Well, let me pull up.
There's only 3 Indiana Jones films.
I would love to live in that reality.
There are only 3 films.
The same.
There are only 3. You get a free coaster in the DVD set.
That's what I say.
You know what's sad is I have 2 fucking copies of that damn movie.
Same.
Because they force you to buy it every time you buy the trilogy on a new format. It's not your fault.
Well, here's the thing: is when, of course, the first one when it came, well, the first version, I should say, when it came out, was one of the early Blu-rays. So of course, that was one of my girlfriend at the time got me for Christmas or whatever. I'm like, oh, thanks. You know,
yeah,
you like that guy,
right?
It's like, it's why I didn't buy it yet.
Yeah.
And then, of course, I got the box set, which you're stuck with it.
And then you're going to get the 4K set, which you get stuck with it again. Yeah.
Well, I look at it this way. It's like when you buy Teen Wolf and get Teen Wolf 2 for free. You don't intend to buy Teen Wolf 2. You're just stuck with it because that's the only way you can buy well, you used to be able to only buy the first
one. Wolf 2 is way better than Crystal Skull, though.
That's true.
I agree.
So is a root canal. But anyway, we're not going to get into that.
I hope not. I don't want to get into dentistry. I'm not licensed, Tom. Sorry. So Indiana Jones 5.
Spoiler.
So Indiana Jones 5 got announced at the Investor Day call back in December, right? When they did the presentation with Kathleen Kennedy, before the fade in, before all that fun stuff. And the image was there of the logo. Great, cool. And we learned that James Mangold is going to direct, not Steven Spielberg. We've heard that John Williams is coming back, thankfully. And now we know that the female lead is Phoebe Waller-Bridge from Fleabag and Killing Eve and Solo: A Star Wars Story. L337 has found her way back.
And a future 007 death fame.
That's why the video I made today, that's why I made the video I made today, because this woman's like the death knell for these classic franchises. She's attached to Solo, Han Solo. She's attached to Indiana Jones and James Bond. Come on. Why her?
This reminds me of something. This reminds me of around 2000, 2001, when I was asking the same question about Penelope Cruz. It was like the movie industry got obsessed with Penelope Cruz for like a biscuit minute. And she was in everything. And all of them flopped. But I was like, how come they always talk about how it's so hard to become an actor in Hollywood, but every now and then Hollywood gets obsessed with this one person that nobody else gives a shit about, and
like
they
Jennifer
put them
Lawrence.
or Shailene Woodley, and they
know
put
what's
them.
funny, Michael, is look up how many Oscar nominations Penelope fucking Cruz has.
Yeah,
it's fucking insane, and she can barely get through a sentence.
Yes,
I liked her in Sahara.
She looks good, and if she in the right parts, maybe. But like, I don't get this where she's getting nominated for fucking Oscars and shit.
It was amazing to me how much they were trying to they were foisting her on the movie going public, and this feels like the same thing again. Like it's
I get where you're coming from, Michael, on that. Yeah.
I thought Penelope Cruz was whatever. Phoebe Waller-Bridge is like. I'm trying to think, because Penelope Cruz is just an actress, though. Phoebe Waller-Bridge writes. She brings a whole different brand.
She's been compared to the British Lena Dunham, which is not a good thing.
But that's not inaccurate.
Oh, she's British?
Yeah.
Yes.
You know her, Anna. She's the voice of that robot from Solo: A Star Wars Story.
Yeah.
You act like I watched that.
You didn't see it at least once? You didn't? Okay, you didn't at least watch the clip where she goes, "Freedom for droids," and then gets shot to bits?
I watched Mahler's video.
Or the part where she says they're having sex.
Oh, yeah.
I watched Mahler's video.
Then you heard it, yeah.
How does that work? It just works.
Ugh. I don't even know that information about the droid and Lando and who he's banging and what he's banging.
Thank you, Mecca. None of us need to know. That's what slash fiction is for.
Right?
That's where George Lucas had the decency to put in gay droids, but not have the sex scenes. Well, outside of the scene where R2's sticking himself into random computers and 3PO's like trying to warn him, but you know.
When I heard that was a thing with the Lando and the droid, all I could think of, and I didn't go see the movie. I saw the movie later because Tim forced me to, but here at the on the streaming service or whatever. But all I could think of ever since that moment happened is the line from RoboCop 2, where the little kid looks at RoboCop and he's like, "Go fuck a refrigerator, Pepperneck." Like, that's all I could think of the whole time. So now every time someone brings up that stupid droid from Solo, the first thing that I think of is, "Go fuck a refrigerator, Pepperneck." That's it.
Well, it's funny you think of that. I wish I could think of that, because all I think of is, they went to all this trouble just to make that one line in Return of the Jedi mean something, where he goes, "Gimme, baby, hold together."
Oh
my God! What?
Oh, that wounds me.
I know, right? That's all I could think of when they put her in the fucking navigation system. I'm like, you motherfucker. And in that case, too, it's like, why would Lando ever let her go? That makes no sense.
Well, we just have to be comforted by the knowledge that this was never in Lucas's.
Of course,
ideas. Yeah,
of course.
So it doesn't count. It's apocryphal. As my friend Thomas would say, it's haram. It's not applicable.
When you brought up the Harambe thing, Michael, did I tell you that was in my neighborhood?
Oh, really?
Yeah, that was my local zoo. I lived really close to the Harambe thing, so I was like,
I remember you guys making a big thing about that.
Wow.
We couldn't believe it was a meme. I was like, okay, a gorilla got shot. That's sad, but it like became this thing. So
yeah.
By the way, I did bring this up in today's video. Phoebe Waller-Bridge wrote a TV show where she's introduced by masturbating to Barack Obama.
What?
Yep. Fleabag is that kind of show.
That's what I said. She's been compared to Lena Dunham, yeah.
And so folks, it's okay to go, "Oh, I don't think this actor should play this role because I've seen all of his work." But when you say that about a woman because all things are equal, right, you're all of a sudden a sexist or whatever. I don't think this lady's brand of entertainment, and I've looked into it, and I've even seen Killing Eve before. Like, I don't think this lady's brand of entertainment is right for Indiana Jones, Star Wars, or James Bond. It's just the antithesis of what those characters or franchises represent. And I think it's one of these types of internal ways to kind of break it down. Like, it doesn't.
I gotta disagree, Jeff, because the first thing I think of when I think of Indiana Jones is masturbating to Barack Obama, of course.
You know what? I don't watch Kingdom of the Crystal Skull closely, but 2008 was a magical year, so.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about Barack.
Barack says.
Barack, get your rocks off, you know.
When I was in college, actually, yeah, because it was my freshman year, the WWE did a parody where somebody dressed up as Barack Obama, came out to The Rock's music, and acted like he was The Rock / Barack Obama, and he fought Hillary Clinton in a match. It was shit. Now, Phoebe Waller-Bridge, again, you look into her stuff, again, Lena Dunham, very, very much girls, very much, what's the other thing she's involved with? Well, nobody cares. But
Fleabag and Killing Eve.
Well, I meant Lena Dunham outside of girls.
Oh, like, Lena Dunham.
Grossing me out.
She was in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, and then she tried to kiss Brad Pitt, and he blew her off.
She was in that? I don't even remember her being in that.
Yeah, she was the leader of the Manson girls.
Oh, no wonder he made her one of the nasty bitches.
Yeah, well, I mean, that wasn't hard to do.
Exactly. So he typecasted her. Gotcha.
Oh, here's the photo. Oh my God, this is the most awkward. Okay, she's got a fucking problem because a couple years ago she posted about how some basketball player didn't want to fuck her and it was offensive or some other dumb shit. But she's all right. Let's play. This is like our Toontown game. Who looks the most uncomfortable here, Brad Pitt or Leonardo DiCaprio?
Leo looks like he's getting chewed out by somebody.
Yeah.
He's like, why am I fucking here?
Poor is that Brad what's Pitt. Her face? Who plays? Oh God damn it! What's her name?
Maya Hawke.
Margot Robbie. Is that Margot?
Margot Robbie. That's who I think it is.
It might be Margot Robbie. Yeah, it is. You can tell by her eyes, but yeah. So Lena Dunham, calm your shit. Stop trying to force yourself on people.
Hashtag me too.
I'm sure Brad didn't want that. Oh, you don't want to see this.
We don't, and we don't anymore.
We need to warn a brother before this.
Yeah, I had to turn that off, Mecca. I'm sorry. I didn't want to puke on air.
Mother,
we
that was Mecca? Oh, I'm sitting here. I'm
Mecca.
sorry, Jeff. I was about
No,
to.
that was
blame
Lena
your end.
Dunham, but I did edit it. Yeah.
No, I never. Yeah, well.
Oh, God.
So full confession, the whole time we've been talking about this Lena person, I kept thinking of Lena Headley, and I knew that wasn't right. I was like,
You're better off.
I was like, wait a second, what? I was like, wow, Tom really does not like Lena Headley, and then I'm like, this can't be the same person.
No.
Then I looked it up, and I really wish that I hadn't. All right,
You went down.
Tom holds a Game of
Why am I
Thrones.
thinking on who Lena Headley is?
She's in Game of Thrones. The queen, right?
Oh, Cersei. Oh, okay. I thought her name sounded familiar.
I know her from Dread. That's such a good movie.
300.
Oh, yeah, she was the queen in that.
Mhm.
and she was Sarah Connor in Terminator, Sarah Connor Chronicles, I think.
Oh yeah.
I have good news for Dion. I'll tell him this week, but Dark Fate is on Hulu. So I know what he's doing.
In case he wants to watch it again.
Our friend Dixon Cider. Who was it, Dixon? Somebody sent me a copy of it on Blu-ray for him, so I just got one floating around my apartment. I kind of hate
You
it.
got a buttload of copies of it.
That's in Ohio.
Oh.
We also got
probably more waiting for you.
There's also a buttload of copies of Alita Battle Angel, but I got to give those out when we get together in person. Oh, Anna, did you see on Facebook or on Twitter today? Today is the anniversary of the Fandom Menace meetup.
I thought that was yesterday or a day or two ago.
The other one, the
I saw you post the picture because I retweeted it. But to be fair, my sleep schedule is really fucked up, and I thought today was Monday, so.
I did too. Our cat, Ship Pancake, is still waking us up really early, so. So, Michael, Indiana Jones 5, on a scale of 1 to 10, how interested are you?
Oh, what is the subterranean number under 0?
Oh, so not at all.
I'm not interested in how Disney has handled these aging properties. I think they've mishandled every single one of them. And I look, Kingdom of the Crystal Skull was the biggest gut punch for me after Attack of the Clones. Like, it was just, I thought Phantom Menace, Lucasfilm's a little rusty. They'll get back on track. Attack of the Clones killed it for me. And then Indiana Jones, I thought, well, this is going to have Spielberg in it and Harrison Ford, working on it. It's going to have their influence. And clearly they had no influence at all. And it was a disaster. And I just thought, you know what? I just don't want to, watch this anymore. I can't take much more of this kind of stuff. So, Indiana Jones 5, I'll probably find some grainy bootleg of it and scrub through it just like I did with every other Disney film. Like, yeah.
Oh, it'll be clear day one because it'll drop on streaming day one. So,
well, but see, I don't have Disney Plus because I refuse.
Good man.
That is some really bad Photoshop, Jeff.
Where is? Oh, this? Yeah, that's why I shared it.
Yeah.
I love it.
That looks like something she would desperately do herself.
Let's see. Vice had an article titled "The Best and Worst Cameos in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood Ranked," and that was the title image of the article. So.
I wish you would have never told me that she was in that movie because I love that movie, and now I'm mad.
She's listed as the worst. Number 3, Lena Dunham is Gypsy. If Pacino is bad, Dunham is worse. The way she plays Gypsy, the Manson girl who takes control of the family while Manson and Tex are away, is completely incongruous to the rest of the scene. The character feels like she strolled into Spawn Ranch on the set of Dunham's HBO show Camping. She's dressed more like a millennial Pinterest board than any Manson's family member. Thankfully, she isn't on screen long. Shit, the worst cameo is the gratuitous shots of women's bare feet, so Lena Dunham is not in good company.
Hey, at least Tarantino knows how to do it.
Yeah, but it's still creepy. I guess I shouldn't judge. Do we think Indiana Jones 5...
Could be worse. What was that? Sorry.
Do you think Indiana Jones 5 is going to be... You said 60s. I know, because number 4 is set in 1957. So your guess was it'll be... in the 60s,
Smack dab in the middle of feminism and all that stuff. Yeah.
I know you guys jokingly said Gloria Steinem, but are they going to go get her from the Marvel Comics offices? Because I'm pretty sure she used to work there.
And digitally de-age her with that technology.
Isn't that a good use of resources, Michael?
I know, right? Because when I read the rumors about this thing, it was like Harrison Ford's gonna like get de-aged for like 3/4 of the film, and they're gonna just have him digitally de-aged for most of it. And I'm like, well, if you got to do that, then you might as well just call it at 4 and let it go, since you're not going to recast the role. Obviously, just I know Harrison Ford doesn't want to go out on a low note, but it's like maybe you should have thought about that before you accepted the Alien script, buddy. Like, you all knew it was a bad idea, all right?
Oh, yeah.
Everybody except George, but you guys just couldn't win the staring contest with George. George must be like the ultimate winner at staring contests. Nobody gets him to blink first. It's crazy.
That's why I squint.
Yeah, I can see him. He's like, it's been about 7 years now, Harrison. If you ever really want to play Indy again, you better get happy about those aliens, huh? And then him and Spielberg are like, fuck. And then they have to go do it, and then sucks.
I think I got an idea. Remember how it was Nazis, then it was a cult, and then it was Nazis again, and then it was aliens.
So can it be Nazi? Wait, what if it's set in modern day and it's Nazis again?
No. Indiana Jones faces his greatest fear ever: hippies.
Manson family? The Indiana Jones versus the Manson family.
That'd be interesting. I think Tarantino should direct that one, though, just to keep it alive.
Well, that was the weird mashup of Part 4, because Part 4 was like they took like communist soldiers rather than the fascist soldiers, and they had a cult of crazy tribal people, and they put them together. Because Temple of Doom was a cult, the other movies were the Nazis. So Crystal Skull was both. So now it's going to be something like what Tom just said.
It'll probably have some Vietnam connection too.
Well, they better be careful with that.
I kind of want them to shit the bed and go so racially insensitive that this movie gets canceled.
Oh no! If anything, it'll be Indy the one. He'll make some comment about we shouldn't even be here.
Oh,
if that happens, well.
I mean, but really, in the mid 60s, who wants to be in Vietnam who has retrospect on their side? I mean, I don't want to be. I mean, I wouldn't want to be anywhere near Vietnam in the mid 60s. So,
no, but they'll make it, or they'll give it to her the line to be clairvoyant about it being a bad idea or some shit.
Oh, right.
Or they'll just have it in the background happening, and it'll be some throwaway line. And of course, since he's at college, there'll be hippies all over the college at that point protesting and shit.
So what you're telling me is this movie's gonna have a bitchin' soundtrack, but that's about it.
Well, we can pick out the soundtrack right now. It'll be Jefferson Airplane. It'll be The Doors. It'll be Jimi Hendrix version of All Along the Watchtower. It'll be
great song.
CCR. Don't forget CCR.
All the time.
Every goddamn movie. Dude, fucking Kong Skull Island, wasn't that all just CCR? Was essentially their soundtrack?
I think so, yeah.
Go look at CCR's IMDb. They like 90% of it is Fortunate Son and a bunch of Vietnam movies.
That song's in too much. Hold on. I'm gonna look it up right now.
Just offhand, I can name like Forrest Gump. Like you just said, Kong Skull Island. I think it's in if I'm not mistaken, I think it's even in Tropic Thunder.
Was it in Born on the 4th of July?
Probably.
Yeah.
Oh God. Okay, so CCR has 213 credits on IMDb. You asked me for which one now?
Fortunate Son, which good luck. I mean, that's the thing is they got 24 songs, but yeah, or actually more than that.
The Fortunate Son on their IMDb page on the first page shows 36.
36. Not surprised. Wow.
And let's go back to the very first one. Melvin and Howard, 1980. So that's the first time it ever appears. And then next time it appears, it was not in Platoon.
Surprisingly, the only Vietnam movie probably not to have it.
Crossing the Bridge, Forrest Gump, Prefontaine. God, all kinds of shit. Their music's just everywhere.
Oh yeah,
San Andreas. Yeah, the last time Fortunate Son was in something was. It feels like it's more of a recent thing. Yeah, 2020. It was in Space Force. So.
Jesus Christ.
I don't even know. Who's on Space Force? Oh, it's this fucking show, Steve Carell. Yeah, I feel like Fortunate Son's just like a parody song. Like when you play Wagner, was it Ride of the Valkyries?
Yeah, it's gotten to that point. It definitely has, yeah.
Now, that doesn't make it a bad song. It just makes it an overused trope. And I, for one, would like something cool and different to represent the Vietnam era.
Yeah.
I think they should replace that song, because it's overused in Vietnam movies, with another overused song that's not from the 60s. Just going forward. Like
Rick Astley?
Yeah, or like Carly Rae Jepsen or something like that. Just
Here
like
comes the helicopters.
Every time you see that helicopter coming, yeah, the helicopter comes over and you just hear this "Call Me Maybe." Like it just, and it's like, why? Like, well, it's because we needed another overused song to apply to Vietnam.
Well, the second most overused song in Vietnam movies, of course, is all along the Watchtower.
Painted Black too. That's really overused.
And Painted Black as well. Yeah, those are probably the top three. You're right.
So, just for the hell of it, since we talked about music, there was an article that popped up: the most overused songs in movies and TV. What would you? Can you guess?
Zack Snyder himself has overused "Hallelujah." Like,
Bad to the Bone.
I can't stand that.
Bad to the Bone, I think, has been in probably more movies than any other song.
Here we go.
Happy Birthday.
Dude, Leonard Cohen, Hallelujah's on the list. Bad to the Bone, Staying Alive, Back in Black, Sweet Home Alabama. They overdo it quick.
Sweet Home Alabama's been in a lot of movies.
Mm-hmm.
And I hate that song. Yeah.
It is probably one of Leonard Skinner's worst songs. And it's such
what the fuck?
Away.
Who am I on this panel with? You what?
Wait, hold on. You're getting offended after you shit on Goodfellas and The Godfather repeatedly?
Those movies are absolute shit and deserve.
Are you kidding me? Goodfellas is one of the greatest.
You don't like
time.
A great song like "Sweet Home Alabama," and you're complaining about all of these great songs being in movies.
It's three chords.
Yeah,
and they're not even from Alabama.
Who the fuck knows how many chords it is? It's a good song.
It's not a good song, Anna.
Yes, it is.
Wrong!
I agree, it's not a good song.
Oh my god!
Whatever list you're looking at, Jeff, of the most overused songs, I have a project in mind now. If you could send those to me, I'm going to rescore the sequel trilogy just with those, and I think it might actually improve everything immensely.
I got to know what the number one song is here. I got completion issues. Sorry.
Okay, so the way it's listed, it's not a 1 to 10. They have the first song is on here.
Pressure on the list.
It better not be.
Probably
it's
is.
in a lot of movies.
Queen is probably one of the few bands that is most well used in films outside of the Mighty Ducks way used.
You mean Bowie?
Well, he's in it.
I mean, I can hear it now. She walks up to the thing and "Sweet Home Alabama," and he's like, 1/4 portion where the skies are blue, and then she's like, "Oh," and he's like, "I'll buy the droid," and then she's like, "No," and then she's still playing. It's like, it'd be so good.
Sweet home Tatooine.
Yeah. Like, I won't even change the lyrics. I'll just put that song in there, just flat. Just like it is, because that's what Abrams does anyway.
Is so blue.
He doesn't care. Abrams just like, just put it in there because it's cool.
You got to sabotage in there just for good measures because it's Jason.
God.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that on the list?
I'll put sabotage in there.
Right when they're flying the Millennium Falcon for the first time.
When Han Solo gets stabbed, just to like make everybody mad. Like just
here you go. There's only a few songs on the list. It's "Hallelujah" by Leonard Cohen, "For What It's Worth" by Buffalo Springfield, "Bad to the Bone," "Staying Alive" by the Bee Gees, "Back in Black," "Sweet Home Alabama," "Born to Be Wild," "Fortunate Son," "Spirit in the Sky." And this is from the Dallas Observer. So, but the thing is, it lists every movie that these songs appear in. So, for example, Forrest Gump is on most of these lists, or because it's in everything. Like "Spirit in the Sky."
Because Forrest Gump has like a 12 CD set.
Yeah. Well, my favorite My favorite blurb from this article is about Hallelujah by Leonard Cohen. It says, if the cringe-inducing trailer for the extended version of Justice League is any indication, there's got to be a better background song which characters can mope in misery, because we can't stop thinking about it when we heard it in Shrek. And then it lists all the shit it appears in. I hate that fucking song with a passion.
But if you played that song over the throne room fight in Last Jedi, yeah, that's what I'm talking about right there. Yeah.
You know what's sad is I'm a huge Leonard Cohen fan, so that bothers me. And some of these songs bother me on this list. But yeah.
Every time I hear Leonard Cohen, I think of that show Real Sex from HBO. Because he was the theme song for that show.
I think of Pump Up the Volume. That's the generation gap right there, folks.
Yeah, Pump Up the Volume is where I first heard Leonard Cohen. They first played Everybody Knows in that. And then they brought him back in Natural Born Killers.
That's a good movie.
That's one that Tarantino disowned.
Natural Born Killers?
It's still good anyway, though. I still enjoy it.
He wrote. I haven't seen it since it came out, but he wrote it, and I guess Oliver Stone just went and did the Oliver Stone thing to it. And as far as he's concerned, that's the only movie he's ever had anything to do with that he disowns.
Oh, dude, the final fight with the Emperor and Rise of Skywalker, Smash Mouth's All-Star starts playing.
Now, you're an all-star. Go.
I'm sure Take on Me by Aha will be in there somewhere too.
Oh, Aha is the shit.
Actually, it's Bohemian by Like You by the Dandy Warhols, For What It's Worth by Buffalo Springfield, Hallelujah by Leonard Cohen, Bad to the Bone by George Thorogood, Staying Alive by the Bee Gees, Back in Black by AC/DC, Sweet Home Alabama by Lynyrd Skynyrd, Born to Be Wild by Steppenwolf, and Fortunate Son by Creedence, of course.
Hold on, I gotta mute because of the traffic.
You know what's funny is I think only 2 of these songs actually originated in films.
Oh, but that dude, the Dandy Warhol song, perfect, because when Rey and Finn finally reunite at the end of Last Jedi, it's like, you know, a long time ago we used to be friends, but I never thought of you lately at all. Like, and it's so true. It's like it matches up with the fucking movie.
I need your edit. If anything, Michael, I don't care if there's a JJ.
I'm a believer not on this list. There's like 10 more songs you could definitely throw. Like, how did this list wind up so small?
Is Sympathy for the Devil on there?
It should be.
Yeah, because that's in everything.
It used to not be, but then it got way overused after a while.
Walking on Sunshine by Katrina and the Waves. That's in a lot.
That's probably another one. Yeah, that's a good one, Jeff.
That's the very end of Rise of Skywalker.
Spirit in the Sky, I forgot too, by the way.
I thought we said that.
What a wonderful world by Louis Armstrong. That is overplayed.
I love that song, but yeah, it's way overused.
Gimme Shelter by the Rolling Stones.
Is
it overplayed?
I don't know about overplayed.
Somebody in the chat's like, nobody knows that song, Retroblasting, but it's on this list. So clearly somebody knows it. It's the first
one.
Yeah. Cancel Jeremy. 99 Red Balloons isn't too much shit. Anything 80s has that fucking song in it.
Everyone's a Captain Kirk.
Yeah.
The German version or the English?
No, and it's always the American version. That's the thing.
Yeah, that one sounds.
And I think it's probably because it's so cheap. That's got to be why.
Yeah, true.
Have you heard the Goldfinger version?
No.
Goldfinger's the name of the band. They're decent. It's in the movie Euro Trip. So if you folks, if you've seen that movie,
I've got that soundtrack. So
then yeah,
it doesn't mean.
What'd you say, Anna?
Nothing.
Oh, you don't like Euro Trip either?
I haven't seen it.
Oh, I suggest it. It's pretty fun. Have a couple drinks and watch it. Matt Damon's in it for a scene. Michelle Trachtenberg. It's a bunch of nobodies. It's about 4 kids that go to Europe.
It's a loose sequel to Road Trip.
Yeah.
I think it's better than Road Trip, though.
I agree.
That's debatable, but yeah.
That's a debate we need to have then, dude. I'll call up Andy Signore. We'll have a fucking movie fights about it. Tom?
That means I have to watch Euro Trip again. I've only watched it once.
Well, it's a good time. If anyone says, oh, Jeff, you made me watch Euro Trip, I'm not going to apologize because you watched a good movie.
Here's my thing with Euro Trip. Like, the funniest joke in the whole movie is the Matt Damon bit. So, there you go.
I don't know. I do like My Baby Takes the Morning Train.
Yeah, well, okay, but like the thing is with Road Trip is it's like one of the few movies I can stand Tom Green in.
Yeah, I'll give you that. That is his best work. Freddy Got Fingered is a dumpster fire, but I like it.
Freddy Got Fingered is one of those movies you watch with people just to see how much they can fucking take before they're like, who the fuck are you and why am I watching this with you?
Yeah, that's what you should do. That's the movie where you invite people over that you don't like, and you have one or two friends that are your true friends, and you're like, let's see how much this bastard can take.
They'll pretend to like it, though. Yeah. That's the problem.
Oh, yeah. Well, true.
I had friends quote unquote friends like that. I tried that kind of shit with, and then they end up just pretending to like it just so they could be your friend. Like, okay, I can't take it no more. Just go away.
So I'm going to ask more about Indiana Jones in a minute, but we have a lot of people asking questions in the chat, so I don't want to keep people waiting all night. Our buddy Salvador says, finally not working for a live show, and with Retroblasting being here, the timing couldn't have been better. Keep pushing El Berzadente Jefe and every sub to Retroblasting and Analog Toys.
Nice.
Hell yeah, Sal.
Thank you.
Yeah, folks, make sure you guys are subscribed to all of those channels, Retroblasting, 2 Cent Toys, as well as Analog Toys, because I will have the opportunity to work with some of these fine gentlemen in the near future. And besides that, you should be subscribed because they make great content, and I fully stand by them. So give them a shot. Give them a subscribe. It's really good stuff. Primer says, if only he was. I sent him the link. He is invited, so he may pop up.
007 Cloud, I will start noodling that. I will get that list from Tom or Jeff, and I will start working it out.
It's in the chat right now, man. All you got to do is copy the URL.
Awesome.
Primer says, an archaeologist of an invisible energy field makes about as much sense as a botanist in the vacuum of space. JJ's imagination is a black hole.
Don't forget Jump by the Pointer Sisters.
Oh, I thought you meant Van Halen's.
Me too. Oh, you could use that one too now by that point. It's been used enough, probably.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know. Because of his passing, that song feels fresh again. It's like, oh, I can get behind it every once in a while when I hear it.
Just about everything that was in Ready Player One automatically became overused.
Yes. Yeah.
Is that movie good?
I liked
it. Interesting concept, but it's member buries the movie. And if you didn't grow up in the 80s...
Yeah, it's true.
And if you did grow up in the 80s, it's kind of a pointless experience.
Yes. You have the same problem I do, Michael. Is like, wait a minute, you're trying to play to my 80s nostalgia, yet all this is the modern versions of half this shit.
Right, exactly. It's like, I freely admit I couldn't get past the fact, even though it was a digital effect, I could not get past the fact in the first 5 seconds that I knew that DeLorean should have cracked in half on the first bump. I'm like, I'm sorry, can't. And you know what? I don't care if people think, oh, Mike was being all OCD. Look,
no, it's just hilarious.
The car is fiberglass with the acceleration of a bread truck. Okay, I know this personally. That car cannot handle that. I was out. My what do you call that? Verisimilitude was broken.
Yeah. No.
Wait, so you're telling me DeLorean's not really made of stainless steel?
It's made of stainless steel panels on top of a fiberglass pontoon on top of a double wishbone steel frame, and it cannot handle any impacts whatsoever.
Stop ruining Back to the Future for me, because Doc says it's built on a stainless steel construction, and now I know it's a piece of shit car.
It's a total piece of shit car. I love it to death. That's why I own one. But look, it's all about the love, man. And notice in those movies, until you get to the Old West, you didn't have upgraded suspension and the car was always on the pavement or flying, because they knew that car wasn't going to handle any bumps and bruises. Like it was made by Lotus. All right. What was Lotus all about? Lotus came in to help DeLorean, and he was like, well, you know what we do, John, is we build our cars to be light and fast. And he's like, cool, build it light and fast. It's like, that's not for everyday driving, dude.
It was more of a hobby car anyway, wasn't it?
Yeah. It was Lotus wins races. They basically took the Lotus Esprit from The Spy Who Loved Me, changed the skin on it, and pushed the engine out farther back 12 inches and said, gull-wing doors, DeLorean. And it was like, oh no, this is not going to work.
What was it with the 80s and gull-wing door?
Because the 80s were awesome in that respect.
I know,
But,
excessively awesomely
Yes.
bad, but
Yes.
awesome.
Point is, Ready Player One, bad card to have on.
Well,
like
Doc
Emily
even
Today.
kind of says that when he talks about, well, why don't you just go and cripple him, Doc? He's like, oh, he'd destroy us and tear us apart. And blah,
Like,
blah,
oh
blah.
yeah, he's in a 46 Ford. It ripped to us like aluminum foil.
Exactly, yeah.
And he was not wrong.
I
So-
That's the one time he's like, oh, Marty, I made a mistake. I should have put it into something else. Like a tank.
I never quote Back to the Future 2, which is a mistake because Back to the Future 2 is a good movie.
It is Wild Gunman.
You mean you gotta use your hand? It's like a baby's toy. Mecca, what's your favorite Back to the
Because
Future
Anna
film?
doesn't like Back to the Future either, since she doesn't like good movies like Goodfellas.
When
And
on earth have I ever said I don't like
I know,
that?
I just got to pick on you because I can't believe anybody don't like Goodfellas. I can understand not
That
getting
movie
to
is fucking
Godfather.
shit. That's why.
What?
I've never been more bored out of my mind.
Oh my god!
We keep a copy of it by our bed. Not really. That's just where
Why
the
to
Blu-ray player is.
scare away the ghosts so they don't bother you? Because they're like, oh shit, they'll make me watch this movie and I'll die again of boredom.
Shit, all the ghosts of the people that have died from mob hits come hang out and watch Goodfellas with us. It's actually a cool party. It's like that scene in Beetlejuice when they're looking at all the dead bodies behind the, when they draw the door and they go into the afterworld. It's like that. So come over. It's a fun time. I just can't believe you hate Goodfellas that much, but that's okay.
Like I said, I can understand, The Godfather because, it's a big sprawling 3-hour film.
That's a different thing. Like that's a different conversation completely. Like
Yeah.
when he says that, I'm like, okay, I get it. But Goodfellas is like the softer version of that.
Well, and it's fun and it's fast paced and
It's not fun. It's hell. All of the characters, I'm just like, can you die already? Because I hate you. Every single one of them. I have no sympathy. I'm just like, please just die so this movie can be over and I can move on with my life.
I need to rewatch Goodfellas. See, I haven't seen it since I was like 11.
Mecca, I'll
Don't do
mail
it,
you.
Mecca. Don't torture yourself.
I gotta see if I'll hate it.
She's gonna come back
one of
next
the
week.
greatest films of all time.
No, it's not.
Well, I usually hate everything, but I kind of don't remember hating that. But I also was like 11, so I don't really remember it. Or whenever it came out, probably.
I'll freely admit I've never been like obsessed with the mob genre. Like I've seen a lot of them. I've never it's not something I gravitate toward.
Right.
Is it bad that I've seen Ninja 3 more than Goodfellas? Yes. Is that bad? Yes. But I will admit that by saying that when I see mob movies, it's like Melinda will eventually get me to watch them, but do I gravitate towards them as a reflex? No, I don't. So in that respect, I do sympathize with Anna's plight, which I did document on Twitter back when the original conversation happened a few weeks ago. So
all that aside, though, even if you take out everything about it, like that's the thing I don't get. Like it's probably the greatest gangster movie of all time. So even if like you don't like gangster films, I don't get it.
Yeah, it was the movie that launched 1,000 GIFs. 30 years later. So yeah, it is. Yes, it's a classic. Absolutely.
Oh, Nate G, your ability to enjoy mobster movies is inversely proportional to the number of Italian kids you went to high school with who thought it made them cool. I didn't go to school with any of them that thought they were cool because of that.
I don't think I went to school with anyone that was Italian.
We had people of Italian descent in Cincinnati, of course, but yeah, no full-blooded Italians. That's for the wrestling fans. Anna, I'll leave it be though. Believe me, and Michael, when you say stuff like I've watched Ninja 3, The Dominion more than Goodfellas, Domination, excuse me. I've watched Samurai Cop and The Room 10 times more than I've watched Goodfellas.
You know what's awesome?
Samurai Cop more recently.
I feel like I've watched fucking Teletubbies more than I've watched Goodfellas, and I still remember thoroughly enjoying that more than Goodfellas.
Well, it's not like I'm planning on changing your mind or anything. Anna. I just don't understand.
I hate it. Everything. I don't like movies where I hate every single character. It's like I have to at least the character's got to have some kind of goal, and because the story's got to tell a story. Even documentaries, it's telling you a story, and it's got to be interesting and compelling. Nothing in that movie is interesting or compelling.
Anna, that story is so compelling because it's based off real shit. That's how compelling that story
was. You know what?
They made a movie.
None of it was interesting. Not everything that's real is interesting.
That is accurate. WrestleMania was not interesting, but Henry Hill was a cool story.
I know it wasn't.
He used to call into the Howard Stern show. I love it.
I'll never forget the amount of shit I took from the rest of the film students that I went to film school with, because we all had to watch Reservoir Dogs. And I walked out saying what Anna just said about Goodfellas, where I said, I was like,
I love Reservoir Dogs. What?
See? But again, wait for it.
I thought you didn't like gangster movies.
Wait for it.
That's not a gangster movie. That's a heist movie.
I didn't like any of the characters, and they were all despicable. And that's what I said, was that there was no character that I could really invest in and relate to. I thought they were all scumbags, and so I didn't want anything to do with them. And so in that respect, I can see your path to why you didn't click in with
but
Goodfellas.
Cecil just made your point, though.
Yeah, Cecil sent the super chat. We're just going to read this because it's very temporal.
Anna hates mob movies, Goodfellas, Godfather, etc., because the characters have no redeeming qualities. But is a huge Tarantino fan. Makes no sense.
Yeah, and the only Tarantino films that I've really plugged into are the Kill Bill ones, because you have one person trying to do the right thing after living a life of depravity and evil. And
Well, what about what's his face, the cop in Reservoir Dogs, though?
the one that's bleeding out the whole time on the floor?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he doesn't
his
really
ears
have.
cut off?
He's really just hyperventilating and suffering most of the time.
Well,
So it's
and kind of, I mean, and again, I'm not gonna try and change your mind like with Anna either.
Oh no, I'm not saying that I like.
But like,
I don't sit around hating Reservoir Dogs. Like
Harvey's character though is also kind of like, that's kind of the arc, is him getting redemption through that character though.
Yeah, true. It's just by that time I was just like exhausted, and I was also sitting with a bunch of people who were like diehard. This was the late '90s, and it was diehard Kevin Smith fans everywhere,
okay.
and they were all. I didn't even want to breathe their air. So it was just, they loved Kevin Smith, they loved Tarantino, and so I was naturally just like going to resist.
So we wouldn't have been friends probably then.
No, we would have, because you're real.
I
about
don't know.
stuff. Oh, I think so.
I loved Kevin Smith and Tarantino back then though.
Everybody did.
Love them, but okay, Cecil, the way that Quentin Tarantino tells a story is so fascinating, and it's so entertaining all throughout the entire movie. Whereas Goodfellas, it's like, oh my god, I mean, you would literally have to Clockwork Orange me to get me to watch that fucking movie again. Never again.
Have you ever seen the first?
That can be arranged.
Anna, have you ever seen the first hour of The Deer Hunter?
No.
That's a great movie.
I'm just simply saying the first hour is nothing but a wedding party. The same party, same location. It may be harder to get through that first hour than it is by comparison to get through Goodfellas. So if you ever take a gander, I'd be interested to see how you feel about the first hour of Deer Hunter.
I'm willing to go out on a limb and say she's not going to like that movie.
Oh, I know, because I just brought up Reservoir Dogs as a line of logic, and she loves that movie. So I know that there's like, we're in a no prediction zone here at this point.
But here's the thing with that movie, though. It's like, it's a heist gone wrong, but they establish kind of, I mean, I wouldn't say like completely redeeming qualities, but I mean, I like that saying that, if a person's nice to me but rude to the waiter, like they would treat me that way. So it's kind of, you make a judgment on a person. So them having the conversation on, whether or not you should tip the waitress, it shows even though they're scumbags, they still believe in tipping the waitress. And so it's that was the key to setting up, well, these guys, there's something good about them. You don't have to like them, but then right off the bat, that the shit went wrong. So it's like, what the fuck happened? How did it happen? And what's going to happen now? That's interesting. It's setting up that excitement, that suspense, that, anxiety of, oh shit.
Yeah.
So
I totally hear what you're saying, and I agree with what you're saying. And I think that if I revisited Reservoir Dogs and they played Fortunate Son throughout it, I think I'd be able to plug in.
So here's the thing: is Reservoir Dogs actually has a decent soundtrack. So.
I know.
Oh yeah.
No, but again, and I don't think it's going to change anybody's mind on anything. So
is the Deer Hunter one with Robert De Niro? That's
yes,
the
it
movie?
is.
Mm-hmm. And Christopher Walken.
Dude, yeah. Anna, it's got one of the most intense scenes in history. If you can just even fast forward, just make yourself watch the first part, the fucking Vietnam part, and the ending, it'll break your heart. but it's such a good movie.
Okay, it's not a Martin Scorsese movie, so already that's a win.
It's Michael Cimino. There's a reason why he doesn't make movies anymore, though.
You got to get through the wedding party.
Oh, Cecil, just come on in here and help me out, man. You got to help my argument here. I can't say shit. She's not going to listen to me.
Well, no. Here's another thing, because it's not just the storytelling or the genre. It's, I mean, the direction, the way that each frame is designed. I really like the way Quentin Tarantino does things, along with the music, and I like the actors that he gets because he knows how to cast people for situations.
And I agree with you, but for all the same reasons is why I love Goodfellas. Like, I think the same way about Goodfellas as I do Tarantino stuff. Like, it's very similar in that respect. I find Tarantino obviously is heavily influenced by Scorsese.
Except he does it phenomenally better.
I don't know about that one.
I know that. I hate Martin Scorsese movies. They are so boring.
Scorsese even made me like Leonardo DiCaprio, and that's a tall order. I've hated Leonardo DiCaprio since that little shit was on Growing Pains. I just have always had a hate boner for him. I've never liked him.
Rightly so. I mean, Anna,
I'm like, what is the deal with him? Like, all these girls are like, all
pretty Tom.
Didn't you watch him in Titanic?
That's my point, is like when he took off with Titanic, even worse. Because I'm sitting here at like this fucking thing with all these fucking like theater kids, and we're watching Basketball Diaries, and he starts crying in the middle of Basketball Diaries, and I'm like, it's the same way he cries in fucking Gilbert Grape. And I'm not going to finish with the rest.
I don't know why, Tom, but I just keep visualizing you as like Wes Mantooth from Anchorman, and you're standing in front of Leonardo DiCaprio, and you're like, I hate you, but God, I respect you.
God damn right.
Then you like kiss him, you know, on the mouth or whatever for a second. Like, I'm just visualizing like a total Vince Vaughn thing going on here.
You know what movie I watched the other night, and my boyfriend, he turned it on. He's like, oh, it's an all-star cast. It's going to be the greatest movie ever. And I'm like, this is so boring. I'm like, this is the stupidest movie, but it was Kiefer Sutherland, Emilio Estevez, Charlie Sheen. They were like cowboys.
Young Guns?
Oh my God, that movie was so boring.
And
then like the kid that's like, I don't know if he's supposed to be Mexican or Native American, and he's like throwing a temper tantrum because his family died. I'm like, oh my God.
Lou
this
Diamond
is some of the
Phillips?
worst acting I've ever seen.
Anna, you and I need to do a whole series where you explain the movie you watched, and then I'll just show images of it on screen.
Oh, you just lost the chat.
I don't care. I hated that movie. I hated it. And I only sat through it because I needed to watch this one movie for this project I'm working on. And so he sat through my movie, so I had to sit through his movie. And I was like, this is why I don't like it when you pick the movies, because these movies fucking suck.
Anna, is it the project we're both working on?
No.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what project we're both working on.
Our movie watching project.
What movie watching project?
Aren't you involved with the Oscar live stream with Richard Chew from Star Wars?
Oh, yeah. No, that has nothing to do with it. It's a different project.
Oh, because when you're talking about your movie project, I'm like, yeah, I got to sit through all these Oscar movies right now. So I thought that's what you were talking about.
No, I haven't even looked at the Oscar list because the last Oscar nominated movie was absolute horseshit. It was the one with George Clooney with, it's like, you're the last 4 human beings on Earth, and 2 of them decide, oh, hey, Earth, if we go back to Earth, we're going to die instantly. Let's go back to Earth. Because our families are dead there and there's nothing left. Instead of going to the safety and continuing on the human race, let's just kill off half of the rest of the humans that are left, which now there's only 2 humans left. That was actually, I shouldn't say it's one of the worst movies because I've been saying that about a lot of these. Actually, that movie was better than the gun one and what the fuck is the other movie Tom likes? What is that movie that we were talking about?
I'm not sure.
I've been
talked about, Tom, the one that you guys have been losing your mind that I don't like.
Oh, Goodfellas?
Yes, that one.
You can't even remember its goddamn name?
No.
Show it that much respect.
I didn't like Wally either, Anna. I thought Wally was, terrible.
I didn't like Wally either, but the problem with Wally is they switch directors in the middle of the movie. That's why the first half of the movie actually makes sense, and the second half just falls flat.
Now, Anna, just to let you know, Anna, to be fair, I did pull up some negative Goodfellas reviews so you can feel better.
I just want to say right now, I'm not affiliated with
Anna. I feel fucking great because I'm not brainwashed by Goodfellas. I have never felt bad about not liking Goodfellas.
Of the 100 reviews they have posted, here are the 4 negative ones. Robert De Niro is reliably dynamic, and Joe Pesci's portrait of a gangster with a sense of humor is hideously memorable. But there is no doubt that Goodfellas fights a losing battle against numbness.
I didn't even know or remember Robert De Niro was in that movie.
Are you sure you're thinking of the right movie?
It's the one with the dude with blue eyes that's Italian that looks like he has eyeliner on because his eyelashes are too thick and he's creepy looking, right?
Ray Liotta.
Watch us find out that Anna was actually watching Oscar with Sylvester Stallone.
Sad part is she'd like that movie.
No, I remember because I remember then randomly when everything's going bad at the end, his wife is doing the drugs too, and then everything goes to shit. It's just
she flushes him down the toilet.
Yeah, because it's
I just remember.
Did you expect it to have a good happy ending or something? Or?
No, my friend was like, "Oh my god, Anna, this is the best movie ever. It's my favorite movie. I'm so excited for you to watch it. It's so good." And I was like, "All right." And so we sat there to watch it, and I'm like, oh my god. By the way, I haven't talked to that person like a decade.
Oh. Was it for that reason?
No. But I wanted to add that in there.
Oh. I haven't talked to my friend from grade school since grade school.
You know what's sad about that bad review you just gave? It still says good things about them.
Yeah, you can't outwardly shit on Goodfellas unless you're Anna. I just love giving you shit over that. God, we have a show. Sorry, I just kind of got lost in everything. So the one thing I did want to bring up before we never address Indiana Jones is I did pull up a list of like archaeological digs in the 1960s, and there wasn't a ton. So do you think they're going to go for something real, or do you think they're going to go for something mythical?
Mythical.
Yeah, they're going to have to go with something mythical because...
Oh, so they're looking for the clitoris?
My understanding...
I knew what that was.
I thought they were looking for the Fountain of Youth. That's what. That's the last thing I read, which is why they would youthen up Harrison Ford like midway through the movie because he like takes a swig from it. I'm not joking either. That's what I read.
My bias wants to tell you, Michael, I hope that happens because all I want is a younger Indiana Jones to just run around on screen for 55 more movies.
They said they were going to youthen him up to 1981, like Raiders level. Like,
that's not going to look... You know what they're going to do? They're not going to use CGI. They're just going to light him a certain way and use a little makeup because Harrison Ford still looks that good.
What the way you're talking about? You're talking about the way they did Kurt Russell at the beginning of Guardians of the Galaxy 2, where they literally just caked him up in makeup.
That or Patrick Stewart in X-Men 3.
Oh gosh!
You got 2 super chats saying the exact same thing, which is, "Oh, kick Anna. She doesn't have good taste in movies. She disallowed Diamond Phillips."
Oh, Lou Diamond Phillips.
Who's that?
The guy you didn't remember, La Bamba. Here, I'll show you a picture of Lou Diamond Phillips. He is a very good actor.
You just call Lou Diamond Phillips La Bamba.
That's his movie.
He's also in Long
He's an awesome actor. Well, this generation sucks. It's because of Anna. You know, I'm glad
come on, guys. Don't be so mean.
Credit for the entire generation. That's a lot of power you just gave me, and I like it. So thank you.
Yeah, this is Lou Diamond Phillips. He was in the movie La Bamba. That's like the first thing I ever...
Yeah. That dude fucking sucks. Melodrama is his category. That scene where he's supposed to be, oh, my mom and sister got killed by the cowboys because of the reservation. It's like, okay, take a fucking chill pill. There's time and a place. This acting is terrible.
Are you going to watch Young Guns 2?
Oh, God, no.
You have to watch Young Guns 2
no,
now.
I didn't want to watch Young Guns 1.
Let's see. What is Young Guns 2 about, Anna? Young Guns 2, en route to Mexico from the United States, Billy the Kid and his associates are pursued by federal agents hell-bent on bringing them to justice. But when Billy, Doc, and Chavez prove too difficult to track down, the frustrated authorities enlist an old friend of theirs, reformed outlaw Pat Garrett, to take down the elusive gunslinger. But Billy has a head start, and his crew of outlaws is growing by the minute.
Sorry, I tuned out like halfway through that. What?
It sounds pretty cool. I should check it out. I want to watch Westerns. Michael, you got any recommendations?
Oh, I have a ton of recommendations for Westerns, sir.
You've never seen Young Guns or Young Guns 2, Jeff, or just the second one?
The second one.
Oh, the second one's all right. It's kind of like the MTV version of the first one. It's loosely based on a rumor kind of thing. Because there was this guy who claimed to be Billy the Kid who was talking to a reporter, but I think later it was debunked, or there's still some kind of mystery around it. But Billy,
we know what happened to Billy. He got picked up by two kids from California, and he was never seen again. Thank you. That was for you, Tom.
Is this Deer Hunter movie gonna suck? Like, am I gonna wait?
You're not gonna like it, Anna.
Don't watch it. It's a great movie, but you're not gonna like it.
It's
just
3
watch
hours and 3 minutes.
Hey, Anna, I didn't say I enjoyed the movie. I was just curious if you would be able to get through the wedding scene, because then you could come back and say either that wedding scene is worse than Goodfellas in your mind, or Goodfellas is worse than the wedding scene. That's all I was curious about.
What is so bad about this wedding scene?
It's an hour long. It's half the movie.
And it's not even what the movie's about.
Right. He literally spends the first hour and 10 minutes of the movie at a wedding party. The director does, just watching this wedding party play out.
Is it a way to like get to know the characters?
I guess one could argue that, but I don't know if I buy it.
Anna, I'm going to put this image on screen for you right now. The Deer Hunter will start out with a very long, drawn-out wedding that you'll probably not like, but this image alone is worth waiting it for. Trust me, if you can get to this scene, you're going to watch one of the coolest, most tense moments from the 70s. It kicks ass.
Should I just watch that scene?
Honestly, just watch this scene and watch the ending. I would never recommend you watch this movie. Just watch those scenes. They're fucking awesome.
Like, you're destroying my experiment, but okay.
I know.
I don't know if I have 3 hours of my life to dedicate to something I'm probably going to hate.
Modern technology, you put it at 1.5 or 2 times speed.
But that means I have to download it on my computer and fast play it like that, as compared to just going on Kodi on my TV.
True. I mean, these are all variables we have to work out for sure.
Yeah.
Anna, I can give you a free login to Peacock, and you can watch it on there right now.
Jeff.
I have the 4K. I've never actually seen the film. I know the scene though. But.
What'd you say?
I said I'm starting to feel like you don't like me.
Oh God, no, that is the opposite. I like you more and more each week we have you on, because you're fun and you're opening yourself up to whatever. I don't like streams where people are like, I have to maintain an image the whole time. No, we're all here having fun. That's what I like about this shit. So no, I'm not heartbroken.
Jeff,
if you said you hated Back to the Future, you would not be invited anymore.
I don't think I've ever met somebody that says they don't like Back to the Future.
That is true. I've never met somebody like that either. Somebody in the chat's going to be contrarian. Goodbye.
That's because everybody in history who has said those words out loud bursts into flames like that. So that's why we've never met them, because they're already dead.
Yeah, they deserve to be.
That's right.
They're the worst. That's who they should be writing about in Marvel Comics, not Jordan Peterson. People who say Back to the Future is terrible.
Mm-hmm.
They gotta go.
You know, I bet Rian Johnson doesn't like Back to the Future.
He probably thinks Looper is a superior time travel film, and he'll tell you why in 10 steps or more. The thing I hate about... Actually, I have a theory. Well, no, hold on. I'll save that for a little later. But I think Rian Johnson is gearing up for probably a big embarrassment with Knives Out 2 and 3. It's all
Yeah,
set.
there's nowhere else to go. I mean, yeah, okay. Oh, it's the further adventures of Daniel Craig and his, fakey Southern accent. Great. My name's Daniel Craig, and I sound like the hyper chicken from Futurama, and I solve mysteries.
You better watch out with your voice. You might be too good and you'll have to apologize to a continent of people. Have you heard about that Hank Azaria shit? How he wants to apologize to everybody for the Apu voice?
Oh, we wanted to apologize to all of India. He felt he had to.
John Cleese gave him shit.
Good.
Well, the beauty of my background is I was born in Tennessee, so I can do those accents all I want, and there's nothing they can do about it.
Oh, I just love how the
He wants to do this because one woke kid made him feel bad.
Mm.
You know what we can do?
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead. I was going to say, because I'm going to derail this. Say what you're going to say.
Well, I've talked to enough people that are of the same descent who say, like, Apu was one of the few characters they had on TV to represent him for a while. And yeah, there were certain stereotypes that were there, but over the years, he was one of the more fleshed out characters in the world of Springfield. Like we can tell, like he's got, like Rob knows a shit ton about him in the chat, but like he's got like a
wife and a couple of kids.
A wife,
he's got a computer science. He's got a wife. Yeah. Wife, 8 children. He's got his own business.
The worst thing he ever did was cheat on his wife. That was it.
Yeah.
Who is this?
Apu on The Simpsons.
Who is this? Oh.
Yeah, Apu on The Simpsons. Yeah, and this is one of the crazy things. Like I did a video about this today. He even people from India, were writing all of these support, letters and articles and editorials for Apu. They're like, oh, he wasn't just a character on The Simpsons. He was like my father. I saw my father on screen. I saw, he's a stereotype. And the only time people even had a problem with him was when that one comedian who I can't remember his name, but he's basically like the poor man's, and I can't remember the other name of the other guy, Aziz Ansari. Yeah, the poor man's Aziz Ansari. I can't remember the name, but such a famous comedian. I can't even remember him. He made this documentary where he kind of threw a temper tantrum, stating how yes he's a stereotype. It's not fair. You should have had an Indian voice actor.
Oh, the problem with Apu.
Hari Kondua.
Balu, I think was his
And
name,
here's the thing is they're not stopping and thinking, because even Matt Groening's like, I don't give a shit. Like, here's the thing. You got to remember, there was fucking 5 people who did the original voices of all the Simpsons.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it's always been this thing in Hollywood where you have like so many voice actors and you generally have them do like 2 or 3 different voices because it's cheaper than having you bring in other people. And it's part of the whole, like, being in the voice actors guild and stuff like that to get you some more work. It's kind of this, like kind of thing. And when you look at The Simpsons, it's the main cast is, made up of those actors. And then the rest of the town is completely voiced by 3 other people. And that is partially by Don Castellaneta, and that's just a few of the voices. But the rest of them are Hank Azaria and Harry Shearer, yeah. I mean, that's the rest of the town. And the fact that those 2 guys can do all those voices to me is impressive. And we're just... why is it a problem? I don't get it.
People feel like it should have gone to an Indian voice actor because, here's the problem I have with The Simpsons anyway. Since the times have changed, and like this show, had it been a normal show, it would have ran like 5 or 7 seasons and been replaced with something else, opening the door for a new voice actor or a new style of show. You could have had an all Indian run TV series with an all Indian cast for as long as this stupid show's been sucking up the airwaves, and their ratings are going down and down and down. And I even said this in my video that I think this is a case of this show is going broke, and now they're trying to get woke for attention. Like they're doing the opposite because they only get like 1 million viewers per episode. When they debuted, it was at 23 million.
Well, they recast Dr. Hibbert too.
Yeah. So they're doing all these things I think it's just to drum up some attention and get some eyeballs on the show. Because, I've made a few videos on The Simpsons since they've been doing a lot of these woke things, like when Lisa said, took a shot at conservatives or whatever she did. And when, just every time they'd go through.
Remember when they used to make fun of Lisa?
Yeah, I still do personally, but I'm sure I'll get canceled if I tell my true thoughts on that character.
Well, she's a proto SJW. She was a little
proto Karen too.
Gladys Kravitz, She was kind of horrible anyway.
They even had an early episode where Marge learned to loosen up a little bit. And now I haven't watched it in the last few years, but that's what I keep hearing too, is that the show went completely woke.
The only complaint I have with The Simpsons currently is its floating timeline. So now when Homer tells the stories of him in high school, he's talking about the early 90s. And that just pisses me off because so much of that character is from the fucking 70s.
Mm-hmm.
Bart was born in 1980. Deal with it.
Yeah, the characters just don't age. We'll accept it and move on. You guys should.
You know what? They did season 2 and 3 of the Jetsons almost 30 years after the first season. Nothing changed.
Was Jet Screamer still a part of it?
I think so. I don't know.
That means I love you. So
I'm pretty sure they brought him back. Because most people don't realize that it only had one season back in the 60s. The more of the episodes came in the 80s.
I knew the Jetsons and Johnny Quest initially had one season like that, and then they came later. Because the way Johnny Quest is broken down on HBO Max is you get the first, like the original stuff, then you get some 80s revival, and then I don't think they have the 90s New Adventures yet.
And then it's also something like, even though the Flintstones only had 3 seasons initially or whatever, they've still never not been in production on something up until recently that had the Flintstones involved.
That's so weird.
Isn't it?
My uncle's the biggest Flintstones enthusiast. When he, for his 40th wedding anniversary, they gave him a full-scale Flintstones car bed that they put in his basement. And they showed me the pictures. I have never seen somebody so.
There might be a couple year gaps here and there, but the biggest gap we've had has been between now and whatever that last movie was or whatever.
God, was it Viva Rock Vegas?
Yeah, and I don't even know if they've done anything animated since then. That's what I'm trying to think. But every year they used to do some kind of special or movie or something that they were constantly pumping.
WWE one.
Yeah, that was probably the last thing they did.
2015 was when that one came out.
And that was the first one in a while.
I'm just trying to visualize bringing someone you're really attracted to and have been on a few dates with into your bedroom for the first time, and your bed looks like the car from the Flintstones. How's that going to go over? I mean,
he had been married for 40 years, so
okay. Well, in that instance, that's great. But I'm just wondering about when it's a new relationship.
Honey, I'm going to show you how a caveman makes love.
That was a good Fred. Michael, let me tell you how it worked in 2000.
You got the video camera ready, Bond?
Fucking bird. No, when I had a girlfriend, I had this girlfriend in college that came over and had all this Indiana Jones and Star Wars shit in my room. And at first she made a joke, but we ended up dating for a year. So if you're cool, I think you can just kind of get through it. I mean, Jesse dates me and we have a Michael Myers lunchbox, Ghostbusters little minifigures, and Shawn Michaels hanging out with little.
Well, right. When Melinda and I went on our first date 11 years ago, or whatever it was, I had the lightsaber replica in the case on the mantle, and my toys were all downstairs, in bins and whatever. They weren't in the living space. But she saw enough to know, he's into sci-fi and stuff. But it wasn't a Flintstones car bed. It wasn't. And that's kind of that's a bridge. That's a bridge too far. I mean, that's
either you're going to be uber impressed, or you're right. You're just going to be
I'm going to send you. Michael, when I go home over the summer, I'm going to send you photos of my uncle's full-scale Flintstones bed, car bed. Just
I'm so glad to find out that he's already been, with someone for 40 years, and that makes total sense. But I was just kind of taking it somewhere else.
The right woman, though, is going to be this guy's adventurous and shit.
It's like I'm glad you're spending the night here for the first time. Now, here's my bed. Put on this deerskin outfit. All right. Let's stand
Yabba dabba do me.
Hell yeah.
If people have said that seriously, I might vomit. It's not sexy. Anyway, moving on.
Really changes the whole thing of the sound of the pitter patter of feet. I mean, just.
Hey, Tom, since you're a big Kevin Smith fan, you remember the Clerks cartoon, right?
Of course.
Do you remember the Flintstones Schindler's List parody from the Clerks cartoon?
The one that got deleted, yes.
Yep, Flintstones List. That was dark. Kevin Smith, though, he had some decent jokes. I just think there were certain things he did where he was ahead of his time.
Oh, yeah. And he's still a closet, whatever you want to call it, at heart. He wears the skin of a sellout.
Yeah, it's how he gets his Brotzies and all his other fun stuff on screen. Now, 16-bit mascot, thank you for waiting. He says, "Hey guys, good panel tonight. Hope everyone is having a good week. Tom, what's the latest on the news on the Congo 2 production? It could save Hollywood."
I guess it's still in limbo at the moment. They're waiting to hear back from Ernie Hudson, who's more than willing to be in it, but Frank Miller's still missing.
Have you ever met Ernie Hudson?
No, I would love to, though. I bet he's
nice.
I was witness to a really cool Ernie Hudson moment at Dragon Con. He was there several years in a row, and one year Michael Rooker was there as well, and that was at the height of his Walking Dead fame. And somehow the Ghostbusters guys got together with Michael Rooker outside the autograph area, and one of them gave him an entire Ghostbusters outfit with a proton pack and everything. And he went sneaking through the crowd and somehow got around Ernie Hudson's table without him noticing, and then surprised him by patting him on the shoulder. And Ernie Hudson turned around, and it was Michael Rooker dressed like him. And he thought it was the funniest thing ever. And apparently they're friends or something. So it was a really cool moment to see, in person. It was pretty great. But I think that video is actually on YouTube somewhere. I think someone filmed it. So.
And I meant Frank Marshall, not Frank Miller.
Mm-hmm. If Frank Miller was involved, that'd be interesting.
Yeah, it would.
Since we have not had a podcast.
Speaking of Ernie Hudson, though, not to interrupt you, I guess he got to see the new Ghostbusters film.
Oh.
Yeah, I think he said on Cameo. I was trying to find a clip of that where he was saying on Cameo that it's actually really good.
Jason Reitman is so stupid. Anyway. That's the last guy you should show the movie to. Yeah. He's like the Tom Holland of the Ghostbusters. He's going to give it all away.
Yes, I think that's why. That's Jason Reitman playing some 4D chess with us. Saying if Ernie Hudson sees it, because he's the one who leaked the thing in the first place, that they were in it. So I think they're leaking this stuff on purpose, kind of the right way.
I wouldn't be surprised. That's what I was going to ask you guys, since we haven't been together in a minute. What did you guys think of the Ghostbusters Afterlife clip, and does it change your take on the film? Michael, we'll start with you since you're our guest tonight.
Repeat the last part of that question.
Does it change your take on the film in terms of what you've seen from the new clip?
Okay, repeat the first part of the question. I was trying to find the Michael Rooker clip, and I failed, and I wasn't paying attention, and I'm sorry.
Oh, no. All I was going to ask you is, have you seen the new clip from Ghostbusters Afterlife? And if you have, does it change your opinion?
Oh, yes, with the marshmallows and everything in the grocery store?
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry that I was distracted for a moment. Didn't need to be cool, man. It was in the service of the stream. I failed. Anyway, I saw the clip.
Failed more. You could have used that at that point to go, well, we were asking each other what our first sexual experiences were, and then put you.
Well, I was in a Flintstones car bed.
And, so was I, dude.
But
you're at your uncle's house,
right? Fortunate Son was playing. It was very surreal.
And then it was Hallelujah.
That's right. Yeah. But no, I saw the clip. I watched the whole thing. I was confused because I was going, okay, is this just a commercial for marshmallows, or is this actually a scene from the movie? Like, I couldn't tell if it was like an ad, or I think it kind of is. And I still love Paul Rudd, and I'm so glad he's going to be in this film. It left me neutral. I don't think it hurt anything, although I don't know how interested I am in seeing a bunch of little Stay Puffs. I feel like that's kind of like Porgs or Doctor Who adiposes. I'm not really sure what that adds to the mythology. I don't know. I guess I'm ambivalent. I'm still happy to see Paul Rudd's acting and stuff, but I guess I'm ambivalent to the scene itself because of those little mini Stay Puffs, honestly.
So, Tom, what did you pull up for us here?
Well, I think this is why the clip was released. Because
you didn't see the other thing?
No, what's the other thing?
Oh, you didn't see the little. Let me find it.
But yeah, because how they kind of time things they've already had to push this movie back once. And I'm assuming they probably had to release this serial or it was going to go bad.
Oh, probably that
yeah,
too.
shit, that's how food works.
And the cereal, of course, has the little Stay Puft guys all over it.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm assuming that's probably, they're like, well, fuck it. Let's just release the clip because they're already spoiled. And then it'll also create a little buzz because the movie's not even supposed to be out till July. And I have a gut feeling it might get pushed back again a little bit. Or did it already get pushed back to November? Yeah, November. That's right. Yeah. So it's already been pushed back to November. And yeah, so this is way out ahead of it. So I think that's the only reason we got this clip and all that.
Yeah, but I mean, how do you honestly, like, you look at that could just be cereal box mascots. You could plausible deniability. And besides, you take a page from J.J. Abrams' book and you just say, no, it's not about Khan.
And how well did that work out for him?
It didn't work out well at all. Look, I'm just citing some history here. But the point is that you could say that that's like, you know, the Lucky Charms mascot. It's, you know, not really them, or you just say nothing.
I think it's partly to do with these toys that are coming out that are they're basically like little blind bag kind of gotcha toys where they have the little figures.
That could be, but the toys also have no shelf life. The food does, though.
The food does, yeah. The food does, absolutely.
Because they ended up getting they pulled back some of the stuff last year, but if you remember, the real Ghostbusters hit the shelves, and so did what was it, the Diamond? The one, help me out here.
He's melting. These are horrible. They're horrible, but they're adorable. I kind of loved the little bit because it reminded me.
These look like some, even though they're in the. I seen the buckets. These
that's
look
what these
like
are.
something you'd get from Burger King.
Yeah, that's kind of what these.
I think they missed a massive boat on this one though, because, and I say this with all sincerity, there should have been peeps of these guys. Mm-hmm. There should have been marshmallow peeps this Easter that were shaped like these guys.
I'd have loved that.
Me too.
I wonder if there wasn't at some point. Or they were going to.
That's what I'm saying. Like a lot of this stuff has already been pushed back because, unlike Bond, they managed to get out ahead of Ghostbusters, so only some of the stuff got to the shelves first. You know,
Mm-hmm.
so.
Mm-hmm.
But I like these guys. They reminded me of like Little Ash, or Garbage.
I didn't mind them. I thought the scene.
They're like, it's like Gremlins, isn't it? Where they're kind of so violent and brutal. Like the one of them's melting the other one on the spit or whatever, and they're s'moring them and cooking each other alive, and they're horrible, but they're kind of.
What I got more out of the scene wasn't so much the Stay Puft guys. It was the first half of that scene is obviously Paul Rudd improvising.
Mm-hmm.
And he improvises more in that 30 seconds and funnier shit and it's just off the cuff nonsense than anything in the 2016 movie.
Well,
which is all improvisation.
Have you noticed that, again, this movie is taking every step, including the way that former shill sites are talking about it? Everyone is trying to make you forget about that movie and that this one is the only third Ghostbusters movie they ever made. I hope that they go the 80s route of the shameless marketing plugs. I want Ghostbusters cereal, which we've just seen. I want Ecto Cooler. I want all the Ghostbusters shit. Gummy snacks. Fucking the ooze. Folks, if you want a great retrospective on the old Ghostbusters toys, Michael from Retroblasting, aka our guest tonight, has great videos about that. Michael, what are some of your memories with the Ghostbusters toys?
I remember
Not
being
the toys, but the series as well. By the way,
yeah, the series, yeah. You mean the movie series or the TV show, Tom?
The ones you did on the show, but yeah, all of the stuff you do.
Yeah, I remember being excited. I saw Ghostbusters in the theater as a kid, rainy afternoon in Nashville, Tennessee, in 84. And then I was frustrated because it wasn't until 1986 that we got toys related to Ghostbusters, but they were related to the cartoon that had just come out called The Real Ghostbusters. In that time, I was trying to get anything Ghostbusters I could, and the only things you could get were like little sticker books and the cassette soundtrack, which was awesome. But, you know, for a little kid, you know, you want the action figures. So yeah, then the action figures came out and they were very stylized. They looked like the cartoon. I ended up getting the 4 Ghostbusters and Slimer, the green ghost as they initially called him, and that was it. I didn't get anything else because the figures were fragile, meaning their accessories. And it was kind of a letdown. I mean, I still have the 4 figures to this day, and they're in good shape. But because I took immaculate care of them because I could see even as a 8-year-old how fragile they were. But yeah, Ghostbusters had a big marketing miss there. It was almost like they knew that they were making a comedy that was, really a PG-13 comedy, and they didn't realize how much it was going to appeal to kids. And then
they missed that boy.
Yeah, they had to play catch up after that.
There's even it's really funny because there's even, I don't even know if you're aware of this one, Michael, but it's funny when you were talking about that, it was like, now I'm just ringing in my head, even though most people believe there was figures that looked like the characters in the films at the time, there was not.
No.
And I love when you point that out in the video.
No, yeah, there aren't. And people have this like Mandela effect memory about that. They think because they see 1984 as a copyright stamp on some of these toys that means they came out in 1984, and it's like, no, that's the trademark copyright for Ghostbusters as a Columbia Pictures property.
Yeah, these are not old, these are new.
Yeah, those are new. Yeah. So it was a great time. It was a great time to be a kid because you had Ghostbusters in 84, Back to the Future in 85, two of the coolest movies of the 80s, and no toys for either of them.
Well, and what's funny is I'm sure, I don't know if you've ever seen this or not, Michael, but there's a bit on Letterman with Bill Murray where he's basically making fun of the fact that they have no merchandise.
Yeah.
He's like, look at all this stuff we got for this movie. It's great. Look at this. It's a fly swatter. And he's like, and then a frisbee, and he's like, look at it. Yeah, the kids are loving all this. Like, he's just kind of, you can tell he's totally poking fun at the fact that they have nothing.
But wasn't he one of the holdouts though for licensing his likeness?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But it was just kind of funny that you could tell that was kind of the vibe he was getting out of it, because it was like the interview was like from August or whatever, so the movie had been out and it was a huge hit already. So yeah. But no, I remember, Michael, because I was there too, and it was like, there's nothing for that. It was just the soundtrack was all there really was.
Yeah, that was it. The soundtrack. I went to Hills, I got the soundtrack, and t-shirts, which were being bootlegged almost immediately in the streets of New York, right? The day the movie came out. And then, of course, you had the sticker books and stuff. I remember having a sticker book for so long that I didn't realize there was a send-away offer in the back of the official Ghostbusters manual, which was also a sticker book. And I tried to send away for whatever they were offering for the Ghostbusters fan club, and I didn't realize I was like 3 years too late. And they actually sent me a letter back saying, "Hey, sorry, this offer's expired like a long time ago, kid." I'm like, oh, so yeah. I mean, it was a great time, but it was a frustrating time. And in 1986, we got a sort of a consolation prize with the cartoon related stuff. But it never was quite everything we had dreamed of, Yeah, we got those guys. They're cool, not great, meaning
Anna,
as toys.
Anna, do you like Ghostbusters?
I think she checked out for a little bit.
Oh, okay. Yes, I'll speak for her in quotation.
She's like, oh, they're talking about Ghostbusters. I'm leaving. I'm kidding. I have no idea.
I know. Now, our friend Deadman Walkin 55 says Retroblasting video on the 1978 Kenner display stand restoration was fascinating. Still on display in excellent condition with the background. Thanks, Mom.
Oh, awesome. Well, you have a nice piece there. Those are very desirable, and they go for high prices in good condition. So
I just got the Ghost Popper gun recently.
Oh, with the big foam bullets in it or whatever. Yeah. Nice.
I like this line that Kenner's doing with it, because I mean and these are much, because I mean I did a video with you, Michael, where I opened the ones I got and then you did one later, but I don't know if you noticed too that these are much better versions than what we got when we were kids, like the proton packs and stuff like that.
They're more durable and everything like that. Yeah, I can't wait to do like a direct comparison. I just haven't gotten around to it yet, but I've got them sitting here, and I've just gotten caught up in other projects. But yeah, I'm actually very impressed with how accurately, for the most part, Kenner was able to recreate, or Hasbro was able to recreate these, where they failed in other lines.
Because they're not the same mold, and you and I figured that out right away.
Yep. Yeah, but they're damn close. I mean, they're real close.
And the Ecto 2 or Ecto 1, I should say. Sorry, Ecto 1 is coming. I did see something like that.
That blew me away. I couldn't believe they actually committed to do that.
Well, I heard that from somewheres that, like, yeah, if these do well, they'll definitely keep going. And yeah, that's what I'd heard. And I wouldn't be surprised. Of course, sadly, the next line I think I also heard was, I think I told you this already, but it's the ones we weren't too happy about, and that was the fright feature ones I think they're going to do next. But.
Yeah. I had some of those secondhand as a kid. I don't remember which Ghostbuster it was, but you squeezed his legs and his hair would pop up and his eyes would pop out.
That would be Egon.
Okay, it was Egon. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It was so weird because I had that toy,
would pop up too.
Yeah, and I'd watch the movie Ghostbusters. I'm like, this doesn't look like any of them. So I just didn't care about that toy. But now, Michael, Tom, what's an old toy line that you'd like to see revived like this outside of Ghostbusters?
Silverhawks.
Yeah, that'd be a good one. But they wouldn't do the same kind of foil anymore like they used to.
Which is why it's a pipe dream.
Exactly. Yeah, I think I learned that from one of your videos.
Yeah. So
was it back metallicized or whatever the process is called?
Yep. They stopped doing that sometime after the 90s with a lot of toys. They only do it now for Japanese robots.
Yeah.
And
they did a pretty good line of the He-Man ones are not too bad. So I don't know. That's a good question.
I love this comment right here. It says, Anna likes Wahlberg Transformers. And all I keep thinking of is, dude, it's a Transformer. Oh my God.
Transformer. What? No, it's a Transformer.
We got to get away, Optimus. The pollen in the trees.
It's in the air.
It's killing people.
It's like shock, but it's the air.
Somebody in the chat wants Mask. What do you feel? How do you guys feel about Mask?
I don't know if they would pay for the tooling to do that because those toys are so complex.
They were.
Yeah. But maybe if there's enough demand, maybe if they get their cinematic universe off the ground, all the failed properties that they think they can bring back and just entice people. It's like, guys, if these properties didn't last at the height of merchandising, marketing, and captive audiences with broadcast television, they're not going to fly now. Like, I don't know what you guys are thinking. So...
yeah, there was a lot of stuff when we were kids that just didn't. I mean, as much as we hold it as like a nostalgia thing, like a lot of those things didn't last long because they didn't sell.
Exactly.
See, I'm in that weird window, my age group, the stuff that they're making for us. We're getting the high-end collectibles. It's like how stuff for you guys in the early 2000s. Oh, Transformers and G.I. Joe, they're back, this and that. Oh, we're going to do He-Man, we're going to do this. Power Rangers is now in that window. So they re-released original Power Ranger toys before Hasbro took over, and then Hasbro tried to remake the original ones. They suck.
Yeah, they look terrible. I've seen them. They're scary bad. Yeah.
I am not... okay, I'm more of a toy snob than I let on, but not as bad as people would realize. I refuse to buy anything Hasbro makes from the Power Rangers. Like, they don't look good. American companies don't know what they're doing with that property. Like,
no, and the Bondi re-releases of the Automorphers were just too expensive. So that didn't last very long and their distribution was bad. So then when Hasbro did the automorphing heads, they made them look big and goofy. I mean, they were already goofy-ish, but boy, the Hasbro design makes them look ridiculous. So yeah, I wouldn't buy them.
And then Funko and Super 7 is doing those small ones, and they're $18 a piece for a 3 3/4 inch Power Ranger.
Mm-hmm.
The Megazord is $30. It's a 3 3/4 inch Megazord.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's terrible.
Yeah, I ain't paying that kind of money.
Nope.
Yes, I agree. I miss Log as well. So, Matt G says episode 10 will feature Ray and a Force Ghost gynecologist.
Oh, shit.
I'd actually watch that movie.
Name Ray Skywalker.
I'm sorry, we don't have anybody by that name here. Try Ray Palpatine. Oh, here you are.
Oh, there you are.
She literally spends the end of the movie going to Luke's old homestead, littering, and then claiming his last name.
What a great character. What a great role model. You know, the G.I. Joes would tell you, stay in school, don't start forest fires and all this crap. Ray's like, hey, let's commit fraud.
I bypassed the character development.
Oh, and not only that, we're supposed to believe that for 40, 50 years, nobody lived there.
I know, right?
Nobody.
Right?
Somebody had to clean that shit up out of the entryway.
Somebody would be like, "Oh, dude, free house," and then they, fix it up.
That's kind of what happened in real life. Did you?
Oh yeah, I heard about that. Yeah. Some people went out there and just restored it. Yeah.
And they found just a bunch of people just living there.
Oh yeah. I mean, well, why wouldn't they though? It's a free house, Imagine if you're living in the Star Wars universe, you get a free house, and maybe if you're pretty good with wiring, you can fix up some moisture evaporators. You got yourself a little self-sustained, thing going on there. Yeah.
It's the dream. Now, folks, we are 24 likes away from 1,000, so there are 1,133 of you watching, so I'm pretty sure we can make that happen right now. House of Atreides says, "Hi all, Doomcock sources today seem to confirm Kathleen Kennedy is here to stay, contract or not. She has evidence on exes who visited Pedo Island. Thoughts?"
I ain't getting into that.
Yeah, I ain't getting any of that shit. No, I don't have any thoughts, but I don't think she's going to... If she doesn't have a contract, how's she going to keep a job there?
Well, as far as the contract goes, contract or not, it don't matter. She's been attached to Indiana Jones since day one, so... That's going to happen with or without her. I mean, with or without a contract.
Well, that's what, 22 something? 2023, is it? No. What year is that one?
That's supposed to come out next summer. Yeah, that's July 2022 already.
Oh, okay.
Pretty sure that's what I read.
God, Indiana Jones in the accelerated schedule.
Well,
extend her contract anyway.
With the way things are now with technology, they've managed to cut down what used to be a 2 or 3 year schedule to get one of these kind of big movies out down to a year. We learned that in between Marvel movies and stuff. And that's why Star Wars only took a break, didn't really technically take any breaks, but yeah.
But then we get all these articles about how they didn't have enough time to finish The Rise of Skywalker. Remember 2 weeks ago? It's, we were going to do this. We had to model all the same ships a bunch because we were working up until the wire. It's like...
That's because they kept changing the fucking script, though, Jeff.
It's the most bullshit. What happens to, this is the story and we're going to stick with it?
Because they let Rian Johnson run amok with the fucking story. And he left them nowhere to go.
Yeah, and then from what we've learned, it was J.J. Abrams, Iger, and Kennedy all playing tug of war with the story throughout the production process. From what I've learned,
right? Like I've said a million times, when everybody says, "Oh, they didn't have a plan," it's like, well, with an asterisk, they had a plan, they tossed it out, and you can actually say they tossed it out twice. Because they also tossed out George Lucas's plan, and because JJ had it all set up, and it's his fault for not sticking around. He had the option to stay through all 3 films. Right. He didn't.
Right. Well, it is. We've seen from the interview with J.J. Abrams and Michael Arndt talking about writing The Force Awakens. They literally say in the interview, and Kasdan is in the interview as well, Lawrence Kasdan, they're all like, yeah, we decided that we were just going to let Rian Johnson figure out everything we set up. And it's like, how do you feel about that now, dumbasses? You literally left your movie vulnerable to what he did because you didn't close the loops on enough stuff.
There might have been some contention, and I have to see that. I want to see that interview because from what I heard, and again, take this all with a grain of salt, the way you're saying that and what happened is, JJ kind of planned out all 3 films for whoever was coming in because Trevorrow was writing his story off of the initial plan.
Mm-hmm.
And Ryan hadn't even seen the movie yet, The Force Awakens, when he started doing his movie. And he just went in his own direction, and KK gave him carte blanche. And that's where there was a bit of contention between everybody. And that's where I say that The Last Jedi and The Rise of Skywalker is the world's most expensive Twitter fight between directors.
Yeah. Well, I've sent you the link to the Writers Guild of America interview with the 3 of them.
Awesome.
They're all talking about how, they're like,
it's a written article. Okay.
Yeah.
I'd actually love to hear how they actually say it because, yeah.
Well, yeah, no, I get that. But I mean, we take what we can get. And,
because I mean, it's pretty clear from what Simon Pegg and Daisy Ridley said. She knew who her parents were supposed to be,
right?
And it kept changing
Lawrence
after
Kasdan says right here, he says, we're hoping that Rian Johnson can figure that out. We were really stymied. We were just, screw it. Let Rian Johnson figure it out. Yeah. Like, that's literally what he says.
See, to me, that sounds like we had a plan and they didn't want to go with it. So we're like, fuck it, then you figure it out. And that's kind of what I was hearing. Because they kind of had planned, like JJ kind of sat down and wrote out a treatment for all 3 films, is what I heard.
Sounds like somebody else we heard wrote a treatment for all 3 films.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I'm saying. They threw it out twice. That's what I was trying to say. Is you know, it's
Yep.
Instead, well, I mean, and then you let the guy fucking make the movie without a rewrite and or seeing the other film. That's the thing.
Gotta love Disney and how they do business. I had myself muted because the cat wants to make all the noise in the world. But Lance Allison says, "Good evening, Anna and Mecca. Oh, and gentlemen."
Hello.
Thank you.
Hey, the only gentleman here is Michael.
I appreciate that. Thank you for the kind words.
SH Rebel says, Buffalo Jeff versus Queen Brie Larson. Go. Sure. I mean, what would you want me to say to Brie Larson, you know?
Drop that taco.
Like stuff like that? I can make Brie Larson.
God, you're just such a toxic male. Like, oh my God.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, SH Rebels 08, though.
You just want to eat people?
Nobody wants to eat Brie Larson. That's why she's so bitter.
Is that like a personal attack?
It might be. Kendo Slice says, Jamaram and give me a 7. All right, so here's a Jamaram. And here's a number 7.
Does he look like a bitch?
Oh my God, that's so rapey. Like, oh my God, it's just so toxic.
I told the guys, I was like, so I've been hanging out with Jesse too long and I'm starting to like musicals. I got a clip to share. And then I played that. And Dion's like, you fucking had me convinced that you liked musicals. Then that motherfucker at the end of the show goes, yeah, me and my wife, we like musicals and all. I'm like, who the fuck are you to judge me?
You know what's funny is I was in Greece and I bet you can never guess who I played.
Rizzo.
No.
Danny Zuko?
No.
I've never seen Grease, so I just know that character. Is that even a character from Grease?
Danny Zuko is the main guy.
All right, cool. I was making sure it wasn't Danny something else.
No, that's John Travolta's character.
Frenchie?
No, I played Kaneki.
Kaneki?
Yeah.
I was going to totally be like my 566 guess.
Is that the 566 character?
And I didn't play it as a girl. I played it as a guy. So I was a guy in it.
I'm so confused. And so were probably many genitals that day.
Oh no, I had the full get up.
Tom, have you ever heard of the song Show Me Your Genitals?
No, but now I want to.
Yeah, you should Google it. Watch it watch whenever you're ready, but you will love it. Folks, everyone should go watch
the show.
MJ1 Media says, I just streamed Star Wars Battlefront 2 on PS2. # nostalgia. It's a great game. You guys play it?
Oh, yeah. Back in the day? Yeah.
Nope.
I assume they're referring to the older one, not the...
Yeah.
Yeah,
the one for PS2, because the EA games, like you say in your new video, Michael, they're a dumpster fire.
Yep.
They gave me, well, not gave me, I have an Xbox, so we got Game Pass, and Star Wars Squadrons is the free one, and even with it being free, these games really aren't worth too much of my time. And it has nothing to do with being pissed at Disney and wanting to, send a message. It's just like, no, it's not a good game.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, thank you, Google too, who says, I love Retroblasting. Are there thumbtacks with Mankind? No, because Mankind, there were no thumbtacks in the I Quit match. The following year's Royal Rumble match with Cactus Jack and Triple H had the thumbtacks, but the I Quit match was the chair shots. I don't think The Rock's ever been in a match with thumbtacks. Eric Santucci, thank you very much. He says, "You're a hack Hollywood writer who's about to destroy a franchise. What's your idea? For example, Lord of the Rings sequel where Aragorn gets Jake Skywalkered."
Oh God. Oh, but Jeff, to change the subject, did you see I got a shout out from Chris Jericho?
Yeah, I was a little jealous because that's my second favorite wrestler. I met him. He was nice. I got him to break character. That's why I had a good time meeting him.
You should get him on the channel.
Shit, I would love to. Chris Jericho on this show, that'd be amazing. It wouldn't be the High Council. We have him on the regular podcast. But
dude, yeah, do it. Just go on his live stream and comment. He'll come on.
All right, I'm going to say Anna, that Star Wars girl, told me.
Anna sent me.
Watch it work.
Shit, if that did, I'd be forever indebted to you. I'd be like, you got Chris Jericho on my show. Thank you. And the next goal would be The Rock. So, let's see a couple more before we move into our next topic. Oh, sorry, no. Eric Santucci's idea was awesome. You're a hack Hollywood writer who's about to destroy a franchise. What's your idea? Last week, I think somebody joked about Star Wars with little people, which was a joke on them because that was an idea I'm pretty sure George Lucas actually was working on at one point.
Yes, he also had an idea for the entire cast to be an Asian cast. That's not a joke. That's actually true as well. So,
Michael, have you had a chance to listen to the Untold Story of Star Wars? I get you the author's name right now. It was a pretty solid. Actually, it was a great book.
Oh yeah, the Secret History of Star Wars or the Untold Story.
Sorry, I'm mixing up. It's the Secret History of Star Wars and the Untold Story of Marvel. So that's why I'm mixing up the titles.
Secret History of Star Wars. Yeah, I have a copy of it. Yeah,
it's such a good book.
Mm-hmm.
Folks, by the way, you should check out the Untold Story of Marvel Comics if you're looking for some cool behind-the-scenes shit, because the SJW comics we talk about, they've been trying that shit for decades. And it's only recently did the wrong people get in power that let it happen. So go back and listen. You'd be surprised at some of the shit Marvel wanted to do and got told no. To bounce off of Eric Santucci's question, trying to make Spider-Man, I think a gay Spider-Man would be a bad idea. And people go, oh, Jeff, isn't that homophobic? No, because Spider-Man's character has so many girlfriend, important relationships, it takes away the character. So you can't have the relationship with Gwen or the relationship with Mary Jane. Oh, you could change it. Is it the same, though? Is it as iconic to watch some guy just fall off a bridge and not Gwen Stacy or, Spider-Man? What I'm trying to get at, changing those moments would make Spider-Man weird. And that's something they would try to do today because, we got to be progressive. It's 2021. No, Spider-Man's this. Make somebody else that. Not a problem. So you guys got any other terrible ideas that a hack Hollywood writer would try to come up with?
The Godfather with the Muppets.
Actually, I'm on board for that.
Directed and written by Rian Johnson.
Fuck you.
Rian Johnson is a Muppet, though. I'm still Brie, and I forgot to change back.
Oh, and Brie Larson is going to be the human in the movie as well. Oh wait, no, instead of Rian Johnson, Ava DuVernay. There you go.
That's not me, Kay. It's my family.
Hmm.
You broke my heart, Fozzie. I knew it was you.
Hey, Jesse, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
You're a hack Hollywood writer who's about to destroy a franchise. What's your idea? The example they give is a Lord of the Rings sequel where Aragorn gets Jake Skywalker. So what is a terrible off the top of your head idea?
Let's go with the race-swapped rebooted Gladiator.
Race-swapped rebooted Gladiator?
Yeah, but he's also gay.
Oh, wow.
Actually, no, he's trans. He's a trans black man Gladiator.
That'll definitely play in ancient Rome.
Played by Peter Dinklage in blackface?
Better make it a woman. So it's a trans woman black Gladiator.
Okay. That definitely would ruin it. Can anyone top it and make a shittier sequel?
Absolutely. Just gender swap Ghostbusters.
Wah, 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 wah.
And I gotta say though, the one that they gave an example for in the super chat, they did that. It's called Game of Thrones. So if you get the right people, I guess in the beginning to write it, starts off pretty good.
I have seen the first episode where the kid catches the brother and sister banging, and that's about
And then you watch the other one on your phone the entire time while I was glued to the TV in Chicago.
I was reading Avengers comics.
Well, because Robert Baratheon is basically supposed to be Aragorn. So, and George R. R. Martin, he didn't like that, a warrior doesn't have what it takes to be in politics. That's why they're warriors. So that's Game of Thrones. So it has been done.
Well, Do me a favor, to the four of you. I'm going to switch rooms. If you guys could just keep talking for a moment until I get my new setup taken care of.
What should we talk about?
Ghostbusters, Star Wars, porn, sex toys. I don't know. Let the audience pick.
Oh my god.
Gender swapped Goodfellas. How's it? Cast me a gender swapped Goodfellas.
No.
Let's
Emma Watson.
Oh god.
Has to be somewhere in there.
I reject your hypothesis.
So could Jennifer Lawrence swap out Ray Liotta?
I hate Jennifer Lawrence.
I didn't say I liked her. I'm just trying to figure out the shape of the eyes. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm visualizing her laughing in a tux, seated at a cafe table.
Leslie Jones, isn't she one of them?
Oh, she's got to be there somewhere. Playing the same character she always plays. And Kristen Wiig.
Related to that, though, serious question. I know that he was on some streaming show recently, but is Joe Pesci still acting?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because I know he had he was out of the industry for a while, and suddenly he's back, and I just feel like, I wonder what that was all about.
Maybe he was sick.
Yeah, maybe. Tom is either thinking really hard
or he left.
Or he left.
I reject your hypothesis.
That you're thinking really hard?
That I'm not going to play this game. There's no such thing as a gender swapped Goodfellas.
Yet. Okay. You're not underestimating Hollywood.
All right, fine. Let's cast a live action Animaniacs. Go.
Phoebe Waller-Bridge. Not.
Oh no. You're probably right.
Let's see. We digitally youthen Ringo Starr to play Wacko.
And Adam Driver.
Yeah.
Adam Driver.
No.
Adam Driver is what, Yakko?
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be funny. I'm trying to visualize Adam Driver singing about all the countries of the world.
No, Loki should play him.
Should, yes, but they'd get Adam Driver.
Tom Hiddleston as
That's what
Yakko.
I said, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was visualizing it in my head and thinking out loud. Not bad. So does Christopher Lloyd play their caretaker? Because it's basically Doc Brown.
Yeah. Dr. Scratch and Sniff, sure. Why not? Who would be Hello Nurse? Brie Larson.
It's sexist.
How about let's recast the Avengers if it was shot in the 80s? Who would be all the Marvel characters?
Oh, interesting.
Michael J. Fox is Peter Parker.
What?
Yeah.
Michael J. Fox is Peter Parker.
Who would be Iron Man?
Iron Man would be everybody's who's
Michael Douglas.
Michael, yeah, that'd be fun. Yeah, that'd be interesting.
Yeah, young Michael Douglas from the 80s.
Okay.
A lot of people always say, "Oh, Tom Cruise would be Iron Man," but I guess that's more of a 90s
I think he
thing.
would be Captain America. They would just have to really see. Oh, they couldn't see. He'd have to get a really big box.
Yeah, they probably would have Tom Cruise as Captain America.
Because it's like, oh, it was perfect because he was in. Oh my god, I can't believe Top Gun. There you go.
Harrison Ford is Bruce Banner. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry.
I'm always grumpy.
I'm always angry.
Captain America. So, we wouldn't want one of the naturally muscular dudes like Sylvester Stallone or something like that, from back then. Do you think Tom Cruise could bulk up?
I don't think Sylvester Stallone would be Captain America.
Nicolas Cage as a Captain America. I'm more of an American protector.
I'm sorry. I always lean toward the I listen for the lines, and then whatever
Oh,
makes me
Tom
laugh.
Selleck?
Tom Selleck would not be a bad choice at all for Tony. That'd be a good choice. But then you got to have Steve Guttenberg in there somewhere.
Steve Guttenberg.
Ant-Man.
Wrong franchise, but that's all right.
What, Ant-Man?
Oh, I thought you said Batman.
No.
Oh, Ant-Man? Yeah, Ant-Man. Oh, yeah, Ant-Man would be a good one.
We should just have Steve Guttenberg in it as Batman and not explain anything.
Steve Guttenberg as Batman would be amazing.
Just show up and just be like, I am the knight. And then, runs off. And they're like, what the fuck?
Who would be Black Widow and Scarlet Witch?
Perkins, probably.
Someone's saying Kim Cattrall should be Black Widow. But I'm wondering if, Phoebe Cates.
Yeah. And I like Dolph Lundgren as Thor. That's not a bad idea.
Oh, yeah.
Schwarzenegger as Thor.
Yeah, there you
that.
go. That makes more sense.
What someone's suggesting Sean Young, but the way that works is you initially cast Sean Young as Black Widow, and then you get rid of her because she's not right for the part.
Because she shows up actually dressed like a fucking spider.
Right.
And
she has this massive history of getting cast and then not working out, meaning not working out for the part, and then they dump her.
Because she's crazy.
Yeah, she was Tess Trueheart and Dick Tracy and filmed a few days with Warren Beatty and got let go. She was supposed to be not Catwoman. She was supposed to be Vicky Vale in the first Batman
She was actually
movie.
cast
and got let go.
That's because she broke her leg on the they were practicing the horse stunts for a scene that never even got filmed.
Right.
And she broke her leg.
Yep.
So she couldn't be in the film. Mm-hmm. So then when she heard they were casting for Catwoman, she showed up at Tim Burton's office dressed like Catwoman, burst through the door, jumped on his desk, and started purring and hissing.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And she didn't get the role?
She got thrown the fuck out.
Yep.
That was definitely during her really crazy, went down a bad path phase.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Actually, like Sean Young. Yeah, I was loving what you guys were talking about. I was a little jealous when you were talking about the Steve Guttenberg Batman. That's a movie I want to see. So, a world I want to live in.
She was supposed to be in Casino.
Yep.
But she was pregnant at the time. She was supposed to be in Crimes and Misdemeanors, but they cut out the entire storyline after the fact that had her in it. She was supposed to be in Dirty Rotten Scoundrels, but she turned it down. She was considered for Gangs of New York, but the film was in development hell for over 20 years, so I guess that's not really her fault. She was the original choice for Buttercup in Princess Bride, but the production team opted to cast unknowns. She tested for the role of Mary in Ravenwood in Raiders, but didn't get it. And then in Wall Street, Oliver Stone said that Daryl Hannah was almost miscast and Sean Young wanted the role for herself. She has a just bad luck record.
With
that. Sean
Young.
She was in Blade Runner, Anna.
Yeah, that was her big first film.
Oh, I know who it is. I just was clarifying.
And then she ended up in Ace Ventura.
Yeah, that was kind of her semi comeback after her nut. They're like, oh, she's batshit crazy. We'll use it to our advantage, kind of thing.
Right.
Well, if her shoe fits.
Well, she landed Dune, so.
Well, this was
true. She was in Dune as well. Yeah.
Shit. So let's get caught up with some of the audience. Lonnie Holcomb says, "Pink lipstick. There's a pig joke in there somewhere."
That's what I was saying. And all y'all are wrong about Fury. He's already been casted from the 80s. It's David Hasselhoff.
Oh, yeah? That's right. That's right. Perfect casting. Leave that the way it
Eddie
is.
Murphy is Blade, though. I'm going to kill me some vampires.
Okay, I'd watch it.
I knew that bitch was a vampire.
Is that garlic? That's definitely garlic.
That's garlic. Is that garlic? That's garlic. Yeah.
I used to be a vampire, man.
Does that mean Carl Weathers is Black Panther?
That would have been
yes.
That would be so
Oh
dope.
my god! Now you just sold me on this movie.
That'd be awesome. That'd be awesome. See now,
I want to watch that movie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Sylvester Stallone is the thing.
it's clobbering time. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're wondering. Like, yeah, it's totally made of rock.
I mean, you know, my friend, he's like all stretchy and whatever. And
you know, the best part is when they have a flashback to when he changes. Like, look at me, I'm like all rocky.
Ouch! My eyes are watering now. Terrible.
Oh, that's almost as bad as the joke that David Abelson told Ralph Macchio while he was making Karate Kid. Because he got pissed because it was cold and where they were filming the one scene with in the water, and he's like, it's a little rocky here and it's hurting my feet. He's like, yeah, that's what everybody's saying about this movie too.
Oh wow.
It's a little rocky, yeah.
Yeah.
Gotta love the dad jokes.
Don't you?
Don't ya? Oh yeah. For Max Smiley says, Leia toy. It's ma'am. It's ma'am. Primer says that Leia figure looks like a used blow-up sex doll.
Wow.
Alfred Pepper says, hey, Jeff, some quick questions. Are you still reading manga? And about the comic book, when will they ship out to the buyer? This will be my first comic in 15 years. I have plenty of manga, though. Well, Alfred Pepper, thank you very much. Like it says on the Indiegogo, they will begin to ship about 90 days after the campaign closes. So we're ordering stuff now and making sure stuff gets in production. Or the stuff will be into production. It's already done. The digital products are already done. And then, yeah. So that's the window. It says it right there on the website. So thank you for being the first comic you've bought, though, in 15 years. Now, in terms of manga and stuff, I'm not reading anything currently. Anything I'm reading about art is how to make better art, if that makes sense. So I'm reading a lot of Will Eisner stuff. So that's about it. Anna, have you heard of Will Eisner?
Of course I have.
Cool. He's great. If you want a link to his book, let me know. So Chris Canmore says, QQ Michael, why was Hoth Luke the last domino standing? If you haven't watched it, go watch Retroblasting and subscribe. Also, why does RMB defend Kathleen Kennedy? Even Spielberg threw her under the bus. Love you guys.
Well, I can answer the first question. The other question is conjecture of all the fans out there, their own theories. But the reason that there is a single domino standing at the end of the video is because there's a single domino standing at the end of the V for Vendetta sequence. But in this particular case, a lot of the video talks about how Disney Lucasfilm keeps trying to kill off, delete, and erase Luke Skywalker from the Star Wars franchise that they are controlling. And so as I talk about that, and then this ending happens at the very end, I wanted to make it clear that because I talked about how Jon Favreau brings him back in The Mandalorian and he's the biggest news peg and overshadows the High Republic, Michael Arndt and them can't significantly put him in a script without the movie becoming about him because he's the heart of Star Wars. So they just kick him to the end of the movie. Then they kill him off in the next film. But you can't kill Luke Skywalker if you want to keep Star Wars going, which is what they keep running into. So I felt like the one domino that's left standing is the Luke Skywalker domino. You just can't knock it down. So that's why that happens in the end of the video.
Themes.
Michael's all avant-garde.
I borrowed from V for Vendetta. I can't take credit for it myself. I just twisted the scene a little bit to serve my purposes.
But hey, that's what Tarantino does. So
that's right. And from what I understand, Anna's a big fan of Tarantino, so I guess in that sense, I'm in good company. So,
Anna, I don't know if you named it on this stream, but what's your favorite Tarantino movie again?
It is Reservoir Dogs, but then I really like Inglourious Bastards. There's scenes in Django that I really love. I hate that they kill off. Christoph Waltz so soon in that movie.
I know.
And then I actually didn't really care for The Hateful Eight until I watched the extended cut on Netflix. I was like, oh my gosh, this is so much better. Usually it's like, oh, a 4-hour movie. Cough, cough, Snyderverse. But watching it, it's just the storytelling is so much better. But also, it's like with his new movies, since he doesn't have his editor like he used to, his movies aren't as tight as they used to be.
Right.
And I actually like Kill Bill 2 better than 1 because of the scene at the end with Bill, and I liked her learning the heart technique and stuff like that. But yeah, I gotta say, it's like if I mean, it depends on my mood, but overall, Reservoir Dogs, hands down. But I really, really enjoy Inglourious Bastards, and that's, I think, because Christoph Waltz was like absolutely phenomenal casting. And
that's a bingo.
Yeah.
Do you know his editor that passed away actually edited Ninja Turtles too?
I did know that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, guys, I like Pulp Fiction, but the scene with the with the needle in the heart, I can't. That freaks me out. I don't like needles. And for that movie, I don't really care for Bruce Willis until when he finally does fight them. Everything else I'm like, eh. But Samuel L. Jackson in that movie, it's just fucking perfect. But Pulp Fiction is not my favorite.
I like all the Tarantinos.
Well, I like all of them too. He said which one's my favorite.
I'm giving the Leslie Headland answer.
Oh, all of the Tarantino.
I like all the Tarantinos.
All of the movies.
Is she still working at Lucasfilm?
Yes.
Okay.
No, the actual answer though, I don't know. Pulp Fiction is the one, of course. I don't know. It's a tough question.
That's like, I mean, I know it's kind of cliche, but I mean, that performance that Samuel Jackson gives, it's like, holy shit, how are you ever going to top that in your career? And then he does. Like every other time,
Jackie Brown always gets overlooked too.
Yeah.
It's a good movie.
It's really fucking good in that movie, and so is Samuel in that one too.
So, Thunder Robot
partying up or something. I heard that.
What'd you say?
I heard somebody going like "whoa" or something in the background
in the room.
Was that Jesse? Okay,
I'm on her live stream right now.
That's what I thought, but I wasn't sure. Okay, no, yeah, it's right. You moved. Never mind. You're
Thunder Robot. Does Paramount still have any say in Indiana Jones, since every film was a Paramount franchise and they had their logo morph into something in the film?
I don't think they have anything to do with this one.
Yeah, I think isn't that why they're pushing out the 4K set before they lose distribution rights? Yeah,
I think so.
Well, it's going to be a great set that way.
And honestly, I'm not sure how many more years they have on that either. But I mean, I think they've got that for a while. Because as far as I know, I think they own the distribution on the first 4 films.
Mm-hmm.
But Lucasfilm owns the movies themselves.
Right.
Now, Swinging Cod, we read your super chat as Buffalo Jeff. He sent another one that says, here's $10 to read it. Shut up and take it, Tom. By the way, that isn't the last time you'll hear me say that.
Oh.
Joseph Bianowicz also says, hey, Jeff, this is to read Swinging Cod's super chat as Buffalo Jeff.
I'm just taking advantage of the fact that I'm broke.
Oh, it can get much worse, Tom.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That is honestly really creepy the way you're able to just I thought for a second the first time you did it, like at the beginning of the stream, that there was actually somebody else near you in the room and he was just coming over to the microphone and doing that.
Yeah.
Like that it's that character changing. I don't hear your voice in that at all.
Well, if you hung out with me, sometimes when I'm really tired, my voice gets really deep like that, so
all right, well, fair enough. I mean, but I'm just saying, there's no Jeff in whatever that is going on there. It's completely erased.
It's a lot of pain and torment. Galactic Dude says Tom is the Kevin Bacon of YouTube. I agree with that.
That.
It's a nice compliment. Primer says,
You know what Cecil said about his one night stand? He said it was peachy keen.
Oh my God! Stop.
That was requested, Anna.
I'm not wrong.
I don't care.
Yeah, folks. So Buffalo Jeff makes Anna uncomfortable, Tom uncomfortable, Dion uncomfortable. It's
Well,
perfect.
it makes me super uncomfortable when it's like referring to my boyfriend.
Well, keep sending them, folks.
No, stop. Send super chats about other things, not that.
You mean like Henry Cavill?
No, stop.
Swinging Cod says, they do the forcing thing with dudes too. We all remember the summer of Sam Worthington and Jai Courtney.
Oh, yeah. Jay Courtney.
He was the worst.
Really? I like Jay Courtney. I think he's a great actor. I think he just has the plight of being cast in movies that are shit with shitty directors and shitty scripts. But as far as his ability, I think he's really good.
I'm more of a Michael Jai White kind of fan.
Yeah, me too. Black Dynamite, man.
Yeah, that's exactly. Yeah.
Captain Boomerang was his best role because he was terrible in Terminator.
He was in Terminator?
Yeah, he played
which one?
Genesis.
Yeah, didn't he?
Oh my God, he was in that movie.
Yeah.
Oh.
Totally miscast.
Yeah. High Chancellor Turpitz says, I'm a Barack your rocks off. Well, you can Barack somebody's rocks off or socks off all day long, especially if you're Phoebe Waller-Bridge.
You know what movie is good that you guys should watch that has him in it? I don't think his character is well written, but the movie itself is good. It's with Liam Neeson. It just came out.
Honest Thief?
Yeah.
I just watched it.
You like it?
Yeah, I look, Liam Neeson is his own genre, and I'll take anything within that genre. Any Liam Neeson from Taken forward is its own genre. And I've watched almost all of them. Now, I didn't like Taken 3, but I liked pretty much everything else. If you liked Honest Thief and you want to see something else that's really, really like a surprisingly good movie that's well written, Cold Pursuit. I thought Cold Pursuit was a quirky, cool little movie as well. Kind of reminds you of like 90s, offbeat, crime kind of stuff. Great movie too.
So, Michael, you and I must be connected in some way because I consider those Liam Neeson movies their own genre. I call them dad rock action movies because they always come out at the beginning of the year. Yep. They're always pretty good, and they kind of just go away afterwards.
They do. But they're always free on Prime, which is great. So, like The Commuter, I was like, this movie's great. You measure everything against Taken, and nothing's really topped it, but they're all still pretty solid. Except Taken 3. That sucked. But other than that, they're pretty good. So.
I'm glad Infected Goat agrees with my assessment. Total dad movies. But, they're good. So let's see. Where else were we in terms of the audience? Grega says, if Poob's involvement with James Bond results in as woke as a movie that I think we're going to get, I'll hate her more than Rian Johnson.
See, here's the thing about that. This is, okay. Yeah, it's annoying because it's another one of these Penelope Cruz, Jennifer Lawrence situations. And that's annoying on its face. However, I always go to the writer and director first when I hear about, if the project is going to tank or the level of the quality or whatever. Because if I was an actor, like any actor in Hollywood, and I was suddenly being asked to be in all these things for reasons that I might not even understand, I would probably be taking every opportunity that came my way too, because it's so hard to get into that business if that was what my aspirations were. So on one level, I don't blame her for taking the opportunities that come her way. It's more of blaming the filmmakers themselves, the producers, the writers, the directors, the people that are creating the content and making the decisions. I don't know if that makes sense or not, but
it does.
Yeah,
it does.
Yeah.
Sorry, the copy of Goodfellas got stuck to my arm, and I was trying not to make a bunch of noise. I brought it here to prove a point.
You had a Blu-ray stuck to your arm?
Yeah, so as a joke, I said, Aunt Jessie and I sleep with a copy by our bed. In reality, this copy's never been opened. It just has been on a shelf by our bed for a year. And so as I walked into the room to switch rooms, I grabbed it. So I was like,
well, you need to be really careful because those big stone wheels can crush Blu-rays really easily. So
I'll make sure I use my brakes before we hit Goodfellas.
Okay, good.
Grega, though, to your super chat message, I will be more heartbroken than anything else because Bond is my favorite movie character. Yes, I care about Star Wars, Indiana Jones, Back to the Future, but 007 is my ultimate favorite movie character. So to see him get that treatment is going to be the hardest pill to swallow. And I do think we're going to get that stuff because a few weeks after the announcement of Phoebe Waller-Bridge and Poob and her involvement with James Bond, we had Lashana Lynch announced as the first female 007. So it's that kind of a movie. Even if Poob's not responsible for everything, that's the kind of movie that Barbara Broccoli and Michael G. Wilson want to make. And that's the type of movie they will make because they have the power. Like Kathleen Kennedy, they're in charge of that property. And if that's the direction they're going in, well, it's them. Poob's just
wait. We're calling her Pubes now? That's awesome.
Yeah. I called her Poob in my video because I was tired of typing out Phoebe Waller-Bridge and PWB kept throwing me off. So I was like, Poob. I was like, let's call her Poob. So I went with it and give it a shit. Easier way to describe her. Here, I'll pull up the image for you, Tom, so you know exactly what I'm talking about.
I'm on board with this already.
Yeah, spread the word. I came up with it because I was lazy and didn't feel like typing her full name out. But here we go. Poob. Let me share this. This is the image from today's video. I make all the graphics myself. Photoshop is my friend. So here we go. So I'm going to show Poob while we continue to read more of the super chats. So there she is. There's good old Poob. Now, yeah, I don't know what the hell, but whatever. TLJ Screwjob says, no, Jeff, like Kendo says, it's Phoebe Walrus bitch. Well, I don't know. Poob was just funny. Run with Phantom says, Lambadam. That's almost close to Jamaram, but not quite. That's closer to Lambda. Guys, if you could join any fictional fraternity, what would it be?
Oh, gosh, I'm not a joiner.
Oh, okay. Would you start your own?
Delta. Because then I want to start on double secret probation.
I joined the Knights Templar to work out a lot of my rage, and then when they turned on me and tried to kill me, that would give me an excuse for revenge. Then I'd do that.
Isn't Lambda a real fraternity though?
I think so.
Revenge of the Nerds.
That's right. You said fictional fraternities. Templars were real. Crap.
Because I actually dated an Omega Mu.
How'd that go?
It was all right.
My life was like a frat party, like in all those movies. So if you could throw me an Animal House, I had to fit right in.
We got in. Which one? Lambda.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I would join that fraternity that Bender joins in Futurama.
Robot House.
Yeah, Robot House. We'd win the regatta and all that.
That's my favorite episode.
Yeah.
Now, Space Monkey. Okay, go ahead, Michael.
Oh, I was just going to say somebody just mentioned it in the chat now as well. The fraternity in Futurama. Yep.
Great episode. I'm going to watch that later. Now, our friend Space Monkey 0899 says, "Where's my Vietnam Predator movie?" That could have been cool.
Yeah. That would have worked real well in the 80s too. You could have gotten Chuck Norris to be in it.
Oh, that would be dope.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they went to the future with Predator 2, right? Doesn't Predator 2 take place in like 1997?
Yeah, it's like the near future. Yeah.
I don't like Predator 2. I know a lot of people do, and I'm in the minority. But I would be open to a period piece Predator film because, one, you could put it in Nam. It'd be cool. You could have that as an interesting backdrop. But there's no modern technology to get the soldiers out of their... You know what I'm saying? Like, they're not going to drop a nuke in the middle of Vietnam because they didn't in the real world. So they're going to have to, you can write a really interesting story about how the Predator took down so much of the military or how the military beat a Predator. And
TR on the soundtrack.
That's all the soundtrack's going to be. It's going to be Fortunate Son for 2 hours straight.
I think it'd be cool if it was a Vietnam premise, right? Then maybe what it boils down to is the Predator comes across a POW camp in Vietnam, and the prisoners are also now, who've already been trying to survive and escape. They've now got this Predator threat to deal with as well. I know the Predator doesn't attack unarmed people necessarily, but you work that into the script. And all
I was going to say you could almost have it be like a side story where the Predator starts taking out the Vietnamese troops, and like the POWs are like, wait, what the fuck's going on? And then
that's what I was thinking. Yeah.
And then once they get escaped, well, then they become the prey. Yeah.
Yes, because they think they've just gotten out, but now they are eligible to be.
And I'm actually on board with that. And the only thing I'll say about Predator 2 is I agree. It's like a big step down from the first film, but over the years, I've come to respect it and enjoy it much more than I used to compared to some of the movies we've gotten since then, considering we've only gotten like one decent Predator movie since then.
The only thing about Predator 2 that I do not like is, for some reason, and I know the reason I say this is because I know his acting was better in years prior in other films, is Bill Paxton's performance in that movie is just, I don't know if the director told him to do that or what, but I watched it recently on 4K and I was shocked at how bad he was in that film. Like, I was just like, wow, man. Like,
wasn't that Rennie Harlan that directed that?
I think you're correct. Yeah, I think that's right.
Rennie Harlan couldn't direct himself out of a paper fucking bag.
Yeah.
Dude is
Did
just.
you hear why he got a lot of those jobs though?
Because he begged for them.
Dude, Nightmare on Elm Street 4.
Yeah, you know how he got that job? Because he kept showing up at New Line Cinema every day to the point where they felt sorry for him, because by 2 weeks in, they realized guy's in the same clothes. He stinks. He hasn't had a shower in 2 weeks. He obviously needs a fucking job. And Bob Shea looked at him and goes, yeah, he's like a Viking. He can handle this. And plus Bob speaks that language and shit. So he was probably a little bit more, he had a soft heart for him, I bet. But yeah, that's the whole reason he's in Hollywood now, is because he had Nightmare on Elm Street 4. And that movie was a fucking nightmare to make because it had no script. It was a half-written script because the writer's strike happened right in the middle of it all. And it was just, they already started filming, I guess, without a director. Mm-hmm. Because they were doing some special effects scenes and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just, considering how that film turned out, it's a miracle.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, for sure.
I was talking about Nightmare on Elm Street. Now, Predator 2, they just gave the wrong person too much money.
No, I was referring to Nightmare on Elm Street because that's Melinda's favorite movie, so I know it pretty well.
I love the Nightmare on Elm Street. I got a...
So is her favorite movie the first one, or does she just love the franchise overall?
She loves the franchise overall, but her favorites are 1 and 3.
Then she has great taste because those are the best ones.
Yeah, and she also likes New Nightmare.
I was gonna say, and throw New Nightmare in there for a perfect trilogy. There you go.
So
I'm in the minority, but I don't
like
think
your style.
You what, Jeff?
What was that, Jeff?
I don't think 4's that bad. It's the very MTV Freddy movie, so it's the funny one that's not garbage. The funny one that's garbage to me is Part 5. That's the one that's just.
Oh no, I don't hate Part 4 at all. It's just. It was just one of those movies that it has no reason to be that good, actually, if anything. Because it should have never came together. It was just, I don't know how that happened. if you know the making of how that movie came about. Yeah.
So Salvador, thank you very much. He says, "You weren't there, man. Charlie was all around us, dug in like fat Alabama ticks, raining down fire upon us. And then the Whirlybird came, and then we heard it. Take me home, country roads."
You sure it wasn't, it ain't me. It ain't me. I ain't no singing a song, no.
I feel like CCR should just sponsor this episode of the High Council.
Yeah.
It would have cost them like $800. Sure.
Home, Alabama.
And who runs the New Republic? Senators. That's right.
That's right.
Kendo Slice says, "Leonard Skinner is a broke dick Allman Brothers."
Oh, speaking of shit. And then some fighting words there too.
Yeah. I like Kendo's hot takes. Primer says, "Imagine Gangnam Style playing in Apocalypse Now." Let's not.
What?
Stephen Kraft says, I want to be optimistic, but after Crystal Skull and recent politics, I'm worried that we'll get Indiana Jones and the Blade of Emasculation and a bad version of that.
Ugh.
You know, Stephen, I jokingly call this Indiana Jones and the Bad Feminist because Phoebe Waller-Bridge herself refers to herself, I'll say it again, herself, as a bad feminist. Those are her words that she's using. So I do think Indiana Jones is going to get a talking to in this film. Do I think he's going to be actually castrated? Could be.
Do you think Harrison Ford will put up with that though in the series that he holds so dear? I mean, I know we just already established that he lost the game of chicken to George Lucas about aliens, but like, do you think that he would let his character get talked to or treated that way in his last movie?
Yes, because he'll get 5,672 woke points for it.
I think they'll just give him an extra $60 million and he won't care.
True.
Where's my pot?
He could come hang out with us. That's why he wouldn't want to escape the basement. We'll just get him high the whole time. That'd have been a much better way. Roger H., thank you for your thumbs up super chat sticker. Greatly appreciate that. Wander says, have y'all seen the vid where they put Fortunate Son to the scene from Attack of the Clones where the clones arrive to the arena?
No, I haven't.
I'll have to check it out after the show. The Super Smash Brothers candidate says, considering Lando an L337 droid, maybe Polly from Rocky was also pansexual as he programmed the robot as his waifu. LOL.
She loves me, you know.
And apparently Stallone is going to cut that out of the Rocky IV director's cut.
Which I'm kind of against.
Like, yeah, so is Melinda. She's not happy about that. Yeah,
I'm all for a director's cut, but you shouldn't subtract in a director's cut ever. That's my feeling. I mean, if you're going to do it.
Is that really happening?
Yeah.
Director's cut?
Yeah, totally.
When's it come out?
Possibly this fall.
Yeah,
I think he's almost done. If not, he just finished up one of the two. There's like a bunch of videos out there on YouTube you can watch of him, quote unquote, editing the film, where it's really just him going, all right, now like here, cut to this part. And then, like, whoa, that's too much. Now back it up. And like, so he's just telling the other guy what to do. But yeah.
I think we really need, like less of me driving this Lamborghini and maybe, more of me training, because people really love that.
You see that shot? Yeah. What's funny is he almost died making that fucking movie.
Who?
Sylvester Stallone.
Oh, because of the stuff on the mountain?
No. Dolph Lundgren and him, when they're fighting.
Oh, right.
He said, you got to clip me a little or these aren't going to look right and we're going to spend all night doing this shit. So don't be afraid to let me have it once in a while. Well, Dolph let him have it once right in the chest.
Oh, my God.
And Sly didn't realize it at first, but like, cause he's like, he knocked the breath out of him, but he's like, there was this burning pain in his chest for like the next 10, 15 minutes while they were filming and he had to stop and his blood pressure shot up.
Oh man.
His heart had hit the inside of his rib cage and shook around. So it had started to swell.
Oh my God.
And yeah, so if they hadn't got him to the hospital in time, he would have totally like been dead.
Oh,
so he killed Apollo in the movie and he would have killed Rocky in real life.
For real. Yeah.
He would have had a twofer. Oh man.
What an asshole.
Then he would have had to fight the robot.
Now that would have been a much better Stallone can change that in the edit too. So come on.
Absolutely.
007 Cloud says, I need the retroblasting cut of the sequel trilogy.
With all the music. It'd probably just be disparate scenes with the music playing over it, but yeah, I'll see what I can do.
Primer says Miserlou by Dick Dale is very overused in movies. It's a good song.
Which one?
I really don't think it's been used in anything but Pulp Fiction. Is it?
Which song?
It's called Miserlou, but that's the name of the
theme. Yeah, the only time I can recall hearing it is generally when they're making fun of Pulp Fiction or something, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think of anything.
I don't think that should count.
It's not one of the Gordon Ramsay shows.
Oh, that's right. They did use that. Well, that was not
a different one.
Because they're using that fucking Black Eyed Peas because they stole it for that one fucking song. Yes.
That is a band I'm glad is no longer on the airwaves. I was in college when they were popular. That song, Tonight's Gonna Be a Good Night, I wanted to choke somebody every time I heard that fucking song. I hate it. It's overplayed. Like,
they are the Nickelback of rap.
Yeah, they're something. I don't even call them rap. They're a weird blend.
Whatever, yeah, you'd call it pop. Whatever.
I call it shit.
Yeah.
007 Cloud says there's better boobs in Europe. Yeah, I can't speak. This better boobs in Euro Trip. So, there is better boobs in Euro Trip. Is that what you meant to say? Because I agree there are better boobs in Euro Trip.
Probably more boobs, I imagine, but
I don't think Road Trip has boobs, does it?
Yeah, there's some. And well, I think there's more in the unrated cut, but I think they just make fun of the fact that in Europe, women are not so.
Nie wieder Berlin. Now I gotta say, about the what was I say? The scene in Euro Trip in Amsterdam made me want to go there so much, but ever since they legalized some of these things in America, the interest is gone.
Not only that, they made it illegal for anybody who's not from there to do a lot of that shit over there now too, for that specific reason, because they had a bunch of college kids coming over too much and fucking shit up.
Okay, so we read our friend Nate G as well as Cecil super chats about Anna and Goodfellas. Kendo Slice says, somebody say something about lasagna? Tony did. That's for you, Kendo. Say hi to Lois for me. 007 Cloud says, Ninja 3 is awesome. Don't feel bad for liking it.
Never feel bad for liking it.
Now, this comes from Wilson, the unauthorized biography of Tom Hanks.
Peaches and Cecil sitting in a tree. I'll leave the rest to your imagination.
Wilson!
Yeah. 007 Cloud says, now I need the retroblasting cut of Reservoir Dogs.
I will start noodling on that.
Rocky the Intergalactic Woke Slate says, better watch the Razzies and laugh than watch the Oscars and suffer. Well, folks, you can watch the Oscars with us. We're going to do our annual live watch party where we get drunk and make fun of everybody. So that'll be during the Oscars. We had a huge turnout last year, and I got really sloppy afterwards. So it'll be a fun time.
I don't even know if it's worth watching this year.
I will be I won't be sober by the time the red carpet ends, so it won't matter. Russell Hall says, since they remake everything, give me a shot-for-shot remake of Samurai Cop starring Nicolas Cage, Ben Stiller in blackface, and Cecil as Robert Zadar.
I'm still on board with Little People Studios. I need some people to get behind me on this, but it'll happen. I want to remake a bunch of movies shot for shot, scene for scene with just little people instead. It'll happen.
I think you should do The Island of Dr. Moreau first.
Well,
there already was a little person in that movie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was going to say.
That's why I brought it up.
Anyway. You know what movie? We were talking about this on the Jack show, but I guess I'm one of the few people that has seen this movie. But have you seen the movie Tiptoes?
Oh, is that the one with Gary Oldman?
Yeah. I've seen it.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Or he is just walking around on his knees pretending to be a little person.
Yeah, it's a bad movie.
And Kate Beckinsale is in it, and
well,
weird.
We had it on VHS, and I remember watching it, and I was a kid, so I didn't really figure out that was one of the worst movies ever. But watching the trailer for it now, it's like, oh my god, they're trying to play it like it's this dramatic. Oscar-worthy movie. It's
they do something weird where Gary Oldman, not only is he on his knees the whole time, but it almost looks like they rigged him up with an umpire's chest pad under every shirt he wears to give him this weird body proportion. It's what is going on here? This is bizarre.
Yeah, they give him a hunchback.
Yeah.
He probably did that movie for drinking money.
Yeah, or he is really into, transforming himself into parts,
Well, that was that period where, he was doing, but I think also that was probably why he made that choice. It was because he admitted that he got too heavy into drinking for a while there. That was what it was. It was just a bad choice.
What we should do is we should flip the roles for their famous film. So Gary Oldman should play Willow in Willow. And then Warwick Davis play, one of Gary Oldman's. Like Warwick Davis should be the guy in The Fifth Element that Gary Oldman played.
Oh God!
Just play it straight, Except Gary Oldman has to be on his knees.
I want him to make a Batman sequel where he plays Commissioner Gordon on his knees.
As a little person.
No, just Batman's like, "What's wrong, Jim?" He's like, "Nothing. It's just how I like to live." Now, Cecil says, his adult-only content says, $10 says Anna hates Scorsese because he made a crap movie about Portuguese priests, and she still is holding a grudge.
I hated him before that movie came out.
Adam Wofford says, okay, kick Anna. She doesn't have good taste in movies. She dissed Lou Diamond Phillips. He's an awesome actor. Well, this generation sucks. It's because of Anna.
They sent that twice, by the way.
Oh. Well, thank you, Adam Wofford. El Gallo de Oro says, Anna deserves a stone cold stunner at this point. Do you know what that is, Anna?
No.
It's a wrestling move. I think you kick out.
I figured that much, but ha 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 ha.
I mean, it could involve beer, so I mean, it won't be a bad time.
I don't like beer.
That's true. Stone Cold likes tequila, so there you go. How's that? You can drink tequila and take the stunner.
No, thank you.
Hills Malloy says, thoughts on the upcoming Tomb Raider sequel?
Don't care. Sorry.
All right, so I'll weigh in on that real quick as the resident Lara Croft lifelong devotee. The first movie that she did could have been good, but I sat in the theater and saw exactly the moment where the movie died right as it was really getting interesting. And that was really unfortunate as how fast they killed their own momentum. I have no interest in a second film at this point. It seems to me like Indiana Jones works better in films, Kingdom of the Crystal Skull notwithstanding, and that franchise is about to be over, as we've discussed anyway, for multiple reasons. But Tomb Raider works better in games. That's where Lara works best. And I just don't know if Hollywood at this point, I have no confidence that they have the courage to do that series of movies the way they're supposed to be done. So
yeah, it's been 20 years since I've seen the first Tomb Raider movie, aka since it first came out.
Mm-hmm.
I'm good.
Yeah, some people when I tell them this, they're like, no way, and I'm like, yeah, way. But the second Tomb Raider movie ever made, which is the second Angelina Jolie film, which was the one that got panned because the first one was so bad and everyone felt rooked after they went to see it that they didn't go see the second one. They always all say, oh yeah, the second one's terrible. And I'm like, did you see it? And they're like, well, no. And I'm like, well, the second one's actually the best. It's not great. I'm not saying it's Raiders of the Lost Ark or anything, but as far as Tomb Raider movies go, sadly, it's the best one. And if you like Raiders of the Lost Ark, you have no excuse but to not concede that if you've actually seen it. Because they ate both of them. Yeah, they ate the structure of Raiders to improve that movie after the first one was such a shit show.
I don't even think I even watched the second one of that, but I haven't seen the new one either, but I can see why they're making a sequel.
Right.
It's because they made this new one for the same price they did the old one 20 years ago. And unfortunately, though, it made the same amount as the old one did 20 years ago. So,
right. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of a declining kind of franchise, but I can see why. I mean,
they took a great premise from the rebooted game and applied it to the movie, thinking, "Oh, this will be great." But then what they did was they neutered all the stuff that made the game's story riveting and ripped it. They excised all that out of the movie, and so the movie is just this boring, by the numbers, low budgety looking.
It's the only thing that made MGM any money.
I know.
So, Anna, what do you think of The Wizard of Oz?
I don't care about it at all.
Oh, okay. Matt G said Anna probably hates Wizard of Oz too. I hope that Whiny dead before he
I liked it when I was a kid, but it's not. it's not a story I find interesting outside of the movie. Because, you know, it's like sometimes you watch a movie or you read a book, read a comic, and the story is so compelling that you're fascinated with the larger universe. Whereas that, I'm like, I turn it on, I watch it, I enjoy it, it ends, and I go back to my life.
That's how I am with The Wizard of Oz. I didn't even know most of my life that there was more than just that movie. I mean, I knew there was a book, but I didn't know there were more than just that story, or more to that story. So,
yeah, I mean, I liked Wicked too. That was good, but and like Defying Gravity is awesome. But I mean, outside of that, it's not a universe that really compels me or stimulates my interest outside of sitting there and watching it. Whereas something like Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, Star Trek, stuff like that, even Alien, for God's sake, that stuff does. That it's just, which is weird because my best friend, she loves it and she likes coming up with different theories and stories on it, which is great for her. But it's like, I don't know, not my thing.
I went through a phase in grade school where I was reading all of the L. Frank Baum books. You know, I still have all my copies, and they're very bizarre. And I truly believe that was, you know, the turn of the century when opium was just like at every drugstore. And I think that L. Frank Baum was seriously on something when he was writing those. But yeah, like if someone was to truly interpret those literally on film, it would be the most glorious, just, and I say that with my tongue firmly in my cheek, but it would truly be the most bizarre, entertaining things we would ever see since Gene Wilder's Willy Wonka. I mean, it would just be off the chain stuff. But again, Hollywood won't do that. So
our friend C. Quinn Schulerdust says 310 to Yuma, must watch. Bale and Crow, 2 thumbs up. I'll check it out. I've been aware. I'm pretty sure that's James Mangold, right? Because I was working on some for him. Is he 310 to Yuma? It might be. Hold on, I have to look it up. But yeah, I want to check that movie out. I like westerns, so yep, that's James Mangold. All right, so moving forward, Primer says, "What's Anna's opinions on the Shawshank Redemption?"
I like it. It's good.
Phil Abodi says, "Eminem, Lose Yourself. Okay song, but it's overused." Turbo Alpha says, "There are books and videos on what makes film great, or what good taste in movies is. Someone seems to need a tutorial on that. Glad you like Star Wars, though."
Oh, it's funny. Somebody has a degree in that. I guarantee it's not the person that sent the super chat.
It's not me either. I have a degree in communications.
How can you have a degree in that and yet not like Goodfellas, though? That's like an oxymoron.
Because I have taste, and it's not an objective opinion. It's my subjective opinion.
Well, at least you admit the last part. But the first part, I don't know. You eat dirt, so we have to
I have a taste that is for me. It's not for everyone else, and that's completely fine. It's just my opinion and how I perceive certain media.
Yeah, I totally relate to that, because I'm looking at the comments right now just a few seconds ago, and people are like, "Oh, Tomb Raider 2 with Angelina Jolie was shit. It was shit." And I'm sitting there going, I'm a lifelong Tomb Raider player, and I'm a lifelong Indiana Jones, Raiders of the Lost Ark person. I've written for all the websites out there as a staff writer for all the Indiana Jones stuff. And, you know, I'm not going to say that my opinion's better than anyone else's subjectively speaking, but I know for a fucking fact that Tomb Raider Cradle of Life is closer to both Raiders of the Lost Ark and those games than anything else. That's where my subjective opinion on that comes from. You know, you're allowed to have your opinion on it, you know, but, you know, like Anna said, you know, sometimes it's just what hits your synapses a different way.
I mean, no, I totally get it, because like I'll sit there and say I understand the significance of a movie like Gone with the Wind,
right?
But I don't need to sit through it again.
Right.
It's not my thing. I get it. You know?
And see, I love Gone with the Wind.
It's 3 hours to learn that this chick is a bitch.
You know that in the first 10 seconds.
That's what I'm saying. So I don't need to watch the rest of the movie just for the guy to say, "Peace, I'm out."
It's about the shit that she goes through in her life, and then what it finally takes her to break and realize she was a fucking cunt and the errors of her ways. But I like it. I hated it the first time I watched it. I was 100% like you. Like, what the fuck? I just watched that and it's like, yeah, she's a bitch. She's been a bitch the whole fucking movie. But I watched it. I watched that when I was a kid, and then I watched it as a teenager, and then I watched it as an adult, and I only now like it now that I'm an adult.
But to be fair, that's why I stuck up for that movie with the whole, like, when it got a, negative label thing. It's like, did anybody actually watch the movie? Like, the main character is a bitch. She's not a good person. The only good person in the whole movie is pretty much the Rhett Butler or whatever. Like, and he's just kind of like a lackadaisy.
Well, is a nice person too. So
well, yeah. But I mean, as far as like
everyone in the movie is a nice person except for her.
No, pretty much, yeah.
Over it. The lady that dies at the end. Ashley was a good guy. Butler was a good guy. Everyone was a good person except for her.
Yeah, for the most part. There's a few of the people that were kind of dickish, but whatever.
Yeah.
It's been like 10 years since I've seen that fucking movie too, and I really don't plan on watching it again anytime soon.
Now, our buddy Go Big Boar Go Home says, fun Goodfellas fact. Henry Hill said the only difference between Joe Pesci and the real Tommy DeVito is that Tommy was 6'4". He was that violent in real life.
Yeah.
Our friend Rocky the Intergalactic Woke Slate says, the George Clooney movie is titled The Midnight Sky. I will never watch it, not because of Anna, but because it looked awful.
Wait, what?
Rocky was telling us that the movie we were trying to figure out, the George Clooney movie, is titled Midnight Sky, and he refuses to watch it not because of you, but because it looks awful.
Yeah, no, it is fucking awful. It's pretty. It's visually pretty, but yeah, it's not a good movie.
Dee Dee Thomas says, I'm with you, Anna. Goodfellas is crap.
Thank you.
The Good Tom King says, the Ghostbusters clip may be explained by the Ghostbusters video game. Now, Tom, if you're talking about the 2009 video game, I might go back and give it another playthrough just because it was a good game. Michael, Tom, NECA, Anna, have you guys played that game?
Yeah, but I don't know what he's referring
to. I didn't know it existed until you read that super chat.
I haven't tried to play it yet. I have it, but I want to dedicate time to it because I've heard it's like the third movie.
It is.
The gameplay sucks. The story is okay, but some of the acting is dreadful. Like Bill Murray's completely phoning it in. And I guess he left like midway through production, so like the rest of the cast is left to fill in the gaps.
That's pretty shitty on his part.
Yeah, also the gameplay is really repetitive. So
yeah, I was not happy. Well, like the one thing the game needed and it didn't have was an online player co-op where you just go around busting ghosts with your friends. Right. Like how hard would that have been to implement?
Exactly. Yeah.
Or even just had a free roam kind of part of the game where that's all you do is just go around busting ghosts and building up, things. And like, because the game itself, like I said, the story's cool for the most part, but like Michael said, the playing it is just, it's mind numbing at times.
Yeah.
Gizmo Hibiki, thank you very much for your generous super chat, says, I want to make comic books and plan to, but instead of making gay characters like how modern Marvel is doing, I just want to make them happen to be gay or ethnic or autistic, making people not think twice when reading about them. Gizmo, I think that's a wonderful idea. I, for one, when I watch a movie, if it's got a gay character as a lead, that's fine. You just don't need to be beat over the head with it. Do it well. Write it into the story. Don't all of a sudden make Doc Samson wake up gay tomorrow or something, or the Phantom or any of these characters. I don't know why I'm picking pulp characters. My point is, though, Gizmo, I like the way you're doing it because I don't like the way Marvel is. I look at a character like Wolverine who has this long history and these romances and this and that, and I'm supposed to believe he's into Cyclops all of a sudden. He hates the dude. Like, it doesn't work like that.
Yeah.
So,
hey, Jeff, I'm gonna have to get going.
It's a long one, I know, Anna. It's late.
Yeah, I had a long day, but I'm about to pass out.
She's going to watch Goodfellas.
No, fuck that. I don't want to pass out on the floor again. But yes, sorry. I realize you're in the middle of a sentence, so I feel bad, but I gotta go.
Oh, dude, I get it. It's late. I'll talk to you probably tomorrow before the matriarchy, so we'll talk then.
Sounds good. Bye,
Sweet
guys.
dreams. Take care, Anna.
Bye, Anna.
Bye.
Russell Hall says Master and Commander is an LGBT musical. Master and Commander, The World of Tomorrow, starring Russell Crowe. Would you guys watch that? An LGBTQ musical of that? About fighting around
the room.
I don't like. That's the thing. I don't mind characters of any type of diversity or background. What I care about is that the premise statement is a real narrative and not me. And I would say narrative in the positive way, as in screenwriting, and not, like, okay, let's take Jack Ryan as just a out of the blue example. Jack Ryan's movie Patriot Games. The premise statement is former CIA agent saves the royal family from an assassination attempt, and then the IRA is after him. That's the premise, right? It doesn't say, former CIA agent whose sexual orientation also happens to be X, Y, or Z is what. I mean, that, in other words, it's not the forefront. Yeah, you find out later that that character might have, a gay relationship or whatever as part of the context of his family life or whatever. That would be fine. But it's not the opening premise statement. The premise is the story. What's the plot? What's the conflict? What's the hook? What's the adventure? What's the that's where I get frustrated with this trend that we're seeing with like Lucasfilm and other things. They're literally taking stuff that shouldn't be the forefront of the premise, and they're making that the premise. And so then it's like, well, then is that the story? Because that's going to be pretty empty. I don't know. I probably just canceled myself by saying that, but whatever.
Shh. They'll forget about it. Don't worry. MJ1 Media, thank you very much. He says Game of Thrones was Martin's critique on Lord of the Rings. A bad critique. Rocky the Intergalactic Woke Slate says, speaking of destroying franchises, Tom Holland is open to playing an LGBTQ plus Spider-Man. Well, I'm sure he is, because if he doesn't say the right thing online, he'll get in trouble. But why not make a North Star film? He's a gay character. See, it's not that hard. Marvel's got him. They're there.
Spider-Man's more marketable, I think. They want your.
That's the point I'm trying to make, Mecca. It's not about diversity. It's not about inclusion. It's about control, power. Yeah. It's not about furthering your message. It's about controlling and fucking with other people.
Yeah.
And I don't like it. I think that's an ugly way to look at the world.
Mm-hmm.
Primer says Pulp Fiction with Phoebe Waller and Leslie Jones.
Oh.
Definitely ruined the movie. Mike Testa, haven't heard that name in a minute. Oh, sorry, that's Chuck Testa. There's this YouTube video where it's like, knock, knock, who's there? Chuck Testa. And does like 50 times. So, Mike, I'm sorry for mistaking you. Michael J. Fox, no wonder why Peter dropped Gwen Stacy. Boo. That was a mean joke. Cesario Japan says, too bad Tia Carrere from the 90s TV show Relic Hunter let herself go when she got old. She could have taken the Indiana Jones mantle. That was a good show. Did you ever watch that, Michael?
What's that, Young Indiana Jones?
No, Relic Hunter with Tia Carrere.
Oh, yeah. I saw that in the 90s. Yeah.
It was so dumb, but so fun.
Yeah, it was it was during that whole Xena era of TV. Yeah. It was that and Sheena with what's her face from Baywatch, and there was another one that was on at that time. I can't remember what it was, but they were all of a kind then.
Yeah, I miss the old syndicated TV shows that were kind of fun. They were stupid, but you turn them on, you're like, I'm going to sit down and watch Hercules, or I'm going to do this, or I'm going to do that.
Well, did you happen to see from the 2000s the 2000s British Robin Hood TV show?
I have not.
Okay, if you're looking for like a Xena, Hercules, Relic Hunter style fix, watch that. It's free on Amazon Prime. Watch it. I was stunned when I started watching it. I was like, my God, this is like they took Robin Hood and they threw it up against Hercules, the Legendary Journeys, and this is what came out of it.
I'll have to check it out.
Yeah.
Wanderer says, based on some things I've heard from George R.R. Martin about Lord of the Rings, I am left to believe he either didn't understand the story or is simply a fool. I don't know much about George R. R. Martin, so I'm not the high fantasy guy.
I'm not either. I was like you, Jeff. I watched the first episode of Game of Thrones and I was like, I don't care, and then I just quit. So
that's just the arm of fantasy that doesn't do it for me. The sword and sorcery genre just hasn't been my bread and butter.
Right.
Now, Doug Keller says, Tom, do you like Charles Bronson? And what's your favorite movie of his?
I'd have to go with Death Wish.
Hey, Ma, can I have some cookies? Yeah, Death Wish is definitely my favorite as well. Although, if you include ensemble casts, I'd love The Great Escape. So,
yeah, Magnificent Seven's really good too.
Mm-hmm.
Clobbering
Beetle Rooms.
I need to watch more of his movies.
Yeah, I wanted to get Breakheart Pass on, or Break Ridge Pass, whatever it's called on Blu-ray, but it just went out of print. Kicking myself.
What's the most expensive movie you've paid for out of print?
The most expensive movie that I've paid for out of print. Oh man. I'd have to walk over there and like look at my Blu-rays and it would jump out at me, I'm sure. It's probably some TV show that's out of print, like Colditz or something like that, I would imagine. But yeah, I know there are a few where I've paid like $70 or $80 to get a movie. But that I can't remember what they were exactly. So,
what about you, Tom?
Way too many to probably list, but lately, anywhere from 80 to a little over 100 maybe, but I've been eyeballing the 4K version of American Werewolf in London, but of course the moment I dump $200 on it, they'll announce it for over here.
So are you going to take one for the team, or are you just going to
I'm debating on it because the one version comes with the soundtrack, which has never actually been released. And again, my luck, they'll end up releasing both right after I dump $200 on it. So yeah, it varies, but like, yeah, I think the most I've ever spent's like $100 on Rad for the 4K.
Yeah, that was one that I pre-ordered, so I was able to get that.
Lucky.
But I had to pay out the ass for the 4K that was UK only of the limited edition Dawn of the Dead.
Oh
set.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I think I paid. Well, I think what was that? What did you pay on that one? I think
that
I
was
paid
probably like $100 or yeah. So
okay, yeah,
I didn't get it when it came out. It was like literally I forgot, and then a month after it was out, it was already sold out.
That's not bad though. Yeah. You didn't get too ripped, so
right. Yeah.
So. Like I probably didn't even get that badly ripped on Rad because I don't know how much it was when it first came out, but it probably was like $40 anyway.
Oh, another one that I paid a lot for was Life Force on Blu-ray because that's out of print. So I think
I've spent like $80 on La Bamba because that was a Twilight Time one.
Right.
And then my luck, they'll turn around and release it in 4K next year. You watch. I'm not kidding because it was actually on the list of movies to vote for the Sony deal.
Oh wow.
God, what else have I bought that was really expensive? I remember back in the day, this was probably a bigger deal because this was back when DVD first came out. I spent like $80 on Little Shop of Horrors because they pulled the DVD because Frank Oz did not want the alternate ending out there.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So to get that version was like $100 for years or more. And it kept going up and up and up until he had finally re-released it with that original ending. Well, that was his intention, is he didn't want people to see it in the shitty black and white work print form.
Yeah.
He wanted to actually finish it up and put it into the movie proper, which he did eventually, but yeah.
Wow.
I need to watch that movie soon. It's been years.
The alternate ending does change the tone of the end. I'll tell you that much.
Well, I've seen the clip. I know exactly what it is.
Well, yeah. He cuts it all back in there the way it was originally. So.
Yeah, last time I saw it in the theater, they had the original ending or that ending.
Yeah. Or it was Geffen that pulled it, Steven? Okay. Well, I know, though, it was on the part of Frank Oz wanted to... yeah, that's right, because he does do the commentary for it. But he brings it up in there. He wanted to finish it. That's right. Yeah, it was David Geffen, now that I think about it, that pulled it.
So our buddy Clobberin Times gives a thumbs up super chat sticker. Michael, the work you did with the Clobberin Time podcast, Mike, on your video for why is it fucking escaping me? You know the one you guys just worked on.
Pride of the X-Men?
Yeah, that was a great video. Because
thank you.
I'm in that weird window where I'm old enough to remember right before the X-Men cartoon, but I'm also old enough to, and I remember when I would go to the store and I'd see the X-Men on the TV look different from the ones in the merchandise too. I was like, what's the, it was always this weird cognitive dissonance because it took years for the toys to look like the cartoon. And you, like you say in the video, you kept getting these old Cyclops figures and these old releases of costumes that weren't current. So it was fun to have somebody break down. Honestly, dude, a lot of your videos are, you basically make videos about the shit I think about. Because like, you know, oh, these old Star Wars figures, why do they have one useless hand? Or why is this? Or why is that? And then you just make it. That's why I don't do toy content or anything. I figure
that's why I always yell at, that's why I always yell at people in the comments who are like, you know, you always come off as arrogant or smug or this or that. And I'm always like, but they always start with, but I really love your stuff, you know, but I really wish you'd act this way instead of the way you act. And I'm like, you do realize that the reason there are 400 videos like this on this channel is because this is the way I think. And if I change my point of view in the way I think, you wouldn't get the videos I make because I wouldn't make them. I wouldn't think this way. You know, and then they get mad at me and they're like, you son of a bitch. And then I'm like, whatever.
I see the shit you go through, like that you post, and I'm just like, I wouldn't be as nice as you are, and I wouldn't call you nice about it. Like, I wouldn't handle it as well as you do professionally, at least. Like, you're very cut and dry about that shit. I respect that.
Well, thank you. I've especially with this latest video, you know, I've been getting all kinds of, a lot of positivity, but also some heat from some people that, you know, they don't know how to think critically or objectively, and they just knee jerk to whatever the talking points are. And then I'm slapping them down. And
what's some of the issues?
Well, the biggest one is, you know, I make the statement in the video that, you know, Disney's been making all these mistakes about they don't have their finger on the pulse of what's popular in their properties. Hence, they killed Luke Skywalker, you know, in The Last Jedi. And then I said, and then they kick, you know, Gina Carano out, which gets Cara Dune out of the show, who she was one of the most popular characters. And these guys are all like coming at me going, one guy said, you're truly delusional if you think that she was popular as a character. And I'm like, you know what? I don't know. I don't have Disney Plus. I've only seen one episode of The Mandalorian. I said, but my news feed is filled with television and movie news and toy industry news. And I'm like, you're going to sit there and tell me that Hasbro is going to make 6 different action figure variants of the same character within an 18-month period on a character that isn't popular, and you're going to tell me that Disney is going to start developing an entire spin-off television series around a character that isn't popular? Are you out of your fucking mind? That's sorry, but I mean, it's like I don't even have a dog in the Mandalorian fight, but I can read the fucking room. They're not going to do that for a character that's not popular, and Hasbro certainly isn't going to make 6 action figure variants in an 18-month period for a character that's not popular. Are you out of your damn mind? But they're no, she's not popular.
What it is, Michael?
What?
They're new Star Wars fans. They've never seen a popular character. That's really what it is. Oh, we love Rey. Hashtag where's Rey? She's been on the shelf since the first fucking day. She
exactly.
Like, yeah. I hate that one. That's the one that just reeks of do your homework, because that's when a company bends the knee to a hashtag and then you fuck up the entire Star Wars toy line. But hey, it's just me knowing what's going on.
I'm literally, it's like they just say something without any evidence, and they are insistent that you are wrong, even though you have just outlined in very basic terms, dispassionately, why it's obvious this character was very popular. And I wasn't even about to go into the fact that, do you think a character that wasn't popular would have gotten the backlash from the fan base like this when they decided to delete her? Like I wasn't even going to go there because I thought that was just as obvious as it could be. But, you know, because the action figure evidence and the Rangers of the New Republic evidence, but nope. So, yeah. Yeah.
So, folks, what you got to do is you got to subscribe to Retroblasting. And you got to make sure you're watching all of Michael's videos because they're awesome. This isn't a situation where we're going to have somebody on and, they're asking us to promote their shit. I've been watching him for years. Tom watches him. We all love his content. And Michael's been a part of this channel in some way since 2018. So we've been streaming with Michael for a long time. And I stand by it. You and the Angry Video Game Nerd are two YouTubers or content creators that have stayed consistent the whole time. And I still watch you guys just as excitedly as I did when I found your work. So
appreciate that. Thank you.
So let me, I got to get caught up on stuff because this is a very long show. And I know you guys are, Michael, it's 1:29 or 1:30 where you are. So let me get this rolling so people can get to bed. Andres Fernandez says, name a movie that Kevin Bacon was bad at. He always delivers. Also, what can he play in the MCU? We deserve him as a lead. I think he's a little old to be a lead in Marvel, but he was great as Sebastian Shaw in X-Men. Maybe bring him. I don't want him back as a Hellfire Club member, but maybe have him be Henry Gyrick or some kind of senator or some kind of other. Like, I don't think he could be a superhero at this point in his career. Do you guys?
He'd have to
maybe
be
a
like
villain.
Yeah, a villain or even a legacy superhero that's
Something like
past his prime or something like that.
I'd have liked to seen him play like Electro or somebody in a Spider-Man movie with an older Spider-Man, because Max Dillon historically is not the black dude like Jamie Foxx, so that could have worked. It would have been weird, but could have worked. I can't think of a bad Kevin Bacon movie off the top of my head because I've only seen a handful of them, but whatever the one he started with Keira Sedgwick, I'm sure that's a terrible movie. It's his real life wife, but whatever.
Just to address one thing, Steven Anderson, I'm not a modern day AVG, and I don't have any mid-roll ads that I break into. I'm like old school AVG, and I think is what Jeff was trying to say.
Yeah, like I said, for somebody that I've watched since I found you through this day, because I can tell you a dozen people that I used to watch, not anymore. Even the guys over at I can't even think of their name anymore. Elliot and what's his face? Those two guys, I thought they were great. Or Rhett and Link. I watched a lot of YouTubers, but
right.
And folks, I've been dropping the link to Michael's video so you guys can check it out. Doug Keller says Jai Courtney was a terrible Kyle Reese. Joel Kinnaman would have been a better Kyle Reese. Joel Kinnaman and Jai Courtney are very generic actors to me. I mean, they're discernible. I know who is who, but I don't see anything in either of those guys. Do you guys think Joel Kinnaman would have been a better one?
Jai Courtney looks like a budget Tom Hardy. Frankly.
You should look up Logan Marshall Green. I watched a movie where I thought it was Tom Hardy the entire time. So our friend Rocky the Intergalactic Woke Slate says, Disney is canceling Galaxy's Edge. Jordan Peterson's reaction to Marvel making him the Red Skull was epic. Twitch is canceling people on other platforms, and Star Trek is promoting communism. I must have been asleep because I missed all of this outside of the Jordan Peterson stuff. Actually, no, I don't even know his reaction to it. So yeah, this is all news to me. Let me take a picture of that, and I'm going to have to read up on this shit later. I feel like Robin Williams. What year is it? There we go. Boom. Thank you, Rocky. Skull Monkey sent in a super chat with no message, but thank you very much. Rocky again says Sony Games is now focusing exclusively on blockbusters. Smaller studios will be made to work on Naughty Dog releases. I have heard a little bit of rumbling from IGN about an article that came out about Sony, but I haven't heard about that. Now, Michael, I know you're a big PlayStation guy. What are your thoughts on this?
I don't really have any, honestly. I haven't been keeping up with the whole gaming thing the last few months. I've been not to try and dodge the question, but I don't want to make up a bullshit answer. I've literally been away from my PlayStation a little longer than I would like to admit. So I probably need to get familiar with all that again. You know what I need? I think Melinda would support that. I need some downtime. I need to actually focus on relaxing a little bit with a few video games. So, I've been completely out of touch.
I heard they were remaking they're remaking the one that they just remastered like 2 years
Last
ago.
of Us?
Yeah, The Last of Us, the first game.
Mecha, let's play a game. Useless things for 500, Alex. That's what that is.
I know. Who wants it? Who wants a remake of a game they just remastered like 2 years ago?
The thing is, though, the original game is from what, 2013?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what are you remaking a game that's that recent? Just up the resolution or re-motion capture it. But what can you add that's not, that's going to make it that much different?
It might be like what they did with Tomb Raider Anniversary, where it's a remake of the original game, but it's completely rebuilt from the ground up, and they take advantage of some newer technology and some better game mechanics and all that kind of stuff. So you're playing an enhanced, completely re-rendered, redesigned, re-everything version of a great story. I know there's a lot of Last of Us fans, so
I know.
Maybe they would like to see kind of a Last of Us special edition, it's not just the game up-resed. It's like the game not reimagined, but meaning reconstructed with new technology.
Well, we'll see.
Rewrite it. I'm sorry.
Oh no, say what you're saying, Mecca.
I just said they're probably going to rewrite it because they're going to have Pedro Pascal come in and play Joel for the TV show. So if they rewrite it, they'll have to do something to where, I don't know, it makes more sense to whatever they're doing to the series, maybe.
Our friend Adam Offer says there's a fan film made where the Predator that took place in ancient Norway fighting against Vikings, and there's one with Crusade Knights.
I would watch the Crusade Knights one for sure.
I'd watch both.
I would watch both. Yeah, I'm not opposed to Vikings, but I'm just saying I would run out and watch the Crusade Knights one first.
So how do you feel about the night at the end of Indiana Jones? Is it your favorite part?
No, I don't hate him or anything. This is not going to be a popular thing, but you know what? Fuck it. Everybody hates me anyway. I like the Raiders of the Lost Ark or the Indiana Jones movies in order. So like, I like Raiders best. I like Temple of Doom second best. I like Indy Last Crusade third best. It's still a great watchable movie. I'm not trying to take anything away from it, but it starts to really get really goofy. Like instead of it, they wanted to index away from the scary of Temple of Doom. And so it's all very, very comedic. And the knight at the end in a Raiders movie, that knight would be a skeleton wrapped in rusty armor, laying in a big pile of dust and cobwebs. In Last Crusade, he's literally still alive, sitting there like, choose your favorite grail, and I don't think it's bad. Like, I think the movie's totally watchable, very poignant, everything like that. I'm not trying to dog on Last Crusade, but it's just another indicator that Last Crusade is really pushing the needle over into Seventh Heaven style storytelling rather than, Raiders of the Lost Ark style. So
I'm a Temple of Doom guy. It goes for me, Temple, Raiders, then Last Crusade, and I love Last Crusade too. But I like the darkness of Temple of Doom, and I don't know. I guess because it was the first one I saw, but I love that movie.
Yeah, Temple of Doom is so underrated by most of the fan base. If for nothing else, the fact that it knows it's never going to be Raiders and it tries to be something different and truly go for fucking broke. And then on top of that, it is actually a sequel to Gunga Din with Cary Grant from 1939. It's not actually yes, it is an Indiana Jones episode, but it's a follow-up to a classic adventure movie from the 30s. And that kicks ass to me. Temple of Doom has so much real DNA in the adventure movies of the past. Raiders does too, but Temple of Doom literally draws a line to a classic one. It's crazy good.
I'll have to check that out.
Every time most iconic one, like whenever you look up pictures or you see a picture, it's usually from Temple of Doom.
Yeah, Temple of Doom had the tagline, "If adventure has a name, it must be Indiana Jones." And it's such a good movie, and it's so underrated. And I love Temple of Doom. Love it.
I think it's got just as good action set pieces. It's got all kinds of unique stuff. It's fun. It's different.
Yeah. And it's really not afraid to push the envelope in places. And yeah, I know people don't like Willie screaming. Well, yeah, most movies have something in it that they didn't quite hit the mark on right.
She's the weakest part of the film. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But like people who dog on Short Round, I'm like, I love Short Round. I literally don't have a problem with him.
You call him Dr. Jones, doll.
Yeah, I mean, the rope bridge sequence and the minecart sequence and the whole fight right before that, and that movie kicks ass from the moment the slave children theme starts playing, and it's good up until that. But that movie just it knocks the whole thing home. I mean, it's just like unapologetically unafraid to try what it's trying to do, and I love it for that.
Like I just sent you guys both. Temple of Doom is my wallpaper on my phone.
Nice.
Nothing but good things to say. And I will say this, Michael. I told you this once before. When I found my Temple of Doom figure set at a local Kroger, I so excited because that was the hardest fucking one to find when Hasbro re-released those or made those Indiana Jones figures.
Yeah, you had to go to Kroger to get the Temple of Doom wave. That's where I had to get mine. Yeah, it was crazy.
That was back when I was on that website, the Raven Bar or whatever. It had a forum. I think I posted go to Kroger, they're there.
Yeah, the Raven was the Raider.net's message board, and that was where I was a staff writer for a long time as well. And also, just on the Saturday live stream this past week, somebody sent me as a surprise a vintage Kenner Indiana Jones figure that was fully custom to be Indy on the bridge from the end of Temple of Doom. And I put a picture of it on the Retroblasting Instagram, and it is pro, like it is a pro custom of that figure. It's amazing. He's got the knife, he's got the bag, he's got the whip. I mean, he's even got the bandage around his hand. It's awesome.
Oh, I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah.
Luckily, I was following you on Instagram. God, yeah, it's nice.
Yeah.
Got it in front of your Well of Souls playset.
Oh yeah, it's the only place it can stand. So,
our friend
don't look at it.
Legato Starwind says, Jeff, a manga series to check out is Pumpkin Night. It's a love letter to 80s slasher movies. Just Google it. It hasn't been officially brought over. I took a picture of Legato Starwind. If there's a decent translation, I'm willing to give it a shot. I love comics of all sorts, no matter where they come from. Doug Keller says, give me a Cobra director's cut and I'll be happy. I don't know if go watch Beverly Hills Cop. Isn't that the director's cut? Russell Hall. Oh, by the way, Tom, I was watching the movie Blue Streak with Jesse. I'm pretty sure that's just almost a 1-to-1 ripoff of Beverly Hills Cop. And that's not a dig at it because I really like Blue Streak. But they do the whole gimmick about the super cops and the way that Luke Wilson's character is essentially Billy Rosewood and William Forsythe is Taggart. Like it's the whole there's a 1-to-1 parallel to Beverly Hills Cop outside of Martin Lawrence being a criminal and Axel Foley being a real cop. It's weird.
The thing I remember about that movie was at the time it came out, it was voted as having one of the worst poster taglines ever conceived by Hollywood.
What was it? Do you remember?
Yeah. He's a cop that's not. Believe that. And everybody was like, wow, that is some weak sauce right there.
Oh, it was. It was the believe that catchphrase in the movie is not much better.
Yeah. Yeah.
So our friend Russell Hall says Tiptoes is free on Amazon.
Oh,
now,
wow.
Doug Keller has an interesting, controversial opinion. He says, honestly, Raiders of the Lost Ark is overrated.
Well, I'm not going to stand on that line with you. You are officially now forward of the rest of the group out there on your own, staring at the drill sergeant. Good luck with that.
Yeah, I love Raiders of the Lost Ark. I love Temple more, but I really don't have anything bad to say about it.
Yeah, I don't either.
Rocky the Intergalactic Woke Slate says, please support an indie comedy on GoFundMe called Game Day. The movie is in the same spirit as Little Miss Sunshine. Support indie films. Folks, check it out. I say support all independent art because everyone says if you don't like it, go out and make your own shit. That's what we're doing now. That's what I'm doing. That's what Game Day is doing. There's tons of people out there that are making their own shit. So That's what we're doing. It's put up or shut up time. So it's time to tell these people.
We're finally making a porno?
Yeah. Come on over on Wednesday. It'll be all prepared.
Yeah, you didn't hear about it, Tom? It's called In Diana Jones.
Sweet.
That's going to be a hot time in the old town tonight. I'll tell you what. Taker610 says, get Alden Ehrenreich for young Indiana Jones. Why not? Adam Wofford says, I would remake 7, 8, and 9 with a cast of dwarfs, but all of them will have a high-pitched voice and special effects as if they were made back in the 80s. I get behind that one. It'd be so bad it'll be good. Space Monkey 0899 says, Sony PlayStation is responsible for the most censorship in video games, especially Japanese games. Japanese developers need to abandon Sony. Well, Space Monkey, at the risk of sounding like an Xbox fanboy, seems like a lot of people are jumping to Microsoft in terms of platform and deals like that. I know they just bought, whoever owns Bethesda, their parent company, so they're expanding. I wouldn't be surprised if you see a lot of, look at MLB The Show was a formerly PlayStation exclusive that had never been on any other console. I believe MLB The Show 2021 or 2022, whatever launches now, is going to be on the Xbox, which is a first time ever. So there are little bitty cracks that are kind of forming. I don't think PlayStation's in any danger yet, but I'm very well aware of it. And here's my take. And I know this is just more of an anecdotal thing, but this is the first PlayStation that has ever been released that I've had this little interest in. Now, I've owned every other PlayStation. I love the 4. I think it's 2 and then 4 in terms of their best consoles. But the PS5 is dog shit to me. It doesn't offer anything interesting. It looks ugly. The game selection isn't there yet. When it gets a redesign, I'll be there. But until then, I'm just going to enjoy my Xbox. Michael McCormick says, I personally found The Last of Us boring. I have not played it all the way through, so I can't give you my take on it fully. Space Monkey 0899 says, disappointed that I won't see Indiana Jones and the Mountain of Madness. Indie and Lovecraft crossover should have happened by now. Stupid Hollywood.
At this point, they might as well just start crossing over everything. I mean, really, if they want to make the money, and they're unwilling to try and develop new ideas, then they might as well just start partnering up and smashing everything together.
Now, Michael, folks, there's one more super chat, but I wanted to have this question asked to you, Michael, because I thought it was an interesting one. And Tom, Mecca, I'd like you guys to chime in too. But should there be a standardized action figure size across the board, and should 3 3/4 always represent humans? That was somebody in the chat that had asked that earlier.
I would have said that. Yeah, I would have said yes to that 10 years ago, because that is the scale where you can make affordable vehicles and accessories and playsets. But now, unfortunately, toy industry isn't willing to do that. They just want to make figures. They just want to make icons. So now I would say anything between 5 and 6 inches is probably ideal.
That's what she said.
Well, she's easily impressed. And then finally, Latino Slant says, killer panel, but Raiders is always before Doom. Jeff, and then he says, hey, Mecca.
Hey.
Well, Latino Slant, thank you very much for the support. And I'd like to thank everybody for joining us. Now, Michael, is there anything you'd like to talk about or promote or discuss before we go?
No, I just really appreciate the invite and being here and hanging out with you guys and talking with everybody about this stuff. And I just always appreciate being invited here. I love this channel. So thanks.
Well, like I told you off air, like if you had more time, I'd love to stream with you all the time. Believe me, dude, it's we all enjoy it. And as you can see, we had a huge turnout tonight. I think we had over 1,300 people watching at one point. We have folks, can we get 2 more likes? Because we're 2 likes away from 1,100. It'd be a nice round number to end the stream on. It's like poetry. It all rhymes.
I think I may have gone too far in a few places.
Yeah, the whole movie, George. Now, Tom, besides everywhere on the internet, where can we find you?
Hopefully sleeping in a little bit.
Yeah, you need it, dude. I don't know. Put it like this. I know why you do it. I don't know how you do it. You'll message me. It's like,
I like
9 o'clock my time. I'm like, okay. Or you'll message me early in the morning sometimes. I'm like, how are you still awake? Like, you want me to see something that I wake up to. I'm just like, go to bed, dude.
I like money.
I do too, but you want to live to use it.
I'm broke. I use it all the time.
Fair enough.
No, there was a big Blu-ray sale. I went and spent too much on this.
Don't feel bad. I did too, Tom. I did too.
The Kino Lorber one or
Yep.
Wait until the sensories are legal where you're at, Tom.
Oh, don't. Well, that I honestly, when down in Vegas, that was so bad. It's like these prices are actually affordable, and you're like, this is expensive. I'm like, bullshit. It's like really compared to what I'm used to. But no, like, yeah, that Kino Lorber sale killed me. And then there was another sale over on some other website too for, I think it was Arrow Video or something like that. But
Yep.
Jesus, Kitty, quit. He's knocking on my
I feel so out of the loop as a film guy. I'm like, what's Kino Lorber? I know what Kino
It's
means.
a Blu-ray company that does like a lot of they're kind of like Shout Factory, but not as elaborate, I guess. Is that a way of putting it?
Yeah, they do a few kitschy movies like DC Cab and stuff like that, but most of their stuff is what they're known for, where Shout Factory does the pop culture-y retro stuff, the
more horror films and stuff.
Yeah. Kino really zeroes in on like classics from the catalogs of these different studios. The studios have no interest in actually putting out a nice disc.
Great example. I just brought it up earlier in the chat, in our private chat. I never even knew this movie existed till I ordered it, and I watched it today. It's called The Bounty. It's about the mutiny on the Bounty with Mel Gibson, Anthony Hopkins, Daniel Day-Lewis, and Liam Neeson in the cast. It's a fucking great film.
When did this come out?
84. It just got completely overlooked and lost, evidently. 1984, but still, it got lost in the shuffle of everything else. But like, I mean, the movie itself is, just the production value, and it was one of those movies, I guess, just reading up on it, like it almost didn't happen, and Dino De Laurentiis came in at the last minute, injected some money into it, and it's just, see, people are saying a great movie.
Well, that's the thing. Kino doesn't, like, as an example of what Tom just said, Kino gets movies like that, but then they also license things like The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, and Fistful of Dollars, like really big tentpole movies, and they give you like the theatrical cuts as well as the director's cuts, or extended cuts, I guess. The theatrical cut hasn't been available since DVD until Kino Lorber licensed it, and now they have a high def copy of that. Kino Lorber, they do some amazing stuff.
Like I got the Metropolis one on the deal. I got the original Phantom of the Opera. I got a lot of them. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff they do. The very classy stuff.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they got Spaceballs, which is what I'm about to buy.
Well, and that's another thing. Well,
Spaceballs on 4K, no less. Make sure you get the 4K of that, because that's coming out soon. Yeah,
and it looks pretty good.
What I got. It's like $23.97. That's a hell of a deal for.
You know what's funny is it's on, and I pre-ordered this God knows how long ago. I had to cancel my Amazon order because I ordered it in this sale, and I'm like, let's see, because I just got an email the other day about it being delayed. And I got it already from Kino Lorber, and I'm like, fuck this. And I canceled it from Amazon because Amazon's stock is delayed on it.
Wow. For which one? Spaceballs?
Yeah. And
you already have the 4K of Spaceballs?
Hell yeah. I got it already from Kino Lorber from the sale.
Wow.
And I even got it for cheaper. And that's where I'm like, well, fuck them.
Wow.
So I canceled that. Yeah.
That's awesome.
No shit, right?
Yeah, that's cool.
Well, I must have spent enough that they're like, well, we're going to get this guy his movies right away.
Well, that's like I ordered from another site, Grindhouse or something.
That's the one, yes.
I ordered Tremors on 4K, and I still haven't received it. I'm like, well, maybe
that one's actually, I think I'm back order right now, but I know they're coming out with a disc only, like the 4K only version.
I think that's what I ordered, so that must be the one that's not.
I'm not sure that has all the special features on it. Just a heads up.
That's fine. I just want the transfer. I just want.
That's cool. Yeah, if that's all you're worried about, then yeah. I mean, price wise though, I don't think the price point difference was really worth the drop, because everywhere I've seen it, it's still in that $40 range for both versions, which is weird.
Right. Yeah, it is strange, but the other one was starting to go for higher prices, and I was like, and Amazon never had it in stock, and so I was like, well, I guess I better get it here while I can.
Yeah, because they sold out pretty quick.
Yeah. Grindhouse Video order confirmed. Tremors standard edition 4K. So if that isn't officially out yet, then maybe that's why it hasn't.
It is out, but like the standard edition might not be. Yeah, that's if that's what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, standard edition. Yeah.
Because like I've had mine now for months.
Wow.
Well, we have one more super chat from JSP who says, any of you guys seen the Sabata trilogy and the Sartana movie series also available from Kino Lorber?
I've heard of Sartana, but no, I don't have those.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be the guy that says, of course I've heard of these things, but I am on the Kino Lorber site and I just saw the Sabata thing with Yul Brynner, and I was like, that looks interesing.
What sucks is I think you just missed the sale too. I think
no, it's still on right now.
It's still on? Okay.
I mean, yeah, they got like whatever this movie is. Well, Wanda Nevada normally $29 on sale for $8. So,
okay.
Wait, they got The Sixth Man. I might buy that movie. They've
got a lot of good movies on there, actually. Like I bought a shit.
God.
I accidentally bought only one twice. Actually, I was surprised.
See, the reason I'm going to have to close this tab and not jump in is because I decided I'm going to get those Back to the Future figures, and I think I'll play with those before I'd actually watch a new movie right now. So I'm going to pick wisely, like the old knight would say. I'm going Marty. Mecca, have we given you a chance to tell everyone where we can find you on the internet?
I don't remember, but I'm Mecca Random 42. I have a channel. I've moved furniture apparently lately. Well, just last night. I've been doing kind of like extra streams in the evenings and stuff on top of the regular content. So if you guys want extra mecha time, definitely check me out and hit the bell. And I need to unpack all of my CDs finally and rearrange my dining area that I'm kind of turning into my media center. So, moved the couch yesterday.
So is it safe to say when those little Ghostbusters marshmallow Stay Puft guys come out, you're going to review them?
I'll probably buy a whole case and like do blind bag unboxings or something. Yeah.
I'm going to watch that.
I want to do that. I miss doing those because I used to do that when I was kind of like a gaming channel when I was collecting like Yokai Watch stuff. So,
Mecca, YouTube has taught me one thing: life is too short. Do what makes you happy.
Exactly. That's why I'm like, I want to move my furniture. I'm gonna, whatever, because I get to hang out with my viewers, which are like the coolest people on the planet. So.
I always think of like anybody that's on these streams, we're all in a good position because we have listeners and viewers, and it's awesome. So, Fred the Cosmic Chicken asks, "Hey Jeff, have you seen the trailers for the new Warhammer 40k animated show Angels of Death and Hammer and Bolter?" I have not, Fred, but I will check it out. Like I said, folks, 2 weeks ago I had a housing issue. We have we're working towards taking care of that, but the 2 weeks that threw the channel off have come to an end. So everything's back on schedule. So I will make sure that I get with everybody on everything. If you're somebody that I've contacted, you probably got messages on Twitter lately. So we're finally back in the swing of things and in a good place. So Fred, I will check that out. Michael, before we go, where can everyone find you on the internet? And is there anything you got coming out that you'd like to tell us about?
Yeah, you can find me on YouTube at youtube.com/retroblasting. You can find me on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram under Retroblasting as well. And I've got a number of videos coming out here real soon. I'm working on a new installment of the Star Wars Follies series with another great channel called Analog Toys. That video will actually premiere on Analog Toys as a big social media experiment where I'm going to be allowing another channel to own and host an episode of Star Wars Follies. It will still be linked in all the different Retroblasting portals, but we're trying to see what we can do to break the YouTube algorithm. It's just a test, see what we do. And then I'm also working on a number of other videos that are coming up soon. Bionic 6, there's a feature on Bionic 6, working on part 2 and 3 of my MacGyver retrospective, working on a few more toy reviews. I got a lot of stuff in the works. So yeah.
Like I said, I'm subscribed. You know this. I don't need to tell you. But folks, check it out. Like I said, I stand by Michael's content. It's excellent stuff. It's well researched, well shot. It looks professional because it is. So yeah, I can't recommend Retroblasting enough.
Yeah, we just got done with the big Kathleen's Fire Hose of Fun video. It has a very elaborate ending sequence to it that we spent a lot of time working on. So I'm kind of just like trying to reset mentally from that now this week and, just ease into a few of these other projects that have been, sitting around. But I've been working on the Star Wars Follies this week. So, yeah.
So, folks, you can find me here on this channel. Next week is a big episode, 420, featuring Mauler. So it'll be the Very High Council. I don't know what it's going to be about or what it's going to be like, but it's going to be fun. Anna will be here. We'll all be here, and we'll have a good time. Folks, dropping the link to the comic. That goes away in 17 days. We are now on 18 days. We're on the downward slope. And then once this is gone, this is gone. This is Stealing Solo, the Fandom Menace edition, with a cover hand painted in oil by Anna, that Star Wars girl. This is a comic written and drawn by me that features all of us. It's a parody of Star Wars. So check it out if you like our brand of humor, if you like this channel, if you like what the Fandom Menace does, you're going to like this comic. Also, go over and check out the Fandom Menace trading cards. We think you're going to like those. Other than that, I'll be back on Thursday with another video. I'm working on it right now. And until next time, folks, be smart, be safe, be cool, but always be excellent to each other.